In a dark forest, amidst a heavy, unending snowfall, a young boy carried a girl on his back. He struggled through the blizzard, hoping to find someone to save his sister, who was on the verge of death. How did things come to this? Kamadu Tanjiro was the eldest son of a large, poor family that traditionally made and sold charcoal. With his father gone, he became the pillar of support, helping his mother carry the family's burdens. Despite their poverty, his life and his family's was peaceful and happy. It was a late winter day. His mother advised Tanjiro not to overwork himself and apologized for his hardship. But Tanjiro wanted to earn a little extra money to buy things for the new year for his mother and siblings. The children all wanted to grow up quickly to help their big brother. Just looking at them, you could see a precious, heartwarming scene. And so, he shouldered a basket of charcoal and headed down to town. Come back soon, big brother. But he didn't know that would be the last time he could wave goodbye to them. Tanjiro was kind, gentle, resourceful, and skilled, and he had an incredibly sharp nose that could sniff out and understand situations. So everyone in town loved him and often asked for his help. After a while of selling charcoal and helping people, it was late in the evening. He was about to head home, but was stopped by old Mr. Saburo at the foot of the mountain. He said that legends told of man-eating demons that appeared in the dark of night, and he absolutely forbid him from returning home, as it was too dangerous. He told the boy to stay at his house for the night. Tanjiro thought to himself, he would leave early in the morning and return home. There were no such things as demons. Everyone would be safe. But then he remembered his grandmother used to talk a lot about this when she was alive. When dawn broke, he said goodbye to Mr. Saburo. Following the familiar path, he suddenly smelled blood, the blood of the most beloved people in his life. Tanjiro screamed in agony when he saw his sister Nezuko, covered in blood, cradling their youngest sibling in front of their home. He ran over and discovered his mother and other siblings inside were all dead. That tragic memory became a painful obsession that would follow him for all the days to come. Only Nezuko was still warm. Even if it was a slim hope, he had to save his sister no matter what. Tanjiro carried her on his back, wading through the thick snow, constantly saying, "Just hold on." Suddenly, Nezuko began acting strangely, struggling and causing them both to fall down a slope. When Tanjiro came to his senses, he saw his sister standing up. Her face darkened, and she lunged at him. Luckily, he always carried his wood-cutting axe and immediately used it to block her mouth. The girl had lost her senses and become incredibly strong, pinning him to the ground. Had she turned into a demon? Tears fell from his eyes as he called Nezuko's name, telling her to hang on, not to give up, not to let herself become a monster. As if in a trance, her good nature still heard her brother's words, and Nezuko began to cry. Just then, the figure of a man rushed across the snow. With an emotion on his face, he leapt into the air, raising his sword to strike the sister down. Tanjiro quickly pushed Nezuko away, taking a slash that cut off his ponytail. Who is that? He then noticed the sword had the characters Demon Annihilation carved on it. Tanjiro explained that it was his sister. Trying to keep her from losing control, the man rushed forward and grabbed his sister, saying his mission was to eliminate demons. Tanjiro explained that his sister had never killed anyone, that another demon had killed his family and turned her into this. No matter how much he tried to explain, the other man paid him no mind. It was only when he bowed his head and begged that the man angrily said, "If you want to protect your sister, then act. Don't just resort to pathetic displays." So Tanjiro charged forward to attack. But the man struck him on the neck, knocking him out cold. Was that all he had? But unexpectedly, an axe came flying from nowhere, nearly embedding itself in the man's head. This kid was truly something else. Nezuko, taking advantage of the moment, broke free from the man's grip but, surprisingly, stood protectively in front of her unconscious brother. The man realized that this girl could still be saved. Nezuko lunged at him, and he immediately knocked her unconscious. When Tanjiro woke up, he found his sister lying beside him in the snow. A piece of bamboo was placed over her mouth. The man stood at a distance and instructed him to find a master named Urokoda Kai and to say that to Mokodak, and to send him there for help. And just like that, the man named Yu vanished instantly. Tanjiro and Nezuko returned home to make graves for their mother and siblings. He glanced back one last time, then resolutely turned away, holding Nezuko's hand as they stepped into an endless unknown. The journey of Kamadu Tanjiro to become a demon slayer and find a way to turn his sister back into a human starts here. Tanjiro asked the villagers for some bamboo to weave a basket for his sister. Having become a demon, Nezuko was afraid of sunlight. She could grow larger or shrink, which made it convenient to fit into the basket he carried on his back. Nezuko was well behaved on their journey to find the man named Urokodak. At night, she would get out of the basket and walk with her brother. Suddenly, Tanjiro smelled blood, a sign that someone was in trouble. The two rushed towards a house on a slope. Tanjiro opened the door and was horrified to find a demon and devouring its unfortunate victims. It lunged at him, and he quickly swung his axe, slashing it. However, demons possess an incredible healing ability, making them seem immortal. Elsewhere, Nezuko smelled human flesh and blood, and her mouth began to water uncontrollably. Tanjiro was cornered, unable to escape. Nezuko immediately rushed in and kicked the head clean off the demon that was trying to kill her brother. Tanjiro was shocked that his sister had killed the demon so quickly, but even more shocked that the demon's head could still talk. Its body was still moving, lunging at Nezuko, while its head grew arms and continued trying to bite and kill Tanjiro. Seeing his sister being beaten mercilessly, he became enraged and head-butted the demon, causing it so much pain it had to let go. And you heard that right, folks. Tanjiro's head-butt is the strongest technique in the entire series, effective against both humans and demons, rivaling even the sun-breathing. Just kidding. Another headbutt. And another one. Tanjiro's rock-hard head left the demon's brain scrambled. He grabbed the axe the demon was clinging to and threw it far away, pinning it to a tree trunk. Tanjiro rushed to his sister's side, and seeing Nezuko being beaten, he didn't hesitate to push the demon's body away. But ahead of them was a cliff. Tanjiro thought he was about to fall. But he's the main character. How could it end so soon? Nezuko grabbed his shirt and pulled him up, while the demon's body fell straight to its destruction. Tanjiro drew his knife, his mind filled with thoughts. This demon had killed so many people, but the act of finishing it off still sent a chill down his spine and filled him with utter fear. Even so, he had to do it. A stranger's hand rested on his shoulder. The masked man told him he couldn't use that knife to kill a demon. Was he supposed to use a rock? The man could smell the kindness emanating from Tanjiro and thought he wouldn't be able to go through with it. The demon's head had woken up, muttering curses everyone's heard before. In the distance, the sun was rising, and its rays incinerated the demon's head into dust. He stood frozen for a moment. So that was why Nezuko was so afraid of the sun. Luckily, his sister had hidden in the basket, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The masked man made graves for the unfortunate souls eaten by the demon. It turned out he was your Oak Kodak, the man Tomomoka Juyu had told him to find. He asked Tanjiro what he would do if his sister attacked a human. Tanjiro froze, unable to answer, and received a slap for it. The man berated him for being too slow to make a decision. There were only two choices if that happened: either kill his sister, or he would have to cut his own stomach open and commit suicide. He was never to forget that. Now, he would give Tanjiro a test to see if he was worthy of becoming a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. With his sister on his back, he chased after Yuro Kodak. How can you run so fast? Tanjiro remembered a time in the past when his sweet sister was fixing her kimono, even though he really wanted to earn money to buy her a new one. Nezuko always said she didn't need it, and that he should save the money for their mother and younger siblings. Tanjiro swore that he would find a way to turn her back into a human so she could freely walk under the sun and wear the most beautiful kimonos. By the time he and Master Yuro Kodak I stopped in front of the master's house, the evening sun was setting. Running until he was coughing up blood was just the beginning. The real test was on the mountain. He let Nezuko rest in the house and followed Master Yuro Kodak. The mountain was filled with basic traps, but for a beginner like Tanjiro, it was quite difficult. He managed to calm himself, using his super sensitive nose to detect the scent of the traps in the darkness. And so, he managed to return to the master's house before sunrise. He was covered in dirt and blood, but he had completed the first test. Master Yuro Kodak I recalled the letter G you had sent. He had noticed something different about those two kids. Tanjiro and Nezuko were no ordinary children. One had nearly taken his life, and the other, a demon, consciously protected her brother. Juhyu hoped the master would train and take good care of the common two siblings. Master Yuro Kodakai finally understood and accepted Tanjiro as a student. The Demon Slayer Corps is an organization unrecognized by the government, founded under the Yubai clan and maintained for 1,000 years. It has hundreds of members whose mission is to exterminate demons and protect humanity. The most powerful swordsmen are called the Hazhira. No one knows where demons come from. They devour humans, possess frightening strength, and are bloodthirsty and savage. The Demon Slayer Corps are people with a noble mission, fighting in the shadows, silently sacrificing themselves to protect mankind. Every day, Tanjiro trained tirelessly, his reflexes becoming sharper. Nezuko slept soundly to conserve her energy. Every day, Tanjiro wrote in his journal, chronicling his journey. With each new page, it seemed he grew stronger day by day. From running and dodging traps to sword practice, close combat, and finally, learning the water-breathing technique. And so, 6 months passed since Nezuko fell into her deep sleep. Although nothing had changed, Tanjiro feared that one day she would never wake up again. Time passed, and Tanjiro had become a strong young man. Master Yuro Kodakai decided to give him his final test. He took him to a large boulder and told him to slice it in half. That would mark the completion of his training. Tanjiro knew that this boulder couldn't just be cut. Even though he trained until his hands were raw, nothing changed. The boulder didn't even have a scratch on it. Frustrated, Tanjiro slammed his head hard against the rock. He probably only needed to do that a dozen more times and the rock would have cracked. But thankfully, the boulder was saved by a boy wearing a mask. With orange hair, a white hori, a wooden sword, and a fox mask. The boy appeared and loudly berated Tanjiro for not being a man. Frustrated over such a small thing, the boy charged forward and beat him to a pulp. Unwilling to give up, Tanjiro tried to fight back, but was knocked out with a blow to the chin. The boy left the rest to a girl, wearing a fox mask. When the moonlight shone down, Tanjiro woke up. He expressed his admiration for the orange-haired boy's incredible skill. The girl said that she and the other boy were there to help him train. Her name was Makomo. And the boy was Sabi too. Time flew by. And 6 months after their meeting, Tanjiro had learned a great deal. His hair grew longer, and his sword skills became sharper. On that snowy day, Tanjiro dueled Sabito once more. He was determined to close the distance and secure his swift and decisive victory. And he did just that. When Tanjiro's blade sliced Obita's fox mask in two, he saw the face with a scar on its cheek, smiling gently. Makomo also faded into an illusion. Stranger still, when he turned back, Sabito was gone. And only the boulder, split in two, remained. His sword had cut the giant rock. The reason Tanjiro won was because he learned it to smell the opening thread of his opponent, and just had to cut along it. Master Uro Kodakai approached while Tanjiro was still in shock. Looking at the split boulder, the master decided to let his student participate in the final selection on Wisteria Mountain. Because he didn't want any more of his children to die. He had made sure Tanjiro would never be able to complete his final test. But Tanjiro was truly an exceptional child. Faced with his master's recognition, Tanjiro shed tears. Master Uro Kodakai prepared a feast to celebrate his student's achievement. Tanjiro cut his long hair in preparation for the final selection on Wisteria Mountain. It was the official test created by the organization to recognize new recruits as demon slayers. His master gave him a hori with a wave pattern like his own, and a fox mask. It was a good luck charm the master made himself, hoping his student would return safely from this journey. Tanjiro said goodbye to Nezuko. Then, he confidently bid his master farewell, not forgetting to look back and ask him to give his thanks to Sabito and Makomo. Master Uro Kodakai was stunned. How did Tanjiro know the names of those two children who had died? Wisteria Mountain had a poetic beauty that captivated the heart. Tanjiro arrived and discovered many others his age were participating in the selection. The twin girls with black and white hair from the organization welcomed them and read the rules. First, demons hate and fear the scent of wisteria flowers, so they cannot leave the mountain. The swordsmen must stay on the mountain for 7 days and 7 nights without leaving, trying to survive and eliminate the demons hiding there. Their final words were, "May you have a safe journey." Tanjiro stepped forward with determination. Water breathing, fourth form. And with that, he successfully beheaded 2 demons at once. The smell of blood assaulted his nose, along with blood-clear screams. Tanjiro turned his head and was horrified by the giant, multi-armed demon before him. What in the world was that? Meanwhile, Makian asked Sabito if Tanjiro could win. Sabito didn't know. Only that Tanjiro was Master Uro Kodakai's most outstanding student, the one who could slice the largest boulder. Would he be able to pass his test? The demon devoured another candidate, and its arms grew even larger. The other boy ran away in fear, but it reached out and grabbed him. Tanjiro was terrified and trembling, but he knew he had to step forward and protect the boy. The demon didn't care about its severed arm. Seeing the masked Tanjiro wore, it seemed amused. Another cute little fox has come to me. It laughed and said, "What era is this?" Tanjiro replied, "It's the Taisho era." It threw a fit, unable to accept it. How many years had it been trapped on this mountain? It could never forgive Uro Kodakai, the one who had captured and imprisoned it on this mountain as entertainment for the new recruits. It hated him and recognized that the children who used water breathing and wore fox masks were all his students. So, it devoured them all in the most painful ways. Like the orange-haired boy with the scar on his cheek, whose head was crushed in midair. That was Sabi too. And the short man-haired girl whose limbs were torn off, dying in agony. That was Makomo. And 11 other children. Tanjiro raised his sword in fury. He had to behead this demon before him, to avenge the souls of the departed. To end this painful grudge, it struck him, sending him flying into a tree, injuring his head and breaking his mask. As it reached out to finish him, Tanjiro snapped back to his senses and leapt away. What power had made him so much stronger? Was it this profound hatred? With one final slash, the demon's head fell, facing death. The demon expressed all its grievances, hatred, and utter terror. But why did Tanjiro's face look so sorrowful? Perhaps because the young boy smelled the scent of suffering in the endless darkness of a lost soul. Had that soul found its brother and returned home? Perhaps no one wishes to become a demon. They just fall into a sorrow they cannot escape. Tanjiro reached out his hand, praying that this suffering soul would never fall into this path of sin again. He sent gentle words to Sabitu, Machio, and the other unfortunate children of the past. Now, everyone can rest in peace. They would do as they promised and return to Mount Sagiri, back to their beloved master Yuo Kodak. And if he died, he would do the same. The waves of emotion surged within him. The haunting pain of wanting to save his sister and turn Nezuko back into a human, giving Tanjiro even more strength. He completed the test and returned alive to the gate where he first entered the mountain, as the dawn cast a warm glow on the purple wisteria. Only 4 swordsmen remained alive after the selection. Tanjiro suddenly thought that because he had passed out, he couldn't protect his fellow candidate. He then overheard the panicked and terrified muttering of the yellow-haired boy next to him. I'm gonna die sooner or later. The twin girls from the beginning appeared, recapturing Tanjiro's attention. They welcomed the survivors, briefly explaining the uniforms and ranks, ignoring someone who kept asking where his sword was. With a clap, crows swooped down and landed on the survivors' shoulders. They were chosen to match each swordsman. Their duty was to deliver messages and accompany their masters on the path of demon slaying. The scarred, black-haired boy angrily grabbed the white-haired girl's head and asked, "Where's my sword? I don't care about these crows. Where's the color-changing sword?" Tanjiro grabbed his arm. "If you don't let her go, I'll use force." And sure enough, a cracking sound was heard as a hand was broken. The black-haired girl interrupted the commotion and let the new recruits choose the ore for their demon slayer swords. Tanjiro took a deep breath and made his decision. A message was sent to the head of the organization. It turned out 5 exceptional individuals had survived. As Tanjiro returned, the pain and exhaustion made him want to collapse. But just as he saw his master's house, the front door was kicked wide open. Nezuko slowly appeared. Tanjiro rushed down but tripped and fell. As he tried to get up, his sister wrapped her arms around him. The emotions he had bottled up for so long seemed to burst forth in an instant. He was so scared his sister would never wake up. He was so scared, not knowing how long he would have to wait. But in this very moment, all his efforts were rewarded, and all the pain and fatigue seemed to melt away. Master Yuo Kodakai hugged the 2 children, welcoming Tanjiro home. By the fireside, he told his master about how he had slain the deformed demon. Master Yuo Kodakai explained that there were many types of demons, including those who use special abilities called blood demon arts. The road ahead would be difficult, but he knew Tanjiro could do it. As for Nezuko, unlike demons who eat humans, she likely sleeps to recover her strength. 15 days later, a masked swordsmith named Takanzuke arrived, sent by the organization, bringing him the sword forged from the ore he had chosen. He explained that Nichiren swords are forged from a precious mineral that can absorb sunlight. Then he suddenly got close to Tanjiro's face, calling him a child of brightness, a child with red hair and eyes. If born into a family whose work involves fire, it was a good omen. And indeed, his words proved true when our protagonist became one of the key figures to end 1,000 years of sorrow in the final battle. Returning to the story, he thought the sword would turn red, but when Tanjiro drew the sword from its sheath, its color turned to jet black. Seeing the man across from him start to shake, Tanjiro panicked. Was this a bad omen? Master Yuo Kodakai tried to smooth things over, saying it was just a bit rare. While the swordsmith expressed his disappointment by putting the boy in a headlock, a crow flew in with a message. An order from above to head northwest, to a town where young girls were disappearing one after another. Do Tanjiro. Your first mission as a swordsman is to find and eliminate that demon. Tanjiro put on his Gakuran uniform and his checkered blue and black hori, his red eyes filled with the determination to face the challenge. Before he left, Master Yuo Kodak, I had a few words of advice. The Demon Slayer uniform he was wearing was made from a special material, making it super resistant to heat, cold, moisture, and even the claws of level demons couldn't damage it. And the Nichiren sword changes color according to its owner's will. Because few high-ranking slayers use black blades, people assume that those who do are all nameless swordsmen. Tanjiro smiled. No matter what the path of demon slaying held, he would turn Nezuko back into a human. The initial, pure, and most primal goal of Kamadu Tanjiro was simply to save his sister, not to achieve a high rank in the Demon Slayer Corps, and certainly not an obsessive resentment that drove him to exterminate all demons. The path Tanjiro walked from the very beginning was not one of revenge, but of salvation, although his journey would later face many upheavals, with events that would change him and give him other great motivations. His pure initial desire, born from the love for his little sister, would forever be the invisible strength that made Tanjiro stronger, day by day, and pushed him forward. That is why this story contains a profound value that has touched the hearts of millions in the land of the rising sun. A lesson about the nobility of family bonds. At a time when Japan's development was accompanied by human indifference, and close relationships seemed to be breaking down, they would sit down together to watch Demon Slayer and reflect. They felt they needed to be responsible for their families, their friends, and themselves, not to let life pass by meaninglessly. That is why the fever for this series has yet to cool down, always burning brightly in the hearts of every generation in Japan. Returning to the story, Master Uro Kodak I gave Tanjiro a wooden box handcrafted from ultramite like cloudness cedar to help him carry his sister under the sun. Nezuko listened to her brother, shrinking herself to fit inside the box. Tanjiro smiled. From now on, we'll always be together. The young Kamadu bid his master farewell, stepping onto a new path with thorns and challenges awaiting him. Tanjiro arrived at the town as instructed. He saw a listless, grieving man whose lover had disappeared without a trace. Ghastly rumors about the mysterious nightly disappearances reached his ears. Tanjiro ran over to ask the man, whose name was Kazumi, about what happened. He believed his story. The place where Sako too vanished was right in the middle of the street. Tanjiro sniffed the air. The demon's scent still lingered somewhere. Kazumi touched the bruise on his face where he'd been punched by Sako's father over his daughter's fantastical disappearance. Tanjiro checked every nook and cranny. Following the scent, he needed to find the demon's next target to lay in ambush. A black puddle appeared by a bed, and two hands emerged, pulling a girl into the water. Tanjiro immediately sensed the abnormality. The scent was stronger. The demon had appeared. He immediately moved towards that house. He pinpointed the location of the strongest scent, drew his blade in a single slash, and instantly scooped the girl up. He realized the emerging demon was a special type that used blood demon art. Just as his master had mentioned, he asked Kazumi to hold the girl and stand close so he could protect them both. When Tanjiro located its scent and slashed down with his sword, 3 demons emerged and grabbed his leg. Taking a deep breath, Tanjiro swung his sword. He remembered Master Uro Kodakai's words. There is only one being in this world who can turn humans into demons with his blood. And that is the one who killed his family. And perhaps he knew how to turn Izuku back into a human. His name is Kibatsuja Museon. Tanjiro was extremely cautious, not forgetting to protect the 2 people behind him. He had to find a way to destroy the 3 clone demons. One of the demons roared that if they let that girl get past 16, her flesh wouldn't be fresh and tender anymore, which disgusted Tanjiro to his core. Yet another demon emerged, boasting about its achievements. They called each other self, like different personalities in one body with some internal conflict. Kazumi overheard this and begged them to return Sako too, and the others who had disappeared. The 3rd demon's teeth ground with a chilling, uncontrolled sound, while the 2nd demon spoke nonchalantly. Sako too. Who's that? Then it showed off its perverted hobby of collecting hairpins from the girls before eating them. Among them was the red ribbon of his lover. A storm of rage erupted within Tanjiro, remembering his beloved family, also brutally murdered, and his sister who was no longer human. Veins popped on his forehead in fury. The 3 demons attacked Tanjiro simultaneously, overwhelming him so he couldn't react. Just as a demon's hand was about to pierce his eye from behind, a foot kicked its head so hard it spun like a top. Nezuko had woken up to protect her brother. The other demon was completely bewildered. Why was a demon slayer traveling with a demon? And why were they helping each other? Nezuko glared hatefully at the cowardly demons as they tried to flee, then turned her gentle gaze to the 2 humans, her mind flashing with images of her younger siblings. She reached out and patted their faces, her love for her family compelling her to fight. Master Uro Kodak I had once told Tanjiro that while Nezuko slept, he had planted a suggestion in her mind. Humans are your family. Protect humans. Demons are your mortal enemies. Do not forgive any demon who dares to harm a human. Nezuko charged forward, delivering a devastating kick to the ground, but the demon had the ability to teleport and dodged it. Tanjiro called her back and gave her the mission of protecting the 2 of them, while he himself went down into the puddle to attack. The space was shrouded in murky water, scattered with the kimonos and belongings of the kidnapped victims. He could not forgive this heinous crime. The demons scorned him for foolishly diving into this dark, breathless water. They lunged, intending to tear him apart, but they didn't know Tanjiro had trained on Mount Sogiri, where the air was even thinner than this. And there was a reason he entered the enemy's den. The 6th form is at its most powerful in a water environment. A twisting vortex of water sliced the 2 demon clones into dozens of pieces. Tanjiro watched the body parts float by, his heart unstirred. He suddenly reached out and grabbed a piece of black fabric before resurfacing. Above ground, Nezuko was fighting the remaining clone. Her formidable physical strength astonished the demon. She had no special abilities, yet was incredibly strong, proving that she must have been given a lot of his blood. But it had grown accustomed to Nezuko's simple attacks and turned the tables, scratching her forehead. As the demon's hand was about to gouge her eye, her brother flew out from the water and sliced its arm off, followed by another slash that took the other arm. Tanjiro asked it how many people it had eaten. Facing his blade, it was still defiant, yelling that he should be grateful to demons before it could finish its nonsense. Tanjiro slashed its mouth. He ordered it to tell him everything it knew about Ki but Tsujiya Museum or lose its head. But it was too terrified to speak, trembling in fear before going berserk and attacking him. And of course, Tanjiro sent it to hell with its other clones. He ran to check on his sister, put her in the box, and then checked on the still dazed Kazumi. He advised him that no matter how much he lost, he had to keep on living. Kazumi got angry, grabbed Tanjiro's collar, and yelled, "The pain of losing my fiancé. How could you possibly understand?" Tanjiro gently reached out, took his hand, and gave a gentle yet sorrowful smile. "I have to go now. It's getting light out." He handed back the pouch containing the victim's belongings. Kazumi opened it and saw the red ribbon of his beloved fiancé and couldn't help but cry. He watched the young boy's back as he walked towards the light and yelled out an apology. He had realized those calloused hands had endured so much pain and hardship through training. They were not the hands of a normal teenager. Tanjiro entrusted the unconscious girl to him and then walked off into the sunlight. He resolved that he could never forgive Muzien, the mastermind behind all the world's tragedies. The crow reported another rumor of a demon hiding in the Asakusa district of Tokyo. The order was for him to head there immediately. In the magnificent, brightly lit capital, Tanjiro and Nezuko arrived. The young Komatsu, having lived on a mountain for so long, was overwhelmed by the city's development. He felt dizzy and needed to take his sister to find some mountain yamuden, away from the bustling crowd. But just as he took a sip of the delicious broth, a disgusting scent assaulted his nose. It was the scent of Tanjiro's greatest enemy, the scent of the one who murdered his family, the demon lord, Kibutsuja Museum. Stunned, he followed the scent through the city streets. When his hand touched the man's shoulder, he turned around, looking at him with confused red eyes. Tanjiro drew his sword, but was frozen by the sound of a child's voice. The child in Museum's arms asked, "Daddy, what's wrong?" He realized Museum was living under the guise of a human, with a small family right in front of him. Did those two not realize he was a demon? Museum brazenly reached out and scratched a passerby's neck, turning him into a demon in an instant, who then attacked his own wife. Witnessing this, Tanjiro was filled with rage and rushed in to stop the man. Tanjiro quickly used a cloth to gag the newly turned demon while repeatedly telling everyone to give first aid to the injured woman. Meanwhile, Huzien, with his wife and child, quietly slipped away, acting as if it was none of his business. The internal conflict between holding on to the demon in his hands to prevent it from harming others and letting his greatest enemy escape tore Tanjiro apart. He screamed that he would definitely find and behead Huzien, no matter where he hid. To police officers saw the commotion and rushed to intervene. Tanjiro refused to let the man go, saying only he could restrain him and that he absolutely couldn't let him harm anyone else. His words caused a stir among the crowd, who thought he had lost his mind, as an officer raised his baton to strike. 1,000 flowers bloomed with a fragrant scent, lulling people into a dream. A female demon used her illusionary blood demon art to protect the young Komatsu. The woman appeared with a boy following behind her. Moved by his desire to save people and his compassion for the poor soul turned into a demon, she said that she would help him. Tanjiro was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. Yes, she was a demon, but she was also a doctor and was to deter the man named Kibutsuji. Elsewhere, Huzien said goodbye to his wife and child. He told them he had to discuss business with the merchant and wanted to check on the earlier commotion. He put his small family in a car to return home. Then he walked into an alley. He casually killed 3 people who had dared to mock his pale complexion. Quickly and painfully, Huzien summoned his subordinates, ordering them to find the demon slayer with Hoshia a few Da earrings and bring him his head. A terrifying feeling washed over him as a memory from long ago flooded his mind. Through the hazy smoke, the man with those earrings held a crimson blade, looking down on him with arrogance. Meanwhile, Tanjiro was being lectured by the udon vendor because he had run off without even eating a single noodle. That really hurt the chef's feelings. Then he turned to question Nezuko, who had been sitting there the whole time. "With that bamboo thing, how are you supposed to eat udon?" Tanjiro immediately ordered 2 bowls and slurped them down completely, to the vendor's surprise and delight. Tanjiro apologized to Nezuko for making her wait in front of everyone. The boy who was with the female demon earlier was waiting for them and said that, per his lady's request, he would take them to her. He expressed his disdain for Nezuko. Isn't she a demon too? And a country bumpkin at that. This made Tanjiro indignant. My sister was a renowned beauty in our village. How dare you criticize her looks? When they arrived at the lady's secret residence, the 3 of them passed through an illusory wall. It turned out that behind the dead end was the mansion where the lady lived and treated humans. Tanjiro accidentally asked a rude question. When you're treating humans, don't you ever feel uncomfortable? He immediately got a punch to the chest from the young boy. The woman said her name was Tamadio, and he was Yushiro. She hoped the 2 of them would get along. Tamadio explained that she had modified her own body so her bloodlust no longer controlled her. She only needed to inject a very small amount of human blood to sustain herself. She used the pretense of blood transfusions to buy blood from those who needed money. Tamajo continued. I was the one who turned Yushiro into a demon. Which shocked Tanjiro. Indeed. Normally, only Muzan should have that ability. Tamajo said that whether she turns a patient into a demon or not is always their decision. Tanjiro could smell a pure scent, free of deceit, and trusted her enough to voice his own wish. Lady Tamayo, is there a way to turn a demon back into a human? Outside, two of Muzan's demon subordinates had found them. Tamajo continued, saying there was no method yet, but she was determined to find a cure. On the condition that he help her collect blood samples from Huntian's closest subordinates and allow her to test his sister's blood. Nezuko was a miracle. She had become a demon and a hibernate for 2 years. Yet upon waking, she wasn't violent or bloodthirsty. Perhaps she could create some kind of miracle. Tamajo's gentle words seemed to ignite a hope within Tanjiro. Collecting blood from demons powerful enough to be close to Muzan was incredibly dangerous. Even so, there was no other way. Tanjiro would do it. He knew it meant that not only his sister, but many other unfortunate people out there could be saved. Suddenly, two balls appeared, destroying the entire room. Tanjiro protected his sister, while Yushiro shielded Tamayo. Two of Muzan's subordinates had infiltrated their secret hideout. Their savage game had officially begun. A thrown ball smashed Yushiro's head as he tried to protect his lady. Tanjiro told Nezuko to take the woman on the bed to a safe place. According to Tamayo's words, it was in the basement. According to the female demon, their target was the swordsman with the Hongfu Die earrings. Tanjiro urged Tamajo to hide since they were after him. But Tamajo told Tanjiro that they were demons, so he didn't need to worry. A ball flew straight for his head. Tanjiro took a breath, made a judgment, and used the seventh form, a direct frontal thrust. Unexpectedly, the ball pulled itself out. Behind him, Yushiro grew his head and spoke angrily. Because his cloaking technique wasn't perfect yet, he hadn't wanted to call those to hear in the first place. Yushiro hated anyone who dared to disrupt his and Tamayo's space. The female demon sneered, claiming to be one of the strongest 12 Kozuki, and that dying by her hand was an honor. Then she grew for more arms, produced from more balls, and relentlessly attacked, overwhelming the home team. Yushiro threw Tanjiro a talisman, lending him his vision so he could see the ball's trajectories. Nezuko returned and immediately followed her brother's orders, going outside to attack the demon in the tree. The arrow demon took a kick to the face, and the trajectory of the balls instantly vanished. Tanjiro swung his sword, cleanly slicing off all 6 of the female demon's arms. If they were well Kizuki, he had to be more careful. He had to destroy them. Nezuko fell, and Tanjiro caught her, dodging the female demon's ball. Yushiro suddenly yelled out, telling him to focus on killing the arrow demon. He and his sister would handle the ball-throwing one. Nezuko looked up and seemed to see an illusion of her mother and youngest sibling waiting for her. The will within her ignited, like a flame. The Kamadu siblings split up to complete their missions. Just as Tanjiro's blade was about to touch the enemy's opening thread, it suddenly snapped. The arrows dragged him around Izzy and Lai, and he took a beating from all sides. Luckily, before he could fall and be crushed, Tanjiro executed a move to reduce the impact for Stua minimum. On the other side was the side of Nezuko happily playing ball with the demon that wasn't all that strong. Yushiro joined the fun with his invisibility technique and punched her a few times to vent his anger for daring to touch his lady Tamajo. The arrow demon heard the familiar name and asked his partner if that wasn't the fugitive Tamajo, a traitor who didn't deserve to be forgiven. They immediately threw a ball to attack. Nezuko lost a leg and was kicked into the house. Her recovery was too slow, so Tamajo had to inject her with a drug. Nezuko once again seemed to see an image of her mother gently caring for her. Tanjiro racked his brain for a way to stop the arrows aimed at him. They wouldn't stop until he was thoroughly injured. Then, he found a solution. Tanjiro managed to use the 6th form to pull all the arrows into a whirlpool, then used the 3rd form to approach the demon. The weight of the arrows pressed down on his sword. But in the end, Tanjiro sent the enemy's head flying. Just when it seemed over, he realized that before the demon disintegrated, it had already stuck arrows all over his body. Tanjiro realized that if he didn't continuously use the impact-reducing technique, his body would soon be crushed to pieces. The arrows relentlessly pursued him. Tanjiro was losing strength, but he had to keep using the move. When the demon completely disintegrated, the arrows vanished with it. Tanjiro fell to the ground, his whole body aching. He was so tired that his hands no longer had the strength to hold his sword, so he held the sword in his teeth, having to keep fighting because there was still another demon. Yushiro dodged the attacks, but it was clear that with the female demon's speed and savage fighting style, he could hardly get close. Nezuko appeared, kicking the ball away to save him. Yushiro grumbled at her not to be reckless since he couldn't afford to die like this, and was rewarded with a pat on the head from Nezuko. Next, She joined in a friendly game of soccer with the enemy. Although Nezuko was very strong, her opponent was also formidable. Tamajo decided she had to do something. She asked the female demon if she knew Ki but Sujam Yuzian's true nature. He's just a coward. Because he's always afraid of something. The reason demons can't form groups and even eat each other is because Muzian fears they will rebel against him. Meanwhile, the demon couldn't accept this and tried to prove that Lord Ki but Suji was invincible. Tamajo used her blood demon art, magical aroma of daylight, which weakens the target's brain, making them unable to lie or keep secrets. The demon screamed hysterically, begging Muzian for forgiveness. Then 3 arms grew from her body, and an arm from her mouth crushed her head, killing her instantly. Tanjiro and Yushiro witnessed the horrifying scene, speechless. Tamajo explained that Muzian's remaining demon cells had torn her body apart. Meanwhile, Yushiro ran to cover Tanjiro's nose and mouth, telling him not to inhale Tamajo's blood demon art because it was very harmful to humans. Tamajo continued, she wasn't one of the 12 Kizuki. If she were, her eyeball would have a number carved into it. But hers didn't. In any case, the blood sample we obtained will be useful in developing a cure. Tamajo treated Nezuko because she had also been affected by her blood demon art. Yushiro immediately followed. Tanjiro stayed behind. He heard the demon's dying wish. She wanted her ball, like a child wanting to play. Tanjiro understood that this painful death was the price she paid for taking so many other lives. But the disgust at how Muzian treated those who revered him still made him nauseous. Tanjiro went down to the basement and was welcomed by Nezuko's hug. She also ran to hug Tamajo and pat Yushiro's head. Tamajo was puzzled. The suggestion planted in Nezuko's head made her see humans as family, but she and Yushiro were demons. Perhaps Nezuko had always seen them as human and wanted to protect them. Tamajo shed tears. Yushiro suddenly remembered the past when illness ravaged his body and his desire to live drove him to agree to become a demon by Tamajo's side. Though his life afterward was full of suffering. Though he could never walk under the sun again, he had decided he would never regret it. Tamajo said they were about to move to another location. Could Tanjiro entrust Nezuko to them? Staying with them would be safer for her. Tanjiro understood their good intentions. But Nezuko took her brother's hand. Tanjiro understood. He thanked Tamajo for her kindness and decided that he and his sister would go together. Their family bond would never be broken again. Before saying his farewells and leaving, Yushiro said that Nezuko was indeed a beauty. That acknowledgement brought a radiant smile to Tanjiro's face. The next leg of the journey was to the southeast. He pleaded in frustration for the crow to be quiet. But someone's screams were even more ear-splitting. A yellow-haired boy was kneeling and clinging to a girl in the middle of the road, relentlessly begging her to marry him. What on earth was going on? The yellow-haired boy's sparrow landed on Tanjiro's hand, chirping incomprehensibly, as if begging him to stop its weirdo master. So Tanjiro heroically stepped in, pulled the boy away by his clothes, and gave him a piece of his mind. The boy recognized Tanjiro from the final selection, but Tanjiro didn't dare acknowledge him. The blondie wouldn't stop blaming Tanjiro for interfering with his great affair. That girl is my lover. We're about to get married. Before he could finish, the girl slapped him several times, so hard that Tanjiro had to step in. She said she had only seen him lying on the road and came to check on him. But then, he started clinging to her, scaring her to death. She was already engaged. So goodbye forever. Looking at the crying, miserable, and accusatory face of the blonde boy, Tanjiro wore an expression of contempt. Our main character once again had to lecture the person named Agatsuma on how to be a decent human being. After a while, the yellow-haired boy had calmed down and complained that he was hungry. So Tanjiro gave his own travel rice ball to his new friend. Zenitsu, getting the hint, offered to share it. For you. Tanjiro understands Zenitsu's fear of demons but asks him not to bother the sparrow. While Zenitsu is still stunned that his new friend understands the sparrow's language and can he read exposing all his bad habits, Tanjiro's crow urges them to set off for their destination immediately. And Zenitsu has another panic attack after hearing the crow speak human language. Tanjiro follows the strong scent of a demon up ahead. Meanwhile, Zenitsu trails behind him, saying he's useless and can't do anything. The two approach a house deep in the forest. Tanjiro smells something strange inside. Zenitsu asks if he can hear that sound. Not far away, Tanjiro sees the children, staring at them in fear. He gently asks what's wrong. It turns out a monster captured their older brother and dragged him into that house. The two kids followed their brother's trail of blood all the way here. Tanjiro calms them down, promising that he will definitely defeat the evil creature and save their brother. Zenitsu says the strange sound is terrifying. Is that a drum? A body suddenly falls from the house. Tanjiro runs to it, listening to the person's final, fading sounds. He tried so hard to escape, only to die in the end. If only he had arrived a little sooner, he might have been saved. He holds the body as a final farewell, sending him to his final resting place. Tanjiro asks if this is their brother. They reply that their brother was wearing a yellowish-brown kimono. Tanjiro knows he has to enter the house. He leaves the box with the two children in the shade, just in case Nizuko would be able to save them. Tanjiro and Zenitsu enter the house. Zenitsu tearfully asked, "You'll protect me, right?" Tanjiro honestly replies, "My ribs and leg were broken in the last battle. They haven't fully recovered." Before he can finish his sentence, Zenitsu is already panicking, about to lose his mind, and starts throwing a tantrum, crying that he's going to die. 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 Tanjiro is helpless. Before he can finish comforting him, he hears a strange noise. It turns out the two children from before had entered the house because the box started making a strange, scary sound. Tanjiro tells the children, "In any case, you shouldn't leave that box alone, because what's inside it is even more important than my own life." A loud noise, as if the ceiling is about to collapse. Zenitsu panics again and accidentally shoves Tanjiro and the little girl into an adjacent room. In just a blink of an eye, Tanjiro sees the scenery change. They are in a different room. The sound of a drum continuously echoes, transporting them to different spaces. Tanjiro promises to protect the little girl, while Zenitsu will surely protect her brother. Suddenly, the drum demon appears. Tanjiro realizes he is the master of this house, the one who has devoured many lives, carrying an overwhelmingly horrific scent. Zenitsu keeps screaming, now separated from Tanjiro, wondering how he'll survive and trying to figure out how to escape. The little boy, completely fed up, gives Zenitsu a piece of his mind. His words are as sharp as a knife. Of course, that hurts Zenitsu's feelings. He pulls the boy towards the door. "This is too much for me to handle. Let's go get an adult." But when the door opens, it leads to another room. The space has been altered. The main entrance has vanished. Zenitsu frantically opens doors until he suddenly opens one to a room with a man wearing a boar mask, who turns to look at him. He screams, "A monster," and is scared to death. But luckily, the man doesn't harm them and leaves immediately. Meanwhile, Tanjiro tells Teruko to hide behind the shelves while he prepares to fight. Tanjiro interrupts the drum demon's self-pitying monologue. As his blade is about to reach its neck, a drum beat sounds, rotating the room 90 degrees. He notices another strange scent approaching, but it's not a demon's. The man in the boar mask charges in with his couch truss, beast assault, and a blood-curdling laugh, smashing through the room's door. Is this man with two swords a member of the Demon Slayer Corps? The self-proclaimed beast man is eager to charge in and slice off the demon's head right away. But the room keeps shifting with the beat of the drum, again and again. Then, the boar head steps on the little girl. Seeing this, Tanjiro rushes over, throws him away to protect Teruko, and only scolds him. The arrogant boar man says it's the first time a human has ever thrown him like that and charges, nearly giving him a taste of pain. A fight between slayers is about to break out when the annoyed demon beats a drum, tearing the floor apart. Tanjiro is slowly figuring out the pattern of the drums before being transported to another room. He and Teruko have found a room where a person in a kimono is sitting, beating out a rhythm. On the other side, Zenitsu's fear has reached its peak. Just a single question from the boy multiplies his terror tenfold. Zenitsu explains that they can't talk much because a demon might appear. Then the boy screams in utter terror, seeing a disgusting creature crawling up behind Zenitsu. A demon with a lolling tongue, as if it's starving. It relentlessly pursues the two. No matter how much Zenitsu screams, their meat is lean and lacks nutrition. It won't taste good. The demon extends its tongue to catch them. Luckily, Zenitsu quickly pulls them both into a room. He's too scared to run anymore. He tells the boy to go on. "Leave me behind." But the kid can't. Zenitsu has an intense internal struggle. He knows he has to protect the boy. But how can his cowardly self possibly do it? The demon crawls to the doorway and says it's going to suck out his brain, causing him to faint on the spot. This forces the boy to drag him away to dodge the demon. The demon flicks its tongue out to taste today's meal. But it forgot that the sleeping, yellow-haired boy is a master in disguise. Zenitsu stands up while his eyes are still shut tight, unleashing thunder breathing. First form. A single, basic slash streaks across, and the demon's head falls before it can even gasp. When he wakes up, he sees the severed head rolling to his feet and is utterly terrified. Then he starts crying and screaming again, thanking the boy Shoichi for saving his life. Much to the boy's exasperation. Elsewhere, the boar man mutters that he must destroy that demon. Then, suddenly dodges a demon's arm that appears in the hallway. That fat demon demands he become a sumptuous meal. Not knowing it just ran to an outstanding self-prodigy of the Demon Slayer Corps. The boar head unleashes the breath of the beast, his dual swords instantly severing its arms and its head right after. He then continues running, searching for the formidable drum demon from before. Meanwhile, the master of the house reminds himself to find more people with Merkai blood to eat and reclaim his former rank of lower 6. He needs the miraculous blood of Lord Damuzien to become stronger. Meanwhile, Teriko has reunited with her brother, Kiyoshi. Tanjiro introduces himself as a demon slayer who is here to slay demons. He praises the child for trying so hard and takes out the medicine his master gave him. He applies the pain-relieving ointment to the boy's wounds, while constantly talking to ease the children's anxiety. Tanjiro wants to know everything that happened. Kiyoshi honestly recounts being captured and nearly eaten. When two other demons appeared and argued over who got to eat him. The monster with drums on its body was defeated by the other two, dropping this drum. So he picked it up and secretly beat it. That's how the room changed and how he survived until now. Tanjiro listens to the story. He recalls the demon talking about Merakai blood. The crow accompanying Tanjiro speaks up to explain. Merakai are people with rare blood. To a demon, one Merakai is worth 50 to 100 regular humans. Eating one makes a demon rapidly stronger. Tanjiro smells the demon's scent. It's coming. He says he'll go out. You to stay in here. The moment I leave. Teriko, hit the drum. If you hear any noise at all, hit the drum to get away from it. He promises to come back for them soon, hoping they can be strong and overcome their fear. Tanjiro rushes out to face the enemy, relieved to hear the drum beat behind him, and prepares for battle. The drum demon appears, continuously beating its drums, changing the room's orientation. But Tanjiro has already anticipated each movement. He just didn't expect its claw attack to be so formidable. Tanjiro remembers his injuries, which are causing him intense pain. As the eldest son, he has always tried to persevere. Even just raising his voice or pulling Zenitsu away from the girl on the street was enough to strain his body. But right now, he must be certain he can sever that demon's head to protect those two children and get them out safely. And because his sister Nezuko is waiting. His poor physical condition makes Tanjiro think negatively. He calls out to his master. You are Okodakai. And remembers his teachings. Water is shapeless. And the breath of water has 10 forms. No matter what happens, he can adapt. Even if his bones are broken and his heart feels like it's about to burst. Tanjiro must push himself to complete his mission. Come on, Tanjiro. He tightens his grip on his sword. He has always done well so far. Believe in yourself. I can do this. Now and forever. Even if I'm knocked down, I'll never lose heart. Zenitsu and the boy Shoichi are continuously running, trying to find a way out of the house. They both realize they've just been going in circles with no escape. Then suddenly the room they're in rotates, and a series of doors open, leading them to the light outside. Meanwhile, Tanjiro is struggling to find a way to defeat the drum demon. He's being attacked so relentlessly that he doesn't have time to think. The demon finds this annoying. It needs to go eat the Merakai. Suddenly, Tanjiro asks the enemy's name. It replies, Koyogai. He declares that he will never hand over Kiyoshi and will never fall or give up. The creature keeps referring to himself with a humble pronoun. This one, saying this one, will eat the Merakai and reclaim my place in the 12 Kizuki. He frantically beats the drums. The entire room is torn apart, and sheets of paper scatter across the floor. Still haven't given up. Those words echo in his mind. A past filled with scorn, his passion for writing, and the heartfelt words he wrote were all dismissed as trash. He remembers how much it tormented him. That person told him he should just cower in his room and play his drum. That hatred consumed his humanity, leaving him no way to turn back. Returning to the present, he beats the drum relentlessly, determined to take Tanjiro's life. As he lands and tries to avoid the scattered papers on the floor, he seems to realize something. The demon is shocked by his reaction. Tanjiro realizes that avoiding the papers helps him keep from getting more seriously injured and also maintain his breathing. He recognizes and dodges all of the demon's attacks. Breath of water. 9th form splashing water flow. Turbulent. He minimizes his landing time to finish it in one direct attack. Tanjiro sees the opening thread. Before striking, he says something that startles the demon. Kyogai. Your blood demon art was incredible. And it all ends here. He takes a deep breath, causing his ribs to ache. The eldest son mantra calms the young man down. Kyogai asks Tanjiro one more time. Was my blood demon art really incredible? Tanjiro acknowledges it, but his eyes are stern as he says, but taking human lives is unforgivable. He doesn't forget to take a blood sample for Tamayo's demon cat. He hopes it will be delivered safely to the lady, and that good things will come in the near future. Before completely vanishing, the drum demon learned that there was someone in this world who valued the pages he wrote. Even while being attacked and nearly killed, the young man never stepped on his heartfelt work. This was enough to bring the demon contentment as he accepted his punishment. Tanjiro runs everywhere looking for Kiyoshi and Teriko. When he opens a door, he gets hit in the head with pots, pans, and a book. He asks why they attacked. The kids explain that the drum disappears so they are scared. Tanjiro gently sighs in relief. It's all right now. He carries the injured boy outside and realizes the sense of Zenitsu and Shoichi are gone. They must be outside already. But suddenly, Tanjiro smells blood and heads toward the light. The three of them quickly escape the house. Only then does Tanjiro clearly see the man in the boar mask mercilessly beating up Zenitsu, while he's clutching the box containing his sister. Because Tanjiro said this box was more important than his own life, Zenitsu had to protect it at all costs. Zenitsu's sense of hearing is extremely sharp. He can even hear the hidden thoughts in people's hearts. When Shoichi woke him up and thanked heavens, the sound of the boar's ult arrived. What the heck? He smashed through the main door and escaped just like that. Zenitsu realizes he's the fifth survivor from the final selection, the one who went up the mountain first and came down first as well. An impatient guy who didn't even bother listening to the organizer's instructions. The boar head detects the demon box nearby and rushes to slice its head off, but is blocked by Zenitsu. He introduces himself, and the boar's man questions him. You're a demon, Slayer. Yet you're protecting that thing. Get in my way, and I'll crush you both. From the very beginning, Zenitsu knew it was a demon inside, because the sound of a demon is different from a human's. But Tanjiro gives off a sound so warm it makes him want to cry. That makes Zenitsu believe his friend must have a reason for carrying a demon with him, even considering it more precious than his own life. He'll ask Tanjiro directly. So the boar my head should back off. Lord Boar really did beat him up, but Zenitsu still refused to give up. They fought for a while, which led to his current bruised and battered state. Tanjiro witnesses this, seeing Zenitsu clutching his sister's box, and remembers the sight of Mizuko using her body to shield their youngest sibling, her blood staining the white snow red. He furiously rushes forward, landing a punch that breaks 3 of the boarhead's ribs, sending him flying 8 meters away. Zenitsu once again witnesses Tanjiro's incredible strength and is horrified. Last time, he broke that guy's arm in front of the exam gate, right? Tanjiro says that as demon slayers, it's forbidden to point their swords at each other. Zenitsu didn't draw his sword not because he was scared of you, but because he was following the core orders. The boar head laughs maniacally. Is that so? Then how about a fistfight? Almost at his wit's end, Tanjiro hastily explains. That's not it. People in the organization aren't allowed to fight. Before he could finish, the boar head relentlessly attacked. Zenitsu looks on, helplessly. A guy with 3 broken ribs still has the energy to charge like a mad bull. And Tanjiro already broke the rules, didn't he? He just broke 3 of the guy's ribs. This fistfight truly marks the beginning of a beautiful friendship. They say you get to know someone through a fight. So, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy the show. Tanjiro notices his opponent's low attacks are like fighting a first-legged beast. His joints are too flexible. He's definitely not a normal person. He arrogantly praises himself. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Huh? Which exasperates Zenitsu. But our protagonist isn't a normal person either. His sense of smell alone, which can discern emotions and tracks, is already OP. But the old action physical move he uses time and again, his ever-victorious headbutt, is even more formidable. The truth is, Tanjiro used his headbutt to end the fight quickly, leaving his opponent with a nosebleed, foaming at the mouth, and passed out cold, before the guy fell into an eternal slumber. Oops. I mean, a short nap. The boar mask falls off, allowing us to admire his beautiful face. It's so jarring to see a man with bulging muscles, 6'2" ABS, and a voice as deep as an echo from the underworld have a face so pretty it would make a mind jealous. Zenitsu is totally not judging. Not judging at all. Any objections and the Borkian will punch you. Tanjiro loudly says they aren't commenting on his face. A small and fair face is a good thing, right? Yes, yes. This is an example of being honest for one's own good. Ladies and gentlemen, he introduces himself as Hibiru no Suk. Who doesn't know how to read or write his own name? Before he can finish, he suddenly stops and foams at the mouth. Tanjiro sniffs the air. He's probably not dead, just has a concussion. When Ino Sukai wakes up, he finds himself pillowed and covered by Tanjiro and Zenitsu's hori. He immediately jumps up, demanding a fight. Seeing everyone making graves for the unfortunate victims, he stops and asks, "What the hell are you doing?" He doesn't understand the point of burying that creature's corpse. Whatever. I don't care. Let's fight. Zenitsu thinks this guy is insane, while Tanjiro worries if his head injury is too severe. You should rest, Tanjiro advises. Don't push yourself. This infuriates Ino Sukai, who retorts, Me? Weak? I'll dig more graves than all of you. The evening sun sets as everyone clasps their hands, praying for the suffering souls to rest in peace. Meanwhile, Ino Sukai headbutts a tree to test the hardness of his head. Tanjiro's crow arrives with a message, ordering everyone down the mountain. Of course, Ino Sukai follows along, still wanting a long-term rivalry. Zenitsu refuses to let go of Shoichi, wanting the boy to protect him. His crying was so unbearable that Tanjiro had to chop his friend's neck to knock him out so the children could go home. The crow spits a wisteria charm into Kiyoshi's hand. A child with rare blood should carry this for protection. The children thank them and say their goodbyes. For the rest of the way, Tanjiro wears the box on his front and carries Zenitsu on his back, introducing himself to a strange friend, Inoue Yukoi. However, Kamadute Nero somehow becomes Kamabokoko and Kiero. A few loud words are noisy enough to wake Kinetsu, who screams in his face. They arrive at a resting station, an inn with a wisteria crest, where they are allowed to rest and heal until they recover. An old woman opens the door to welcome the three slayers. But first Inetsu thinks she's a ghost. Then Inoue Yuki bluntly says she looks weak. Being with these two is giving Tanjiro a slight trauma. They are invited into a room where clean clothes have been prepared. Then to another room, filled with food. Inoue Yuki flashes a gentle and warm smile, like a breeze on a 14 degrees Celsius day in Hano right before Tet. He's probably planning to compete in eating. But Tanjiro simply thinks Inoue Yuki is hungry, so he gives him his portion of food. So, did he completely forget about the box and the fight from before? Are you kidding me? Zenitsu. The three enter the bedroom. Inoue Yuki grabs a mattress first, then gets angry that Tanjiro is so relaxed and not competing. So he throws a pillow right at Zenitsu's face. Talk about taking your anger out on the wrong person. A doctor is called to check on their health. After an examination, the diagnosis is quite serious. Indeed, all three of them have broken ribs, with 2, 3, and 4 respectively. Inoue Yuki pushes his bangs aside. What's up with this lump? Tanjiro apologizes. Zenitsu wants an apology from Inoue Yuki too. But of course, he gets none. After a bit of bickering, the old woman's shadow appears again, asking, "Is there anything you need?" According to the crow, this wisteria house belongs to a family that was once saved by a demon slayer. So, whenever they meet a slayer, they will help them unconditionally. Tanjiro suddenly asks why Inoue Yuki joined the demon slayer corps. He honestly replies, "I fought a slayer on the mountain once and took his swords. Then I heard about a final selection on Mount Fuji Kazuni. So I went." Tanjiro says, "They're similar because they both grew up on mountains." But Inoue Yuki retorts, "Don't compare me to you. I don't have parents or siblings. Just fighting other creatures is fun for me." Zenitsu, meanwhile, is tossing and turning, unable to sleep, and asked about his friend bringing a demon along. Tanjiro says that Zenitsu is truly a good person for protecting the box even after knowing the truth, which makes the blonde-haired boy quite pleased with himself. His keen sense of smell tells Tanjiro that Zenitsu is not only kind, but also incredibly strong. But Zenitsu's face turns cold as he rejects the idea, saying it's not a funny joke. The box suddenly makes a noise, startling Zenitsu. Meanwhile, Inoue Yuki is wondering why Tanjiro is treating him so nicely, while Zenitsu runs around looking for a place to hide. But when Mizuko crawls out and stands up, her heart-stopping beauty hits him like a bolt of lightning. He blames Tanjiro for bringing such a cute girl along, then draws his sword because his friend has disrespected the Demon Slayer Corps. He doesn't give the Kamadu boy a chance to introduce his sister. Meanwhile, Inoue Yuki is snoring loudly. After understanding the situation, Zenitsu follows Nizu-Koan-chan around and happily makes up with Tanjiro. The three of them play a game of tag while Inoue Yuki goes outside to get some fresh air. The old woman brings him a kimono and offers to wash his dirty clothes for him. From that moment, a summer sun dawns in Inoue Yuki's heart, the sun of truth shining through. He opens the room door with great vigor and joins his two friends in the fun. When the doctor concludes that they have recovered, the crow arrives with a message, calling the three to head northeast, to the reigning Mount Nadagamo. It's time for Tanjiro and his friends to depart. The old woman strikes a flint for their good luck, but Inoue Yuki misunderstands the ritual and almost assaults the elderly. The Kamaboko squad runs down the road toward their objective. It's only now they realize Inoue Yuki really doesn't understand even the simplest concepts of this world. Zenitsu hears the sincerity in his voice, while Tanjiro patiently explains everything bit by bit. When he runs out of words, he just speeds up to avoid more questions. The three arrive at the foot of the mountain as the sun sets. Zenitsu once again resolutely refuses to go any further. Tanjiro smells a strange scent and runs off immediately. Inoue Yuki goes right with him, and so the blonde-haired boy has to chase after them if he doesn't want to be alone. He witnesses a comrade's cry for help, then watches as the person is dragged away by spider threads. Vanishing, Tanjiro decides he must enter the mountain. Naturally, Inoue Yuki doesn't want to be outdone and takes the lead, leaving only a terrified Zenitsu sitting there. The demons lurking deep within the mountain, what terrifying things await them. Inoue Yuki discovers that this place is covered in spider bears everywhere. Tanjiro says thank you, because when his friend said he would go with him, it strengthened Tanjiro's resolve. Even though the ominous scent from the mountain sent shivers down his spine, Inoue Yuki seems to feel the light of camaraderie shining through his heart again. Tanjiro sees a shadow ahead and whispers for them to go. Tanjiro introduces himself as a slayer, here to provide support. But the person complains, Why didn't they send as Hira? For that. In OS, Yupai punches him in the face. How dare he complain when someone came to help? According to what Murata said, 10 of them were sent here. Halfway in, people started acting strangely, drawing their swords and attacking each other. He was the only one who escaped. Meanwhile, an exhausted crow flies back to deliver an urgent message to its master. He immediately orders to his Hira, Jue Yuan, Shinobu, to the rescue. Zenitsu is still sitting there, lost in thought, only to be scolded by his sparrow. Being a coward is useless. Go support your comrades. He's pecked on the hand by the sparrow and wails. Why aren't you cute at all like Nezuko? Then, a light bulb goes off in his head as he remembers Nezuko is in the box on Tanjiro's back. He can't accept a sweet girl being brought into such a dangerous place. He dashes into the mountain to find Nezuko-chan. Over here, the outmanes of men control slayers are attacking Tanjiro and his two friends. Tanjiro realizes they're being manipulated. He and Dano Suchi quickly cut the threads. They have to find the puppeteer behind this. Tanjiro wants to use his keen sense of smell to pinpoint its location, but the smell is overwhelming every time he tries. Tanjiro hopes that if Inoue Yukai has some kind of ability to locate the demon, he will help him. Suddenly, a demon appears right in front of them, standing on threads under the moonlight. It says, "Don't interfere with my family's peaceful life. You'll soon be killed by mother." Inoue Yukai leaps up to slash it, but misses. It leaves while Tanjiro's group is still in chaos. Inoue Yukai then unleashes his ultimate skill. Beast breathing. 7th form. Spatial awareness. I found it. The demon stands high above, looking down, absolutely determined not to let anyone shatter her family's happiness. The bond between the 5 members cannot be severed. Zenitsu is searching for Nezuko-chan, panting from exhaustion. Murata says he'll hold off the controlled slayers and advises the 2 to leave quickly to find and eliminate the one behind this. Tanjiro thanks him and drags away an angry and Inoue Yukai who was just called Stinky Boar Mindhead. Inoue Yukai's senses are never wrong. The spider webs are getting thicker, proving they are getting closer to the demon. They stop when they see a female comrade, begging them not to come closer. Calls someone of a higher rank, or we'll all die. The mother demon is enjoying her puppet game when she suddenly freezes in fear. The child demon has found her. If you don't hurry up, I'll tell father. Hearing our UI's warning, she panics and frantically manipulates the spider threads. Her comrades plead, "Please, kill us. Free us from this physical pain." Fine by me. And OSUK isn't scared. If they wait any longer, everyone will die. But Tanjiro says he has a way. Tanjiro runs in circles, making the puppets follow him. Their threads get tangled. Then he flings them into the trees so that no one has to be killed. It's such a cool move that Inoue wants to try it too. Meanwhile, Zenitsu is crying out his friends' names. "I'm sorry." He and his sparrow continue their search for Nezuko-chan. On Tanjiro's side, the mother demon no longer needs her useless puppets. She uses her threads to cut their faces and snap the necks of those poor soldiers. All of Tanjiro and Inoue efforts seem to have been for nothing. The Kamadu boy kneels as a farewell to the unfortunate victims. Then the two continue their search for the demons controlling this mountain. Inoue leaps through the trees and spots a headless demon. "What the heck is this?" Tanjiro tells his friend to calm down. Try cutting diagonally from the right side of its neck down to its left hip and see what happens. Before he can finish, Inoue has already charged forward. Tanjiro saves Inoue life, and the Borm head once again feels a radiant summer sun in the gloomy forest. Tanjiro says, "Inoue, jump on my shoulders. Let's work together." They fight as one, severing its arms and then its legs. Inoue watches Tanjiro unleash the breath of water and realizes he's always quietly observing and steering everything according to plan. It's like an undercurrent flowing beneath a river. The boar head ends the fight with a final slash, severing its head. The demon slowly disintegrates, while Inoue grumbles, "If you can do it, so can I." Then, he charges and uses all his strength to throw Tanjiro into the air. He understands Inoue intention. Under the full moon, Tanjiro dives down and beheads the mother spider demon. Is it all about to end? But this will be a release for her. She raises her hands as if to receive a blessing from heaven. The scent of her peaceful acceptance of death moves Tanjiro. Was this life really so painful? Tanjiro immediately switches to his gentlest technique to end her life. Breath of water. 5th form blessed rain after the drought. Just as its name suggests. Like a healing rain in a drought, a cool stream of water glides across her neck, saving her tormented soul. It's a strike of mercy reserved for those who know repentance at the end, causing not a single bit of pain. In that instant, the demon seems to feel the gentle warmth of this world. Remembering her past of being abused by her spider demon husband while her children watched on inferiorly. Perhaps death is better. Looking up, she sees the gentle eyes of the red-haired boy. She remembers that when she was human, Someone had also looked at her with such gentle eyes. She says that a member of the 12 Kwayazuki is here before vanishing, leaving Tanjiro with one final message: be careful. If he can get a blood sample from someone so closely connected to Muzien, the chance for Nezuko to become human again will come a little sooner. With that thought, Tanjiro returns to meet up with Inosuke. He looks at his friend, covered in wounds, thinks of the slayers he couldn't save, and the pain scent of the demon from before. What in the world happened on this mountain? Tanjiro bandages Inosuke's wounds, suddenly remembering that demons don't live in packs. Why is there a demon family here? Meanwhile, Zenitsu is complaining about the path he's on, where every creature scares him to death. Grandpa, please save me from this nightmare. I'll endure any amount of training. After running for a while, Zenitsu wanders into the Spider Brothers' territory. He sees the bodies of his comrades hanging in midair, along with all sorts of human-headed spiders. It's so disgusting Zenitsu has to run. But the Spider Brother demon tells him he's about to die. Take a look at yourself. Zenitsu only now notices that, at some point, he was poison on his hand. The Spider Brother demon laughs maniacally. In less than half an hour, you'll turn into a spider just like them. First comes dizziness. Then, a pain so intense it feels like his organs are being crushed. Zenitsu cries in terror. He doesn't want to die like this. He climbs a tree to escape the spiders. He curses his fate. He doesn't have a girlfriend, and now his friends probably hate him too. He remembers the old days when he also climbed a tree to avoid training with his Gramps. His Gramps was the one who saved him from a pile of debt and took him in, giving him a place to call home, someone to care for and love him. Even though he never wanted to live in a place where he had to train like crazy to become a slayer, he had secretly practiced many times. He complained to the heavens about why he wasn't improving despite trying so hard. Unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning struck the tree, turning his hair yellow. The heavens had answered his question. Back in reality, in agony and about to die, he watches the spiders about to crawl up to him and faints, falling down, which makes the Spider Brother demon extremely confused. But it doesn't know how powerful Zenitsu becomes when he's asleep. He focuses his power, breath of the thunder, first form. Zenitsu remembers his Gramps' words: if you can only do one thing, you must master that one thing. Hone it to the peak of perfection. It's okay to cry. It's okay to run away, but you must never give up. He then remembers his senior, who despised him and thought it was a waste of time for their master to train someone as useless as him. Zenitsu wants to become someone who protects others, who brings peace to others. The Spider Brother demon realizes he's been holding a single stance this whole time and smirks at his own deduction that Slayer can only use one move. However, what's scary isn't failing to learn all the forms. What's scary is practicing one form hundreds of times. Zenitsu's eyes glow. Breath of thunder. First form thunderclap and flash. The air around him seems to vibrate. He powers up, sending the small spiders on him flying off. His body crackles with electricity, illuminating the demon's territory. Zenitsu moves at the speed of lightning, confusing the demon like a teleporting thunderbolt, creating a zigzag pattern in midair. Swiftly and decisively, he flies up and severs the demon's head. Under a full moon, as bright as the Mid-Autumn Sodom Festival, Zenitsu has brilliantly triumphed over himself and successfully fulfilled his duty as a demon slayer. He falls onto the floating house, his whole body racked with pain from the poison. Unable to move, Zenitsu looks up at the moon and counts down the final moments of his life. His sparrow, Shuntaro, comes to his side to comfort him, telling him he did a great job. He wants to apologize to his Gramps so much and also thinks of Tanjiro. An image of his Gramps appears in his mind, reminding him, you must not give up. Zenitsu resolves to use his breathing to slow the poison spreading through his body. At that moment, Tanjiro and Osuke, by the stream, suddenly hear the thunderous sound from before. He can't smell the charged air because the foul scent here is too strong. Unsure of what happened over there, Tanjiro advises Inosuke to go down the mountain because he's quite badly injured. But Lord Boar says no way. Injured? What injury? I'm as strong as an ox. They both suddenly see the sister spider demon on the other side of the stream and are about to give chase. But she quickly screams father, and the enormous father spider demon leaps down to attack them. With a hideous face and a terrifyingly huge body, he says he won't spare anyone who harms his family. Jiayu and Shinobu have arrived at the mountain, witnessing the bodies of slayers strewn across the ground. Assessing the situation, the chances of any survivors are close to zero. They cannot delay any longer. Shinobu strikes up a conversation with a distant and cold Jiayu. It's rare for Taira to be assigned at the same mission, so some small talk could strengthen their friendship. The two split up to complete their tasks. Tanjiro and Inosuke are still trying to attack the father spider demon, but their swords can't penetrate its skin. Inosuke is getting dizzy from blood loss, facing the demon's relentless pursuit. Tanjiro gets to shore and cuts down a large tree. hoping to pin it down. This life my situation forces him to use his strongest technique. Breath of water. 10th form constant flux. A powerful, massive current of water follows his blade as it strikes down. But unexpectedly, the demon lifts the tree and smacks him into the sky. Tanjiro flies far away, trying to shout, "Inosuke, just hang on until I get back. Don't you dare die. Be careful, he's one of the 12. Kazuki. Meanwhile, Zenitsu is about to fall into a coma. They say that when you're about to die, you start to hallucinate. That must be why he's seeing a woman as gentle as a butterfly under the moonlight, softly flying to his side. As for Tanjiro, he flew hundreds of meters, trying to use a technique to land more gently. Luckily, he's safe. He hears the panic sounds of the sister spider demon nearby, and is surprised, since they're supposed to be allies. Why is that child being violent with the sister demon? Ryui says that you shouldn't compare them to something as fragile as allies. Their family bond is strong and deep. This is their private family matter. Tanjiro says that allies and family are both precious. A bond is fragile just because you're not related by blood? Ridiculous. People with strong bonds emit a scent of trust. But between you two, there's only fear and hatred. It's all fake. Suddenly, another slayer approaches, boasting that he'll kill the demon, rise in rank, and get a huge reward. Tanjiro warns him not to get any closer. But he can't prevent the painful end, as threads slice the man's body into pieces. While Tanjiro is still horrified by the massacre before him, Ryui turns around. He emits a killing intent that makes him shudder. The pressure makes the air feel heavy, as if it's a tangible object being crushed. Ryui wants him to repeat what he just said. Without fear, Tanjiro repeats it once more. The bond between you is fake. Inosuke knows he can't defeat the father demon through normal means. He hides, knowing it's pathetic. But safety first, right? He was about to run and wait for Tanjiro to come back. But the pride of the Lord of the Mountains won't allow it. He charges out to fight it again. Tanjiro's fight with Ryui is just as difficult. He says he'll cut him into 100 pieces and then tear him apart. If he takes back his words, he'll be granted a swift end. No way will Tanjiro take it back. Because he said nothing wrong. The one with a twisted and arrogant perception of righteousness is Ryui. On Inosuke's side, he's chasing the fleeing demon. Why is he climbing a tree and shaking like a leaf? Inosuke thinks it's scared of him and acts very proud. But who knew it would shed its skin? With this upgraded body, how can he possibly win? Now, our Lord Boar is truly helpless. Dropping his swords and waiting for death, he suddenly remembers Tanjiro's words and the kindness of the old woman from the Wisteria house. As if regaining his will to fight and continuing to try, Inosuke swings his swords for a while. Breath of the beast, third fawn. But, unexpectedly, both his swords break in half. He's knocked into a large tree and is exhausted. The demon grips his head in midair. Inosuke tries to stab his broken swords into its neck, but can't lift his arm for another strike. In his final moments, he sees a fleeting image of a woman. She says, "I'm sorry, Mom." He also sees Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and the old woman, people he just met. Yet they showed him what it felt like to be cared for. Just as he thinks his life is over, the water has Hira. Tomioka arrives in time. He slashes the arm that was about to crush Inosuke's head, successfully pulling him back from the brink of death. The demon charges while Giyu unleashes the breath of water. Fourth, form striking tide. A wave crashes like a rising tide. With just a few basic sword dances, he defeats it. Inosuke witnesses this magnificent sight, his heart filled with awe. It's the first time he's ever seen someone so strong. Meanwhile, Tanjiro's senses are gradually clearing as the filth in the forest dissipates. He can now smell the threads. Without any more hesitation, he moves forward to engage the enemy. When Tanjiro finds an opening in the demon's threads, and his sword touches them, Ryui's threads snap his blade in two. Tanjiro is stunned as he gets a cut across the bridge of his nose. Meanwhile, Inosuke is extremely excited and eager to duel the water has Hira. Because Giyu defeated that demon, if he defeats Giyu by the transitive property, he will become the strongest. Giyu ties Inosuke to a tree for being an annoying loudmouth challenging as Hira, then leaves, making Inosuke's brain take a few seconds to process how quickly he'd been tied up. As for Zenitsu, the girl approaches and asks if he's still conscious and who this Gramps he's calling for is. She says there's a theory that before people die, they often replay their memories like a film in their minds, because they're afraid to face reality and death. Only by living in old illusions and past experiences can they find some comfort. She says she can't understand it since she's never faced the door of life and death. Then gently injects Zenitsu with medicine and tells him he did a great job. As for the other comrades hanging nearby, it's all right now. My support team and I are here. You will be saved. Only then does Zenitsu peacefully close his eyes to rest. Tanjiro's sword is broken, all the way to the hilt. He can't believe the threads of the child in front of him are even tougher than the skin of the demon from before. He apologizes to his master and the swordsmith for his inexperience. The threads attack again. Tanjiro regains his focus on the fight. Ryui cast a web, determined to tear Tanjiro into 100 tiny pieces. Just as he thinks he can't dodge, blood splatters everywhere. But surprisingly, it's Nezuko's blood. She appeared and used her body to shield her brother. Tanjiro quickly pulls her to a corner. I'm sorry that you had to do that for me. Ryui is enraged when he sees the siblings. Even though the sister was turned into a demon, she still travels with her brother and sacrifices herself for him. That agitates him tremendously. Tanjiro tries to reattach his sister's nearly severed arm. A bitter feeling he can't put into words, welling up inside him. The sister spider demon sees how excited Ryui is by the Komodo siblings' bond, and frantically says, "But I'm your sister," only to be sliced into several pieces by him. He angrily scolds them. You never fulfill your roles. Knowing her place, she obeys his command to go kill the humans in the mountain, leaving only Ryui. He says he is deeply moved by the noble bond of the Komodo siblings. If Tanjiro just hands over his sister to him, he'll spare his life. Tanjiro would rather die. My sister isn't an object. She has her own feelings and will. How could I let my own flesh and blood fall into the hands of a cold-blooded, crazed demon like you? I'll take your head first. In return, he gets a scornful laugh. Ryui pulls his hair back, revealing the kanji for lower 5 carved into his eye. So he's the real 12 Kizuki. Now, let's see how you plan to kill a member of the 12 Kizuki. He taunts. To him, everyone in the family has a specific role. Anyone who fails to fulfill their role will be eliminated. He asks Tanjiro what his role is. It's to hand over your sister and then disappear. Otherwise, you'll die. The eldest Komodo sibling faces immense psychological pressure. In a flash, Ryui pulls Nezuko toward him with his threads. Tanjiro is furious and screams at him to let his sister go. Nezuko fights back, scratching his face. So he hungs her up high. Tanjiro watches his sister bleeding from the threads, his pain multiplying. Ryui says, "What's there to worry about? Nezuko's a demon. She'll recover sooner or later. I have to teach my sister a lesson about the rules of the house. And if she's not obedient, I'll just leave her hanging there, waiting until the sun's rays burn her to ash." When you love and care for someone, you feel pain even if they just get a scratch. And Nezuko is Tanjiro's beloved sister, the only family he has left in this world. Tanjiro can't stand seeing his sister tortured and recklessly charges at Ryui, who beats him mercilessly and sends him flying. Nezuko watches her injured brother and screams, only to be squeezed tighter by Ryui's threats. Besides, she's his sister now. Yet she reacts so strongly for a human like Tanjiro. Nezuko is in agony, then sinks into sleep. Tanjiro resolves to use the breath of water and charge at the enemy. In an instant, blood-red threads appear. He knows they are no ordinary threads that can be easily cut, but he has no path of retreat. He must fight to save his sister. He only has one choice. In this moment of life and death, old memories surface in Tanjiro's mind. The sacred dance on cold winter days when snow covered the ground, which his father used to perform. The words of guidance for him to inherit the breath, the earrings, and the family ritual that his frail father once spoke of. He still held them dear in his heart. Tanjiro feels like he's found the way forward. He breathes deeply, maintaining his breath, trying to replicate what he once saw the Hino Kami Kaguera. The breath of water transforms into a raging fire dragon, surging forward with fury, breaking through and incinerating the threads. He has to give it his all while he still can. He can't stop. He must push forward to protect Nezuko. The fire dragon glows a fierce, brilliant red, illuminating a large patch of the dark forest. I see it. The thread. I have to cut it now. Nezuko, lost in a dream, suddenly hears her mother's voice calling. Wake up for your brother, my child. If not, your brother will die. Nezuko opens her eyes and, for the first time, unleashes her own blood demon art. Exploding blood. Her blood travels along the threads, burning their master's very cells. At the same time, the red flame soothes and does not harm humans, supporting her brother's advance. Tanjiro takes the remaining piece of his sword and powerfully slashes off Ryui's head while making an eternal declaration. The bond between Nezuko and me cannot be severed by anyone. Everything ends as the last embers glow brilliantly in the air and Ryui has seemingly been defeated. Is it all over? Ryui's head falls, and so does Nezuko's body, escaping the threads and falling to the ground. Tanjiro was dizzy from breathing too hard. His whole body ached, but he had to force himself to keep fighting, to go back and help his comrade. And no Kothi was in danger. Oh wait, he couldn't smell the scent like he had in previous fights. This meant Ryui wasn't. Before he could even think, Ryui's body stood up. He said he'd used his threads to cut off his own head before the blade could touch his neck. That meant he wasn't dead. It was all just the naive dream of a child. Tanjiro was truly devastated. He had pushed himself to the point where his limbs had no strength left to move, let alone hold his sword. And yet it still wasn't over. He crawled relentlessly toward his sister. He had to get up. Get up. Ryui was furious. Why did Nezuko's flames burn his body so painfully, while Tanjiro felt nothing at all? His disgust grew, and he decided to abandon any negotiation. Family bonds. He would kill them both, as Ryui's web of threads was about to tear Tanjiro into 100 pieces. Ju appeared, telling him he had held on well and to leave the rest to him. Tanjiro stared at his back in disbelief. The water has Hyra. Jiu. Unleash water breathing. 11th from low. Tanjiro realized this was a form he had created himself. Because water breathing originally had only 10 forms. Jiu pulled his enemy into a vast space of rolling waves. And then suddenly, the roaring, violent ocean waves disappeared, leaving only a stretch of calm water so still it seemed incapable of holding even the faintest sound, mesmerizing his opponent into losing their guard. This was the difference in Hyra's class. Jiu took Ryui's head in an instant. Meanwhile, the sister spider demon ran in a panic. She remembered being hunted by demon slayers, only to be saved by Ryui on the condition that she become a member of his family. Perhaps Ryui was the only demon Muzan indulged enough to allow him to play this family game. She drank a cup of blood from Ryui, forging a familial bond with him. Someone in the group said they were just a fake family and would eventually suffer a painful end. She had wanted to escape with her, but she betrayed that friend. She told Ryui everything, letting the other female demon receive the punishment of being burned to death by the sun. She knew she had to play her role perfectly and was far luckier than the mother or other fools who dared to disobey. She glanced ahead and saw a demon slayer swinging her arm to trap Murata in a cocoon. But unfortunately for her, Shinobu was already there. She offered a friendly greeting, then dodged the threads as gracefully as a butterfly, gently kicking the demon down a slope before pinning her to the ground. Shinobu wanted to befriend a demon, but it seemed the sister spider wasn't interested. She knew this female slayer was no ordinary foe and begged for her life. Shinobu gave a gentle smile and asked how many people she had killed. After listening to the spider demon's lies, she mentioned the over 14 cocoons, proving the 14 lives Shinobu saw she had taken upon arriving. Now they could no longer be friends. Shinobu unleashed her insect breathing, and hundreds of small butterflies fluttered by like a fleeting, poetic moment. A sweet butterfly landed on the demon's hand, carrying a stinging poison. But the sister spider, unaware, scorned Shinobu for not being able to behead a demon and due to her weak arm strength. Before she could raise her hand to attack, she collapsed and died. Shinobu introduced herself with a flourish of her sword as the insect has Hyra, who uses poison to take a demon's life. Her methods may be different from others in the Demon Slayer Corps, but her skills were undeniably worthy of Hyra, proving she was exceptionally elite. She rescued Murata from the cocoon and said, "Don't worry, the demon whose head wasn't cut off has died from Wisteria poison." Shinobu thought about finding the demon controlling her, but figured Tomioka was already one step ahead of her. Meanwhile, Ryui recalled the memories of why he wanted to play family. As a human, he had a frail body. Watching his friends play in the snow, his heart filled with longing. One day, a stranger appeared at his door, saying he would help him attain his deepest wish. But his parents were not pleased, because once Ryui gained a strong body, he could no longer be in the sun and was forced to eat humans. Ryui wondered why his father wasn't fulfilling his duty like the father in a story he'd heard about, who had drowned saving his child. Why was his father holding a knife, about to kill him? And his mother just cried and didn't protect him. So he killed them both. Ryui believed the bond with his family wasn't real. But then he heard his mother's words, apologizing for not being able to give him a healthy body. He realized he had been too naive to understand his parents' plan to go to hell with him to atone for his sin of murder. The real bond was severed by his own hands that night. He always longed to see his parents again, which is why he played this fake game. But perhaps that was no longer possible. Tanjiro could smell that this small body carried a scent of sorrow so overwhelming, it could no longer be contained. He reached out his hand to comfort him. The warmth from that hand made him feel incredibly warm. Perhaps he would have to go alone now, unable to reach the heaven where his parents were. But unexpectedly, his parents appeared, willing to go down to hell with him to atone for his past sins. Jiayu stepped on his robes and said, "Tanjiro, don't sympathize with man-eating demons. For hundreds of years, they have always been cold-blooded and cruel creatures." He replied firmly, "To avenge the victims, I will of course behead demons. But demons also have their own pain. If they show remorse, I will not trample on them." Juhyu, his face emotional as, didn't reply, then looked at the girl with the bamboo muzzle in Tanjiro's arms. His eyes widened in surprise, as if he suddenly remembered the children from his past. At that moment, fluttering butterflies in the air signaled the arrival of the insect as Hira Shinobu, who appeared to attack Nezuko. Luckily, Juiyu managed to stop her in time. She was shocked that her comrade was protecting a demon without any explanation, and told Tanjiro to get away because that thing was dangerous. The boy then explained this was his little sister. Shinobu understood. She concluded she would kill the girl with the gentlest poison, so a passing would be painless. Juiyu told Tanjiro that if he could still move, he should take his sister and run, while he stayed behind to hold Shinobu off. She said that as Hira covering for a demon is a violation of the core rules. According to regulations, she could kill Juiyu right here. Of course, Shinobu wouldn't do that. She said her goodbyes and leapt across the treetops of the ancient trees to chase the Komodo siblings. Juiyu also chased after her to hold her back, though Shinobu didn't comment on his baffling violation. She said that even if Juiyu stopped her, he shouldn't forget there was still one other person here. Juiyu jumped up, determined not to let Shinobu kill that demon's sister. As for Tanjiro, he ran through the forest with his sister, his thoughts a tangled mess. Would he be expelled from the organization? Even though they were siblings, traveling with the demon was against the Demon Slayer core rules. Just as they thought they could escape, a girl leapt down and attacked. She kicked Tanjiro unconscious before he could tell his sister to run away. She almost cut Nezuko, but his sister suddenly shrank. The two of them played a game of chase in the forest for a while. The girl wondered why a demon like Nezuko didn't fight back and only focused on escaping. But in the end, she decided it was too much effort to think about. According to core orders, if you see a demon, you slay it. As for Juiyu, he had Shinobu in a headlock. Even though she said she wanted to hear his explanation, Juiyu found it hard to speak. Ju said it was about something that happened 2 years ago. This kind of rambling about the past didn't interest Shinobu in the slightest. A person's patience has its limits. Shinobu, now annoyed, was preparing to pull out the knife in her boot and attack Juiyu head-on. Luckily, a crow's call came just in time to end the two Hashira's squabble. By order of the master, bring Tanjiro and Nezuko back to the estate. Tanjiro Harikyo, with a scar on his forehead. Nezuko, the female demon with a bamboo muzzle. The rescue team found Tanjiro with a broken jaw, while another group rescued a Nosuke, who was hanging from a tree. As for Zenitsu, he had already been bandaged and had woken up. He recognized the girl as someone from his final selection exam, and she was wearing a pin similar to the one the woman who saved him had. She was instructing troops to clean up the battlefield and take the injured back to the Butterfly Mansion. Everyone hurried with their tasks, as if death was just a fleeting illusion. As dawn broke, casting warm rays of light over the mournful forest, the previous night's battle came to an end. Some people were gone forever. A new day arrived, and they had survived to return. When Tanjiro woke up, he saw unfamiliar faces before him. They were the Hashira, the strongest members of the Demon Slayer Corps. The trial began. While waiting for the master's judgment, Shinobu wanted to listen to the young Komodo's story, but a loud voice interrupted, saying that harboring a demon violates the core rules. They could handle it themselves. Just behead him, along with the demon. The first to speak was the flame Hashira, Reinoku Kyojuro, a man with brilliant golden hair and a gaze as determined and fiery as a flame. The sound Hashira, Yuzui Tengen, his head adorned with jewels, added, then let me behead them flamboyantly. The love Hashira, Kinar Oji him my Tisuri, who gives her love to the entire world, couldn't help but lament that beheading such a cute child was truly heartbreaking. Nearby, the towering stone Hashira, Himeji Maju Iome, clasped his hands and shed tears, feeling that this child was so pitiful. Just a beheading would free him from any more of this world's pain. The mist Hashira, Tokitamu Ichiro, seemed unconcerned, merely looking up at the blue sky, wondering what color that cloud was. Tanjiro scanned the area, searching for Nezuko, ignoring the comments from the crowd, and Zenitsu and Inosuke. Where was everyone? The serpent Hashira, Iguro Obanai, spoke harshly from a tree with an annoyed expression, saying, to deal with the Komodo siblings later. The important thing was the water Hashira, Tomioka Jinio, who had protected them. As a Hashira who went against the rules of the organization, the other slayers would follow his bad example, so they should deal with him first. The insect Hashira, Kocho Shinobu, said that since he had returned to headquarters with her, his punishment could wait. She wanted to hear the boy's story first. Tanjiro opened his mouth to explain, but his throat was raw with pain. Shinobu gave the boy some water containing the painkiller. Only then could Tanjiro speak clearly. Nezuko is my sister. My family was murdered by a demon. Even though Nezuko became a demon, she has never eaten a human. Not then, not now, and not ever. Iguro immediately cut him off, saying it's only natural for family to protect each other. I don't believe such nonsense. Amijima shed tears again. This child has been possessed by a demon. We must quickly kill this poor child to set him free. Tanjiro tried to explain again. I became a swordsman to save my sister. For the past 2 years, she has not once eaten a human. Yuzui cursed outright. Your story is going in circles and is bland as hell. You fool. If you're so good, prove it. MIT Suri said that they should wait for the master to arrive to resolve this. Handling it themselves didn't seem right. Tanjiro continued, insisting that the two of them have fought side to protect people as demon slayers. The wind is Hira. Shinazuka Wasan EMI approached with a box in hand. Despite Akakushi telling him to stop, Shinobu spoke sternly. Don't act on your own. Wait for the master to arrive. That's an aim I wouldn't have it. A swordsman and a demon working together to protect people? Unheard of. He then drew his sword and stabbed Nezuko in one go. Tanjiro flew into a rage. If you harm my sister, I won't forgive you. Even if you're as Hira. Jiayu announced that the master was about to arrive. Senhimai, distracted, received a staggering headbutt from Tanjiro. My Tsuri let out a giggle and quickly apologized, drawing everyone's attention. Tanjiro immediately shielded his sister. Iguro was still observing from above. Even with Tomioka's intervention, Thebid still managed to headbutts and eat my hard enough to make his nose bleed. He was no ordinary boy. Tanjiro growled. How can you call yourself as Hira if you can't tell the difference between a good demon and a bad one? Senhimai gave a cruel smile, putting his sword to the boy's neck, intending to finish off this insolent kid. But the master had arrived. Tanjiro turned and looked up, seeing that his face was strange. Was it an injury? No. It seemed to be an illness. Immediately, Tanjiro's head was pushed to the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw that everyone was already kneeling respectfully to greet the master. The wind, as Hira spoke first. We are pleased to see you in good health. Master, we pray for your continued fortune and longevity, which made MIT Suri admire him, as she also wanted to greet the master and be thanked in return. Sanimai asked him about the two children. The master replied that he had already accepted Tanjiro and Nezuko, and he hoped they would all do the same. The Hira were stunned, and split into factions, those who agreed and those who opposed. 5 out of the 9 Hira disagreed with the master's decision. Himejima, the eldest of the Hira, said that even though the master had approved, he could not understand it. Yuzui also flamboyantly objected, refusing to accept such a contradictory situation. Renoka stated clearly that he respected the master from the bottom of his heart, but because he couldn't understand his thinking, he was completely opposed. Iguro, who had always hated demons, would never trust those cold-blooded creatures. Senimho was the last to speak, pleading, Master, please execute the demon, the rule-breaking kid. We must do this to reinforce the faith of the Hira, whom you cherish as your own children. He also asked for a reasonable explanation for this exceptional treatment, which was nearly the first and only time in the history of the Demon Slayer Corps. The master's daughter read a letter from the former water as Hira. You are Okodakai. To the master. The letter clearly stated to please spare the Kamadu siblings. Nezuko had never eaten a human. The girl was a rare phenomenon, almost an exceptional miracle, who only slept to maintain her energy and never touched mortal flesh and blood. Therefore, he begged him to spare the two pitiful children. If in the future, the girl were to slaughter innocent people, then 3 people Kamadu Tanjiro. You are Okodakai Sakanji. And Tomioka Jiayu would commit seppuku to atone for the sin. Tanjiro suddenly burst into tears, moved by the great debt he owed to Master You are Okodakai Jiayu. The final sentence pierced the hearts of everyone there with a bittersweet sorrow. However, Sanimai immediately retorted, it's natural to pay for murder with one's life, but can an innocent life be brought back? If you want to die so badly, then just go ahead and die. Reinoku agreed with Shinazugawa. Murder cannot be undone, the dead cannot be brought back. The master understood. There was no concrete proof to guarantee Nezuko wouldn't attack humans in the future. But he continued, there is also no proof that she will eat humans. This left Senimai and Kyojuro speechless for a moment. There was one more thing. The master said that Tanjiro had encountered Kibutsuji Museum. This stunned all the Hira. A mere kid had met the Demon King. They all clamored to know where, how, and what he looked like. The chaos was so great that the master had to signal for order. For the first time, Yuzian had to personally send his subordinates to hunt Tanjiro down. He feared something had happened with Nezuko that Yuzian had not anticipated, but Senimai still refused to understand. Sparing a human was one thing, but a demon? Never. So many comrades had fallen to savage demons, and so many innocent people had died in agony. He cut his own arm, letting his rare blood flow into the box, determined to expose this demon's bloodthirsty nature. Obanai said that a demon won't come out during the day. It's afraid of the sun. So Senimai, apologizing for his rudeness, jumped into the shade of the house. Sure enough, Nezuko emerged from the box. Faced with the alluring temptation of human blood, especially the most delicious kind, how would Nezuko react? Tenjiro wanted to rush forward but was pinned to the ground by OpenAI. All the Hire watched intently as the demon girl Nezuko was put to the test. Tanjiro screamed and snapped his bonds. Jiuyu grabbed OpenAI's arm. And so, Tanjiro managed to escape his grasp and rushed to the veranda. He called out Nezuko's name. His sister seemed to see a memory of that snowy day. Her brother protecting her from Hire's blade, saying she was different from other demons. And also, happy memories with their family. The gentle eyes of their parents, the innocent smiles of their younger siblings, and the kindness of their big brother. Humans are your family, Nezuko. She remembered that and turned her head away, refusing the fresh blood that was calling to her. And so it was proven. The master told Tanjiro, from now on, you and Nezuko must fight to help the organization and earn everyone's trust. Tanjiro immediately bowed his head in thanks. He said that he and Nezuko would definitely defeat Ki but Sujin Musean. We will sever this 1,000-year chain of sorrow. The master gently replied. Not yet, first. Try to behead one of the 12 Kizuki. This made him blush with embarrassment. And the Hire couldn't help but laugh. He told Emi and OpenAI not to be too hard on the children. And so, the matter was settled. Shinobu called for someone to take Tenjiro to the butterfly mansion for treatment. But the boy really wanted to give that scarred man a few more headbutts. Just then, Muichiro, who had been uninterested, tossed a few pebbles at him for interrupting while the master was speaking. So, he obediently got on the back of a kakushi and was taken to the butterfly mansion. In the mansion filled with fluttering butterflies was a girl. That was Shinobu Tsujuko, named Tsuyuri Kano. Tenjiro realized it was the girl from his final selection exam. She was a girl, but really skilled. At that moment, a girl with pigtails appeared behind them and guided Tanjiro to the infirmary. As the two met again, Zenitsu and Inoue Yukai were also there. Zenitsu was poisoned, so his limbs had shrunken. But with time and medicine, they would recover. Inoue Yukai was injured more severely. His throat was torn, so he couldn't talk much. Tanjiro apologized, saying if he had returned to help, his friend wouldn't have been so badly hurt. Inoue Yukai suddenly said, I'm sorry, because I was weak, surprising his two friends, who quickly tried to lift the Warlord's spirits. Why so down, my friend? This isn't like you at all. Tanjiro felt so lucky that his two friends were still alive. As the sun began to set, Nezuko crawled out of her box. Tanjiro thanked his sister for risking her life to save him in last night's battle. He told her about how their master and Giu had bet their lives for them, and about his deep gratitude to them and to the master, whose voice could soothe souls, who had spared their lives. Tanjiro saw his sister had already fallen fast asleep. He said that no matter how painful and heartbreaking it was, he had to keep trying, because one day, he would become an adult, then grow old and die. At that time, the demon Nezuko would have to live all alone. Your big brother will definitely turn you back into a human. Meanwhile, the Hire meeting was taking place in the master's residence. The Demon Slayer Corps was short on manpower, but what they needed was quality over quantity. That kid from this morning seems pretty good. Renoku agreed to have just joined the Demon Slayer Corps and already encountered one of the 12 Kizuki. Such a rare opportunity was something to be a little envious of. The master was pensive. The demons were still freely eating people. For those who had fallen, there was only one thing they could do. He believed that the Hire gathered here were the most elite generation since the first breathing style users of the Sengoku period. Yuzumi Tengen, Renoku Kyojuro, Kocho Shinobu, Kinar Oj, Mighty Suri, Tokidamu Ichiro, Himiji Maji Yome, Shinazuga Wasani Igoro OpenAI, Tomioka Juyu. I have high expectations for your success. When the lights were out, the master sat there with unwavering resolve. They would surely defeat Ki Butsuji, Yuzian, the Flame Hire, Reno Kuajuro, bid farewell to the master and set off on a mission. The insect Hire, Shinobu approached to ask about it. According to Kyojuro, the situation was extremely serious. It seemed to be one of the 12 Kizuki. But with Renoku and Sengo as backup, everything should be fine. The Flame Hire asked about her too, KO, and Shinobu said she wouldn't take young Tanjiro away. At that, the Flame Hire laughed heartily, then turned and walked away, his cape billowing in the wind. As he went off to battle, Shinobu simply said one thing: take care. Tanjiro drank his medicine every day and was gradually getting better. Today, Murata came to visit them, telling them about how Shinobu Maya-sama had saved his life. Murata, still traumatized, recalled the Hire's discussions. Something about how the Slayers have gotten so weak lately, and even disobeying orders. Why are the Hire telling me this stuff? They're so scary. But he didn't expect Shinobu to be standing right behind him, talking badly about the Hezhira. Are we? You've got guts. But Shinobu wasn't one to hold a grudge, and he quickly excused himself. Tenryou said that the three of them were in better condition, so Shinobu started the kids on their functional recovery training. Zenitsu's limbs hadn't recovered yet, so he couldn't start, while his two friends had to get to work. Zenitsu still remembered how Shinobu had treated those who had been turned into spiders. She looked just like a goddess. Then he saw his two friends return, looking even more wrecked than before. The training must have been terrible. But when it was Zenitsu's day to train, he screamed that it was clearly heaven. The reflex training pitted them against Kanao as an opponent for the three of them. But before that, his two friends were beaten to a pulp, while he was just spouting nonsense about girls. Let's just skip this part. Anyway, back to training. Watani's reflexes were good, but being too much of a pervert will get you punched. However, in the reflex game, all three of them lost to Kanao. She exuded an aura of a higher class than them. Tenryou didn't understand why he kept losing until the three little girls at the mansion told him. He learned that he needed to maintain total concentration breathing, day and night. And so, Tenryou began to train that way. Although at first, it was so difficult he thought he might die. He gradually got better day by day. That night, Tenryou was meditating on the roof. He was so focused he didn't notice Shinobu was nearby. She made some small talk. Tenryou wondered why she brought the three of them here. Shinobu replied that Nizuko's existence had been acknowledged. The three of them needed treatment, and she couldn't trust her dream to Tenryou. It was the dream of befriending a demon. Tenryou noticed a scent of anger coming from Shinobu. She was startled. It was true. It had always been there. Shinobu said bitterly that ever since her older sister was killed by a demon, witnessing the tears of those who had their loved ones stolen by demons, or hearing their cries of despair, the resentment within Shinobu seemed to pile up. Deep in her heart, there was always an unquenchable resentment, and it grew larger with each passing year. Surely the other Hezhira felt the same way. However, this was the first time they had witnessed a demon that didn't eat people, and they would remember her presence. The master wished for it, so no one would touch Nizuko. The girl would be safe. Shinobu continued. My older sister was a kind and gentle person, just like you, Tenryou. She sympathized with demons, and even as she was dying, she pitied them. But I can't be like that. Pitying demons who kill people. It's foolish. But if those were her feelings, Shinobu would keep them with her, to not extinguish the smile that her sister always loved. Shinobu vowed to wear an identical smile on her face. So fake and yet so gentle. But she was getting a little tired of it, because demons are selfish, cruel, and deceitful. Shinobu stood up and said, keep up the good work, Tenryou. Protect Nizuko well. Seeing him trying so hard in her stead put her at ease. And then she left. Tenryou stayed, continuing his concentration breathing, remembering his family who died in agony. He promised to turn Nizuko back into a human. Tenryou gave a whip to the three little girls, asking them to help him train. If he stopped his breathing concentration at night, they should just whip him. And indeed, they beat him awake. Today, only Tenryou came to train because Zenitsu and Inosuke had run off. He trained from morning till evening without a break, until he took the reflex test and almost won. Seeing Tenryou training so hard, Zenitsu and Inosuke felt they needed to act too. They couldn't just stay put. They both went to Shinobu for guidance. And so, their training to maintain concentration breathing all day and night began. Shinobu asked Kina why she didn't train with her friends. The girl just bowed her head and, from a distance, tossed a coin. Kinao's past was one of abuse. She went through days of hunger, sadness, and hopelessness to the point where she felt nothing anymore. Being beaten or sold didn't make her sad. That day, on a bridge, Kenny and Shinobu bought the grimy child. Shinobu washed her, and they helped her change into nice clothes. But then Shinobu told her sister in frustration, this girl is so strange. You have to tell her to do everything. She won't do it on her own. She won't even eat when she's hungry. Kenny said she liked Shinobu's smile and that she shouldn't frown. When given a chance, people will open their hearts to each other, so don't worry. Kanai gave Kanao a coin. Back in the present, Kanao still held the coin in her hand. Meanwhile, Tenryou called Inosuke out to get his new swords. Haganzachi immediately ran over, wanting to skewer Tenryou for daring to break his precious sword. Tenryou apologized and ran for his life, or he'd really get stabbed. The other man explained that Haganzachi loves swords so much, which is why he acts like that. He introduced himself as Kanamori, the one who forged Inosuke's swords. Before they could even talk, Inosuke took a rock and started chipping his swords. That's what you call the wild style of the king of the mountains. Tenryou had to hold Kanamori back with all his might, lest a murder happen right there. Tenryou bowed and apologized on behalf of his boar-hen-headed friend. In the following days, Tenyiro's speed increased dramatically. He defeated Kano in all the training exercises. How could Zenitsu and No Suk fall behind? They had to train even harder. Tenjiro went to Shinobu's clinic. It seemed he had fully recovered. Tenjiro asked her if she knew about the Hino Kami Kagura. Unfortunately, she didn't. What about the breath of fire? Shinobu had only heard of the breath of flame. Never the breath of fire. Perhaps Rinoku and Sam would know more. But he was away on a mission. Tanjiro returned to watch Nezuko sleep soundly. He told her he was about to go on a new mission, and that Zenitsu and No Suk might come along. He had to try harder to get a blood sample. Suddenly, he heard his sister say, "Big brother will be okay." Tanjiro felt somewhat comforted. He would definitely succeed. The night train, what terrifying force awaited them on board. A few months prior, the gathering of all the lower moons at the Infinity Castle, summoned by the sound of a female demon's biwa. They all realized there were some they had never met in their lives. Only Lower Moon 5 had yet to arrive. Then they looked up and saw a demon woman in a black kimono with red eyes looking down at them. She ordered them all to bow in submission, and they immediately knelt. It was Lord Muzi-An's voice. But his appearance and aura were completely different. His ability to disguise himself was incredible. Lower Moon 5, or UI, had been beheaded by Hazhira. Muzi questioned why the lower moons were so weak now. Today's meeting was to purge them all. This was a purge. Muzi's bloodbath began and ended in the blink of an eye. No one could escape. Only Lower Moon 1, Enmu, remained. His adoration for Muzi absolute. He was given a chance by the Demon King to prove his usefulness. Muzi gave Enmu a large amount of blood and ordered him to kill all the Hazhira. If he could kill the swordsman with the Hanfu de earrings, he would be rewarded with even more blood. Enmu died in ecstasy and fell from the Infinity Castle. He would definitely kill the Hazhira and that boy. Before dawn, a crow called for Kamaboko to wake up. Casualties on the Mugen train were increasing. More than 40 people had gone missing. The main mission was to support Train Okujuro and head west. It turned out Shinobu had recommended him to the master for this mission. Tanjiro's family used the breath of fire. Perhaps by following Rin Okuan-sen, the boy would find the right path. Tanjiro was excited about the upcoming mission when he met the scarred-faced boy from the final selection again. In just a few months, he had grown so tall. Tanjiro greeted him loudly, but the person didn't even turn his head to look. He said goodbye to Ao before leaving. He thanked her and everyone else for their dedication during their stay. Aoi said there was no need to thank her. She was lucky to have survived the final selection and was now too scared to hold a sword and fight. She was just a coward. Tanjiro said why should that matter? Aoi had helped him. He cherished her feelings and would carry them with him onto the battlefield. Tanjiro also said goodbye to Kano. He found it strange that she was flipping a coin. It was the first time he'd ever heard her speak. Kano said she didn't know what to decide. So she let the coin decide for her. So Tanjiro grabbed the coin and said, "From now on, maybe Kano should listen to her own heart. If it's heads, she had to live according to her heart's desire, and it was indeed heads." Tanjiro said goodbye to Kano. She asked how he knew the coin would be heads. Tanjiro smiled like the sun and said that if it had been tails, he would have kept flipping it until it was heads. From then on, a summer sun bloomed in Kano's heart. Could it be that Kano had fallen in love at first sight? Tanjiro said goodbye to his friend and set off. Kamaboko had managed to break a giant gourd with his breath and received some rice balls for the road. Tanjiro said he would do his best. He caught a glimpse of Tomioka standing ahead and ran to thank him for what he did for Nezuko. Jimayu replied, "If you want to thank me, then do your job properly. The mission of a demon slayer is to destroy demons." Then he disappeared. The three of them said goodbye to the girls and set off. And No Suk and Tanjiro, being from the mountains, saw a train for the first time and thought it was a strange creature. Leaving Zenitsu exasperated, and No Suk even head-butted it, causing a commotion that attracted police attention. They saw three children with swords and gave chase. After all, this was the Taisho era. Public order was strict. Tanjiro and Zenitsu immediately grabbed a No Suk and ran for their lives. The boarhead grumbled, asking why they had to be afraid of the police. Because the Demon Slayer Corps isn't recognized by the government. It's just a private organization operating outside the law. You can't just carry swords around openly. In short, hide your swords behind your back. And No Suk, of course, hid it as if he wasn't hiding it at all. The train was about to depart. And No Suk and Tanjiro quickly jumped on, pulling Zenitsu up with them. And No Suk was extremely excited by the overwhelming speed of this strange creature called a train. Zenitsu asked White and Yuro didn't leave his sister at headquarters. He replied that he and Nezuko would never be separated again. The flame Hazhira, Reinoku Kyojuro, was already on the train. What awaited them ahead? Was it glory or tragedy? Happiness and sorrow? Sweet dreams and cruel reality? The train continued to run through the silent night. And then it became a part of their memories. Today, the sky was clear and blue. The master himself had made the journey to the resting place of the fallen demon slayers to pay his respects and to soothe their lingering resentment toward the demons in this world. This month, there had been 7 reports of damage caused by demons. Thinking of the members of the Demon Slayer Corps active on the front lines, the master was certain that no matter how many lives the demons took or how much fear they plunged people into, they could never extinguish their emotions and their spirit of resistance. The setting for the story is a train station. There, the trio of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inoue Kai were trying to figure out how to sneak on board. Inoue, bloodthirsty, was determined to compete with the Iron Beast before him. Since this young man had more guts than brains, Tanjiro and Zenitsu had to act quickly. Although they faced some difficulty as novice fair dodgers, in the end, thanks to the help of his comrade, Zenitsu managed to get on board safely. As soon as they entered the passenger car, Inoue was like a country boy in the city for the first time, excitedly running to the window to see the train's speed, while his 2 comrades were messing around. The kind-hearted Tanjiro helped an old woman stow her luggage. The reason the 3 of them were on this train was to find as Hira named Rin-Oku. Tanjiro said he had extremely distinctive hair and a familiar scent that he had memorized. They had just opened the door to the next car when they were startled by a thunderous shout. The shout, praising the food, came from the flame has Hira, Rin-Oku, drawing everyone's attention. But he remained unbothered and continued to eat like a machine. Zenitsu saw only a glutton and was highly suspicious, forcing Tanjiro to go confirm the mountain of bento boxes the flame as Hira had eaten. Rin-Oku still clearly remembered Tanjiro's face from when he was brought before the master. Tanjiro quickly introduced his 2 comrades to him. Even though he knew the girl he was carrying on his back was a demon, because they had been accepted by the master, Rin-Oku didn't mention it further and invited him to sit down. While Inoue was excited by the view outside the window, Tanjiro told him about the information they received from the crow. Because the damage from the Mugen train was increasing, Tanjiro's group was ordered to rendezvous with Rin-Oku's team at the scene. Taking this opportunity, he wanted to ask him about his father. Tanjiro told the flame as Hira that despite his weak condition, his father would still perform the Hinokami Kagura in the freezing snow. Therefore, Tanjiro hoped that if he knew anything about the Hinokami Kagura, he would tell him. The flame, as Hira agreed. But unfortunately, this was the first time he'd heard of it. Tanjiro wanted to ask more, but he advised the boy to become his successor, and ended the conversation there. What the flame, as Hira knew, was that swordsman who could use flame and water breathing would become as Hira. The elements, like fire, water, and thunder, are the basic breaths. All other breaths are derived from them. The flame as Hira asked about the color of Tanjiro's blade. When he learned it was black, he laughed, because he had never seen a swordsman with a black blade become as Hira. Rin-Oku told him to rest assured because he was here to train him. But that wasn't what Tanjiro wanted. Although the flame as Hira spoke a bit strangely, he could also sense that he was a good person who radiated righteousness. At this moment, Inoue Kai couldn't hold back and wanted to stick his head out to catch some wind, forcing Zenitsu to hold him back from behind. Rin-Oku reminded them both to be careful, as a demon could attack at any moment. Hearing that they were on a train heading straight for the demons, Zenitsu immediately demanded to get off. The flame as Hira told them that in a short time, 40 people had gone missing on this train, and some of the swordsmen's head had also vanished. That's why Rin-Oku was sent here to investigate. After hearing that, Zenitsu wanted to make a break for it and get out of there as soon as possible. Just then, a conductor came to punch the passengers' tickets. But as soon as Tanjiro had his ticket punched, the lights began to flicker strangely. He suddenly smelled a very unpleasant scent. The flame as Hira immediately stood up, told the conductor to stay put, and asked him not to question what they were about to do. The lights flickered continuously, getting faster and faster. Suddenly, a demon appeared in the middle of the train car, causing the passengers to panic. Facing the large demon before him, Rin-Oku, full of fighting spirit, drew his blazing sword to engage. The demon let out a terrifying roar, while the flame as Hira readied his first form. Just as the demon lunged, a flame flashed by like a bright light. Rin-Oku used his unknowing fire technique, causing his sword to blaze and slice off the demon's head in a single blow. Before Tanjiro's group could recover from their shock, the flame as Hira sensed there was another one. Everyone quickly followed him to the next car. Sure enough, in the next car was another demon with the appearance of a long-time addict. Rin-Oku immediately warned it not to harm the civilians. Inoue Kai couldn't wait any longer and charged at the demon. But its long arms not only blocked his swords but also pushed him back. Just as it was about to harm a nearby civilian, Rin-Oku swiftly carried the man to safety, with no one in the way. The flame, as Hira dashed forward in a flash, engaging with flame breathing. Second form, he unleashed the rising scorching sun technique, creating a circular flame that cut off the demon's head and defeated it. Tanjiro, watching from behind, was so impressed by the flame as Hira's swordsmanship that he teared up, immediately asking to be taken as his apprentice. Even Zenitsu and Inosuke wanted to follow their idol. And so, the three of them finally joined the flame as Hira's Fin Club. After the celebration, they rested on their seats to regain their strength. However, they didn't know that this was all caused by the conductor. He had punched their tickets to make everyone fall asleep, so he could dream of seeing his deceased wife and children again. A hand with an eye and a mouth appeared from nowhere and praised him. Then, with just the phrase, "Go to sleep," the conductor fell asleep instantly. A group of strange kids watched, asking when they would act. But the demon thought the demon slayer's senses were too sharp and wanted to wait a little longer until they were truly sound asleep. Until then, he couldn't get close and had to stay in the front car, promising to grant them all beautiful dreams in exchange for following his orders. At this moment, Tanuro's group was resting, completely unaware of the danger approaching. In his dream, Tanuro saw himself walking in a snowstorm. He walked aimlessly until he sensed danger and quickly drew his sword, ready to stance, and told himself to stay calm. What Tanuro didn't expect was that the two people he would meet now were his deceased younger brother and sister. He quickly dropped his sword and ran to hug them, crying because he thought he would never see them again. Tanuro's appearance had also returned to how it was before, and he kept repeating his apologies. The one behind these dreams was a demon. He believed that no matter how strong humans were, their driving force was still their heart. So, if he could just destroy that core, finishing them off would be simple, because the human heart is as fragile and breakable as glass. Tanuro's group was now tied up by the children. Following the demon's orders, one of them told herself to breathe deeply and count slowly to fall asleep. In his dream, Tanuro was very happy to be reunited with his family. His mother was even worriedly checking on him, thinking he had a fever, while his innocent younger siblings were constantly playing around. Being immersed in this happy scene made Tanuro feel that everything he had experienced before was just a nightmare. The demon on top of the train sang a lullaby to put everyone into a deep sleep from which they would never wake up. As for Zenitsu, he was immersed in a scene of holding Nezuko's hand while strolling through a flower garden. Being close to the girl he liked made the young man unable to contain his joy. He was about to take Nezuko to play by the river when she stopped because she didn't know how to swim. Zenitsu immediately volunteered to carry Nezuko across the river, and he was as good as his word. The young man quickly carried her on his back and dashed at lightning speed, crossing mountains and streams, overcoming everything. Meanwhile, Inosuke dreamed that he and Nezuko were exploring a cave. Beside them were his two servants, Tanuro and Zenitsu. The monster the group had to fight was the train, which looked like a centipede. Under the command of their leader, Inosuke, the group charged forward to gang up on the monster. While the other three were having beautiful dreams, the flame has Hira, Rinoku, dreamt at the time he returned to report to his father that he had become as Hira. But contrary to Rinoku's excited attitude, his father just saw it as a pointless matter and said that neither of them would amount to anything. His younger brother, upon seeing Rinoku emerge from their father's room, asked about his reaction. Would becoming as Hira make their father happy? Rinoku's father wasn't always like this, because he was once as Hira in the Demon Slayer Corps, a man full of passion, until one day, he suddenly gave up being a swordsman. Although Rinoku couldn't adjust to the sudden change, he still told himself not to overthink it. He felt that his younger brother, Senjuro, was more pitiful than himself. Not only did he not get to feel his mother's warmth, but he also had to face his father's change. Rinoku admitted that his father wasn't happy, but he wouldn't let that affect his passion. He encouraged Senjuro, saying he wasn't like him, because he would always have the flame as Hira by his side, cheering him on and believing in him. No matter which path Senjuro chose, he believed he would also become an outstanding person. Senjuro immediately hugged his older brother, moved by his words. At this moment, the demon felt wonderful, because even as Hira, once asleep, is no different from a newborn baby. Soon, a magnificent feast would be waiting for him. The girl who was tied to Rinoku appeared in his dream. She ran carefully, trying not to be detected, toward the edge of the dream. Because the demon's dreamscape was not infinite, it was a circle surrounding the dreamer. Outside, the dream is the unconscious realm. Within that unconscious realm is something called the spiritual core. She and her friend were ordered to destroy it. When they did, the owner of the dream would become a soulless corpse. Following the demon's words, she fumbled around and found the edge of the dream, wanting to quickly destroy her opponent's spiritual core so she could also have a happy dream. As soon as she opened the unconscious realm, she stepped into a place surrounded by fire, but she ignored it and went deeper inside. There, she found what was called the spiritual core. But just as she was about to strike, the flame has Hira's body reacted automatically and grabbed her by the neck. The girl couldn't understand how Rinoku could still move. Indeed, his survival instincts were terrifying. As for Tanjiro, he was immersed in happiness because everyone was going to eat rice cakes together today. A young boy quietly listened to their warm conversation from outside. A little later, Tanjiro brought back some chopped wood and instinctively called out Nezuko's name. He went home and asked everyone where Nezuko was. Hearing his siblings say she was up in the forest gathering wild vegetables surprised him. Because now, it was the middle of the day. His mother rushed over and asked Tanjiro to prepare a bath since she was busy. As Tanjiro walked, he wondered why he was saying such strange things. When suddenly the image of a familiar box appeared, confusing him even more. While preparing to scoop the water, Tanjiro saw his reflection calling for him to wake up. Tanjiro was pulled into the water, where his other self told him that this was just a dream. Now, he vaguely remembered being on the train. Opening his eyes, Tanjiro saw himself eating with his siblings. He knew it was a dream but didn't know how to wake up. By now, Nezuko had emerged from her box. Seeing her brother in a deep sleep, she took his hand, wanting a head pat. When she saw no reaction from Tanjiro, she used her headbutt to wake him. But it was like hitting a rock with an egg. Her head started bleeding, causing Nezuko to cry, which in turn set her aflame. The crimson flame spread to Tanjiro in his dream. Thanks to that, he recognized her scent and her blood. The fire from her blood helped Tanjiro get his uniform and sword back. Although he didn't want to, Tanjiro had to say goodbye to his siblings and leave. He could only apologize and run as fast as he could to find the demon responsible for this. Just then, Nezuko suddenly appeared, showing off the many wild vegetables she had gathered. His family members also chased after Tanjiro. Being cared for by his loved ones made Tanjiro really want to stay here. In his heart, he wished this was his real life. Nezuko could freely stand under the bright blue sun. If everything were real, he would still be diligently making charcoal today. If it were real, everyone Tanjiro loved would still be alive. However, he was aware that he had already lost those things, so he could only continue to run, no matter how much his sister chased after him. Tanjiro embraced the pain and left the place he always longed for, the place where his heart was always with his family. At this moment, Tanjiro could only hope for their forgiveness as he continued on his path to slay demons. Meanwhile, the boy who had infiltrated Tanjiro's dream was beginning to search for his spiritual core. Tanjiro's subconscious was a clear blue sky over calm water. The peacefulness and beauty of it left the boy utterly astonished. The warm feeling this place gave off was simply wonderful. In contrast to his situation, the girl searching for Noah's Uke's spiritual core was having a terrible time because his dream was as strange as his appearance. Before she could even compose herself, she was spotted and chased by Noah's Uke. So scared that she started running on all fours without realizing it. Another boy was fumbling around in the darkness after entering Zenitsu's dream. He was suddenly discovered by Zenitsu, who didn't allow any other guys in here besides little Nezuko. Seeing the scissors in Zenitsu's hand, the boy feared he would be forcibly transitioned, so he ran for his life. But how could he escape the child of the Thunder God? Zenitsu quickly shredded his clothes into 100 pieces. At this point, the demon felt that something wasn't right, as not a single spiritual core had been destroyed yet. Tanjiro followed the demon scent and was getting close to the intruder. He was extremely worried for his sister and everyone else, as they might still be fast asleep. Unsure of what to do, a gust of wind suddenly blew past, bringing with it an image of his late father. He advised Tanjiro to raise his sword, for there was something he needed to cut. Understanding the hidden meaning in that advice, Tanjiro reassured himself not to hesitate, because the thing that needed to be cut was his own neck. He let out a determined roar, then used his sword to kill himself in the dream, successfully returning to reality. Seeing Nezuko safe made Tanjiro very happy. However, and Renoku were still deep in sleep. Their wrists were tied to those strange children. Tanjiro had one too, but it had been burned away by Nezuko's blood. Although he didn't know what it was, it smelled of a demon. Tanjiro quickly took out the train ticket to check. He realized everyone had likely been put into the dream world after their tickets were punched. There was only a faint scent, which meant the demon's blood demon art was very powerful. Feeling that cutting these ropes with his sword was a bad idea, Tanjiro asked his sister to burn them with her flames. But no matter how he called them, Zenitsu and Inosuke still wouldn't wake up. Unsure what to do, the girl who had invaded the flame as Hira's dream lunged forward to attack. She blamed them for being there, preventing her from having a beautiful dream. The others also began to wake up. Only the boy with tuberculosis, who had entered Tanjiro's dream, didn't want to do anything. Tanjiro looked at his frail body and felt sympathy. He was determined and not to forgive the demon who dared to exploit people's emotions. Tanjiro politely said he needed to fight, then rushed forward to knock out the three who intended to attack him. Tanjiro sympathized with them because he also wanted a beautiful dream, as reality was too bitter. The boy with tuberculosis thought that if he could have a beautiful dream to escape his terminal illness, then harming someone else probably wouldn't matter. But while inside Tanjiro's dream, He felt a warm concern he had never experienced before. The manifestations of Taniero's heart gently guided him to the spiritual core because they knew he was looking for it. This caused the terminally ill boy to break down, because he was supposed to destroy it. Tiny people in Taniero's kind heart had illuminated his soul. The boy thanked Taniero and wished him a safe journey. Taniero quickly pulled his sister's hand to go find the demon. The wind carried their strong scent, making him uncomfortable, since the cars were sealed against the wind. Taniero guessed the demon was in the front car. He climbed onto the roof alone to find it and discovered his opponent standing there. The demon was completely surprised that Taniero had woken up. He threatened to show Taniero a dream of his family being slaughtered if he continued to be defiant. That fiend even laughed while mentioning Taniero's father, making him furious. In truth, the demon's greatest joy was showing people nightmares and then relishing the sight of their distorted faces as they struggled in agony. His blood was mixed with the ink on the train tickets. When the conductor punched it, his spell would be activated. So he couldn't understand how Taniero managed to escape in such a short time. As for Taniero, he drew his sword to make the demon pay for trampling on the hearts of others. Seeing the earrings on Taniero's ears, the demon was overjoyed, because he was the child Muzi and had been searching for. If he succeeded in capturing him, he would be given much more of Muzian's blood. Then he would become stronger and could challenge the upper moons and steal their positions. Taniero quickly unleashed the 10th form Constant Flux. The demon also quickly used its blood demon art, whispers of forced unconscious hypnosis, to lull Taniero to sleep. However, he didn't fall asleep and continued to charge and attack him. No matter how many times the sleep spell was cast on him, he could wake up instantly and continue to fight using water breathing. The demon realized Taniero had been hit by the spell many times, but as soon as he realized he was dreaming, he didn't hesitate to draw his sword and commit suicide to return to reality. This astounded him, because even in a dream, suicide meant ending one's own life. The fact that Taniero could do it without any hesitation proved he was no ordinary swordsman. Out of options, he switched to showing Taniero a nightmare of his family being massacred. One by one, his siblings rushed forward to blame Taniero for not being there to protect them. Even his father reprimanded him for being useless, and his mother resented him for being able to live so happily and carefree. But the demon didn't expect this would only make Taniero even angrier, because his family would never say such things. He was determined to make the demon pay for insulting his family. Taniero's sword quickly took the demon's head, but its body showed no reaction. This made Taniero wonder if he was weaker than Lower Moon 5. As for the demon, he finally understood why Muzian wanted to kill him so badly. Grotesque things suddenly sprouted from his head. The demon explained that the reason he didn't die was because his body was no longer his. While Taniero's group was asleep, he had completely merged with the train. In other words, the 200 plus passengers were not only tools for the demon's evolution but also his hostages. After taunting Taniero, he immediately disappeared. With only his strength, he could protect the passengers into cars, at most. That's why Taniero desperately needed everyone's help right now. On the other side, thanks to Nizuko's flames, Inosuke successfully woke up. Seeing that Lord Inosuke had arrived, Taniero immediately informed him that the train was now a demon and was attacking everyone. Inosuke immediately gloated because this was exactly like his dream. He jumped down, using his 5th Fank Razy cutting, to slice away the tentacles that were about to harm the civilians. Taniero was about to move to another car when the train suddenly transformed. Tentacles sprouted out, forcing him to jump back into the car. Taniero managed to cut them, but their numbers were overwhelming. The demon was now confident that no matter what he did, the tentacles would automatically regenerate, and they would soon be exhausted. At that point, he would leisurely devour the 200 passengers. Nizuko on the other side immediately entered combat mode, continuously defeating tentacles to protect everyone who was deep in their dreams. The tentacles quickly locked down her arms and legs. Sensing his crush was in danger, Zenitsu instantly flash-stepped, rushing through each car to rescue Nizuko. He used thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, rushing forward to slice through all the surrounding tentacles in a single second. But he wasn't cool for long before the guy fell back into a deep, idiotic sleep. Hearing the sound of thunder, Taniero knew it was Zenitsu. His job now was to fight and protect the people here, but the terrain was too cramped, making it difficult to swing his sword. It was a good thing the flame as Hira woke up in time. He felt ashamed for dozing off and letting his juniors handle the work for him. He wished there was a hole he could crawl into to regain his honor as a Hira. The flame as Hira used his swordsmanship combined with his breathing to scorch the demon's body inside the train car. The shock wave he created reached all the way to Taniero's location. Reinoku immediately came to him and announced that he had injured the demon, so it would need time to recover. He said that this train had a total of 8 cars, and he would protect 5 of them. Nizuko and Zenitsu were assigned to protect the other 3. Meanwhile, Tenryou and Inoue Yuki were to keep watch and search for the location of the demon's neck. Reinoku believed that even if it changed its form, a demon definitely has a weak spot. After encouraging everyone, the flame has Hira dashed off to fight like a gust of wind. Tenryou was in complete awe of how quickly the flame has Hira assessed the situation. But this was no time to be amazed. As he had his own job to do, he hurried to find Inoue Yuki. But Lord Inoue Yuki already knew the plan, as Reinoku had come to inform him. Seeing how cool he was only made Inoue Yuki more irritated. Just a quick glance from the top of the train, and Inoue Yuki had already guessed that the front of the train was in big trouble. According to Inoue Yuki, the place they should focus on was the coal car. He quickly approached it and used his dual swords to smash the car's exterior. The train staff rushed to chase Inoue Yuki away. But Lord Inoue Yuki, he wouldn't listen. Just as he was about to strike what was believed to be the demon's weak point, a series of arms shot out. The overwhelming number quickly captured Inoue Yuki. Tenryou quickly jumped down from above, using the six-form twisting whirlpool to slice through them and rescue his comrade. Thanks to his keen sense of smell, Tenryou discovered that, beneath their feet, the demon scent was very strong. Although Inoue Yuki was annoyed because he was the boss here, he still obediently used beast breathing, second fang rip and tear, to smash the train floor, revealing the demon's neck. Realizing it was the neck bone, Tenryou used the eighth form waterfall basin to strike, but was blocked by the demon. The flesh and muscle continuously attacked to push back Tenryou and the others. The demon immediately regenerated to protect its neck. Tenryou had used all his strength but still couldn't cut the neck bone. So he wanted Inoue Yuki to coordinate and attack with him. One person would cut the flesh, the other would cut the bone. However, just as the two were about to charge, the demon suddenly used its blood demon art to put them to sleep. Tenryou quickly reminded Inoue Yuki to cut his own neck to escape and then used the same method to wake up. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was hit by its technique, making Tenryou realize he had to close his eyes immediately upon waking to avoid the blood demon art. The problem was, the demon's eyes were everywhere, leaving Tenryou no time to react. He just kept killing himself over and over again. Just as Tenryou was about to kill himself in reality out of confusion, Inoue Yuki managed to intervene and prevent him from falling into the demon's trap. It was thanks to his mask that the demon couldn't guess the direction of Inoue Yuki's gaze. Just as things were going well, the train conductor suddenly rushed forward and attacked Lord Inoue Yuki. Tenryou didn't hesitate to jump and take a knife for his friend. He immediately knocked him out and pulled him to safety. The demon then unleashed its power, extending a series of arms aimed at the two of them. Tenryou quickly asked Inoue Yuki to sync his breathing with him to launch a continuous attack. The two of them combined forces to take down each of the demon's giant tentacles. However, while they were falling, a series of the demon's eyes appeared. If they were hit by its sleep spell now, it would be disastrous. Inoue Yuki fearlessly dove down, tearing apart the flesh protecting the demon's neck bone. As for Tenryou, he silently prayed to his father and used Hinokami Kagura, clear blue sky, severing the demon's neck bone with a single rotating slash. On the other side, the flame has Hira and the others had successfully protected the civilians. The train derailed, putting Tenryou and Inoue Yuki in danger. Despite that, Tenryou was still worried about the train conductor. Because if he died, the conductor would become a murderer. The derailing train sent Tenryou tumbling across the ground. Inoue Yuki immediately ran to him to check the wound in his abdomen. Although he wasn't dead, Tenryou was temporarily unable to move. So the task of rescuing the civilians was left to Lord Inoue Yuki. Hearing Tenryou worry about the conductor made Inoue Yuki angry because that guy deserved to die. His leg was trapped and broken, so Lord Inoue Yuki wanted them to just leave him. But because Tenryou pleaded, he had no other choice. Because the duty of a boss is to grant the requests of his underlings. Tenryou was now trying to regulate his breathing to recover quickly and help everyone. The demon was now slowly disintegrating, extremely bitter that it hadn't unleashed its full power. Its plan to merge with the train and devour all the passengers at once had also failed. It was all because of the flame has Hira. Reinoku. He alone could protect 200 passengers, while overwhelmingly dominating its power. There was also Zenitsu and Mizuko, who, despite being a demon, helped humans. But ultimately, it all started when Tenryou broke free from its spell. Therefore, it resolved to kill him at all costs. If not for Inoue Yuki's sharp senses ruining its plans, it would have succeeded. In the end, it could only disintegrate with a mountain of regret because everything felt like a nightmare. It seems that after everything, it still couldn't compare to the upper moons. Those who have lived for hundreds of years, who even has Hira that have killed hundreds of demons, are no match for. And so, the demon passed on, filled with the resentment of not being able to start over. On the other side, Reinoku had found Tenryou. He was very impressed that he could use and maintain total concentration breathing. as that is the first step to becoming as Hira. However, the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding, so the flame as Hira instructed Tenryou on how to regulate his breathing more properly. Thanks to his guidance, he was able to stop the bleeding. The flame as Hira encouraged Tenryou to keep trying and informed him that everyone was safe, though a few were injured. However, their joy was short-lived as another threat approached. Just a single glance was enough to shock Tenryou, as Upper Moon 3 had suddenly appeared here. He rushed towards Tenryou like a flash, but the flame as Hira swung his sword, slicing through the demon's arm. Upper Moon 3 easily regenerated, making Rinoku understand the true power of an Upper Moon. The reason he attacked Tenryou was because he was afraid he would interrupt the conversation between himself and the flame as Hira. Upper Moon 3 showed his disgust for the weak, a complete contrast to Rinoku. He proposed turning the flame as Hira into a demon, because just one glance was enough to know he was very strong. The demon introduced himself as a Kaza and said that Rinoku had not yet reached the pinnacle of his strength because humans grow old and die. Once you become a demon, you can continue to train and grow stronger for 100 or 200 years. But, for Rinoku, growing old and dying is the very beauty of being human. It helps them appreciate this life more. Strong isn't a word meant only for physical strength. Therefore, the flame as Hira told Akaza not to insult Tenryou, because their standards of judgment are different. Hearing the flame as Hira refused to become a demon, Akaza immediately deployed his technique, Destructive Death Compass Needle, creating a battle formation under his feet. He immediately rushed forward to engage in combat with Rinoku. They fought so fast that even Tenryou's eyes couldn't keep up. Among the has Hira that Akaza had killed, none were a flame has Hira. Rinoku's refusal to become a demon made him even more confused, because only the chosen are granted such a blessing. As soon as the flame as Hira cut off one of his arms, Akaza immediately regenerated and attacked. He was determined to let the flame as Hira pass away while he was still young, healthy, and strong. Akaza leapt up, using disorder to launch a barrage of shockwave punches at his opponent. Rinoku quickly used the fourth form Blooming Flame Undulation to create a wave of fire, blocking all of Akaza's incoming punches. He realized that, if he kept fighting at this distance, he wouldn't be able to win. So, the best method was to close the distance. Akaza dodged while praising the flame as Hira's reflexes. But, Rinoku's swordsmanship would one day fade with time. He didn't pay attention to his words and warned Tenryou's group not to act rashly. Akaza told the flame as Hira to just focus on fighting him. Even though he was slashed by the flame as Hira, his martial arts were no joke. Ryoku was quickly kicked back. Akaza continued to entice the flame as Hira to become a demon and reach the pinnacle of martial arts with him. Rinoku resolutely refused and used the third form Blazing Universe to attack. Akaza immediately retaliated with disorder. There was not a single opening in their battle. Even deep down, Inosuke understood that there was no way for him to intervene. Rinoku and Akaza continuously clashed to see who was superior. But as time went on, Akaza's punches began to land their mark, and all the wounds inflicted by him, the demon easily regenerated. Just like that, Rinoku took another punch to the ribs from Akaza. Ignoring the pain, he still charged forward using Rising Scorching Sun. Akaza easily dodged and landed a punch on the flame as Hira's left eye. Without giving up, Rinoku charged forward again, using Blazing Universe and Blooming Flame Undulation to push back his opponent. He quickly unleashed the fifth form Flame Tiger towards Akaza, while he used Annihilation type to unleash hundreds of punches, knocking it back. In the end, he still easily dodged Rinoku's surprise slash. Inosuke thought he had gained the upper hand, but Akaza knew that the damage until now had taken its toll on the flame as Hira's body. He told Rinoku not to die like this, but to try and keep fighting. Tenryou was extremely worried because the flame as Hira was severely injured. Meanwhile, Akaza had completely recovered from the wounds he had received. To a demon, they were nothing more than scratches. Tenryou wanted to support the flame as Hira, but his body couldn't move due to his wound and the aftermath of using Hinokami Kagura. Suddenly, Rinoku burst into a blazing flame. He was determined to complete his mission so that no one here would die. This time, Rinoku would unleash his ultimate technique. The secret breathing arts emanated a fighting spirit that even Akaza was astonished by. The flame as Hira set his heart ablaze with his fighting will. He shouted his name and unleashed the ninth form Rinoku, charging towards Akaza like a fiery dragon. The flame as Hira's sword sliced his arm, then aimed for his neck, slashing down and swinging up. The flame created by the flame as Hira was like a massive whirlwind. Tenryou anxiously awaited the result. However, the image of Akaza's arm punching through the flame as Hira's body was revealed through the smoke. He told Rinoku to become a demon or else he would die. In that situation, Rinoku remembered his late mother. She had taught him the reason why he was stronger than ordinary people. It was because Rinoku had the responsibility to protect the weak. She wanted her son to use that strength to help people, to help the world. Saving the weak is the duty of those born with heaven's strength. Seeing that Rinoku had faithfully followed her words, his mother hugged him, proud to have a son like Rinoku, because she knew she didn't have much longer to live. That memory gave the flame as Hira the strength to swing his sword at Akaza's neck. Standing before his pressure, Akaza tried to throw a punch with his right hand but was blocked by Rinoku. The sky was about to brighten, so he planned to escape. But Rengoku wouldn't let that happen. Tanjiro hurried to pick up his sword to return and support the flame as Hira. The higher the sun rose, the more desperate Akaza became. But no matter what he did, he couldn't overcome Rinoku's will. Inosuke followed Tanjiro's signal and rushed forward, determined to cut off his head. But Akaza broke his own to arms to escape from Rinoku and fled into the forest. Tanjiro quickly chased after him and used Hinokami Kagura to throw his sword, lodging it in his chest. Akaza couldn't understand why someone so weak would dare to challenge him. Moreover, the outcome of this battle was clear. Rinoku would die sooner or later. However, for Tanjiro, their swordsmen always had to fight demons in the dark, suffering all kinds of disadvantages. So Akaza shouldn't be a coward and run away. Rengoku was amazing and much stronger than him. In this battle, the flame has Hira didn't lose, because he didn't let anyone die. After letting out all the emotions in his heart, tears streamed down Tanjiro's face. Even Inosuke couldn't hold back his emotions, while the flame as Hira just smiled a peaceful smile. He advised Tanjiro about his wound. If Tanjiro were to die, then he would have truly lost this battle. The flame as Hira wanted Tanjiro to come back and talk to him one last time. He wanted him to go to his family home because the previous flame as Hira had left behind a record. He didn't know the exact content, but it was possible that it mentioned the Hinokami Kagura. Tanjiro was in no mood for that and wanted to find a way to stop his bleeding. But the flame as Hira knew he didn't have much time. He hoped Tanjiro could pass on his final message to his younger brother, Senjuro, and his father, reminding them to take care of their health. Finally, Rinoku said that he recognized Nezuko as a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, because he had witnessed with his own eyes the girl protecting everyone. Therefore, he wanted Tanjiro to hold his head high and live on. No matter what happens, keep moving forward. Importantly, he hoped he wouldn't worry about his sacrifice here, because all has Hira would do the same to protect their juniors. Rinoku left words of encouragement for everyone, hoping they would continue to try their best. In his final moments, Rinoku saw the image of his late mother and asked her if he had done a good job. Receiving praise from his mother allowed him to smile contentedly and pass away peacefully. A while later, Zenitsu came and told everyone that thanks to Rinoku's actions, the damage from the train derailment was kept to a minimum. He couldn't believe that he had died at the hands of an upper moon demon. As for Tanjiro, he was furious, thinking he could have done something. But then he encountered a great obstacle that he couldn't overcome. There are talented people fighting out there, while he can't compare to them and can only sit here crying. Inosuke angrily told them not to spout such weak words. Crying wouldn't bring the flame as Hira back to life. When Zenitsu asked if he was crying too, he got a headbutt from Lord Inosuke. Inosuke quitched Tanjiro to go, trained to banish his weakness. It was as if this was the way for the three of them to cope with the sadness of the flame as Hira's death. The Ikusuke rose then spread the news of Rinoku's death. One by one, the other as Hira received the sad news. Some didn't believe it. Some grew even angrier at the demons. Some shed tears at the sacrifice of their comrade. And some found more motivation to keep moving forward. At the master's place, he learned that thanks to Rinoku, not a single one of the 200 passengers died, which made him very pleased. The master praised Rinoku for doing his duty well, telling him that he won't be lonely, as he will soon see him again, since his own time was also running short. On the other side, Tanjiro still tightly clenched his hands, holding on to the strong image of the flame as Hira. Rinoku, forever in his mind, following Tanjiro for the rest of his life. Hello, everyone. Today, I'll be bringing all you die-hard fans of the series Demon Slayer Piping Hot Season 2. Continuing from the end of the Mugen Train movie that took last year by storm, the producers have continued to bring us episodes that tell the story of Tanjiro's next journey and mission, and the other demon slayers after the death of the Hira Rinoku at the hands of the demon upper moon 3, Akaza, the first and strongest of all demons. At this time, he is living in the form of a smart and clever child, the adopted son of a wealthy family with a skin disease that prevents him from going out into the sunlight. Akaza came to report that he couldn't find the blue spider lily he requested while he was in the library. In return, this guy boasted about killing Hira as a great victory to Himusian. But instead of praise, Akaza was berated by Huzian for his weakness, mediocrity, as the goal was to kill the entire Demon Slayer Corps. Yet he only killed one person. He couldn't even kill 3 other regular swordsmen, and was even hit by Tanjiro. Huzian's anger and disappointment, even in the form of a child, made Akaza tremble. It was all Tanuro's fault. Just looking at the sword that he threw into him while he was running away was enough to make him furious. What Muzian said was right. How could he defeat Hazhira but be hit by the blade of a regular swordsman? In an instant, Akaza shattered the sword into 100 pieces and swore that he would wring Tanuro's brain dry if they met again. Meanwhile, a somber atmosphere filled the butterfly mansion. Even someone as hyper as Zenitsu became quiet. Tanjiro constantly blamed himself for being useless. The strong, aggressive and Osuke of yesterday was now crying like a child. Zenitsu, on his way to bring buns to Tanjiro, happened to discover that he was no longer in the infirmary but had gone alone, following the crow's directions, to the Rinoku household to fulfill the last wish of delivering a message to his younger brother. Despite his wounds not having fully healed yet, he arrived just as his face turned pale from the pain. Seeing Sanjuro sweeping the gate, Tanjiro froze for a moment, faintly remembering the image of Rinoku. Sanjuro's face clearly showed sadness. Before Nero could relay the flame Hazhira's last words before he passed, he was suddenly cut off by a harsh voice coming from inside the house. It was Rinoku's father. He always thought Rinoku was stupid and stubborn for following the path of a swordsman when he had no talent. His death was the result he deserved. No one understood why Rinoku's father, who had also been Hazhira, now constantly spewed disdainful words about his son and called him trash. He even forbade Sanjuro from being sad about his brother's death. Those hurtful words felt like a punch to Tanuro's ears, and he couldn't stand to listen to another word. So he spoke up to interrupt. But at that exact moment, Rinoku's father noticed the earrings Tanjiro was wearing and said that he was a user of the sun breathing. This is the original breathing style. All other breathing styles in the world originated from this one. And according to the way he said it, they were all just flawed imitations of the sun breathing. Basically, he thought Tanjiro was trying to be arrogant with him. So he didn't give the boy a chance to process. He rushed forward and pinned him to the ground. Sanjuro rushed out to stop him and was immediately slapped across the face. Although, he was also curious about the sun breathing he mentioned and its connection to the Hinokami Kagura dance. Tanjiro wanted to ask why. Aside from his hair, he didn't resemble the two Sanjuro brothers at all. No father would strike and think ill of his own child. He already insulted him, and now he was even touching upon his Rinoku. So Tanjiro rushed forward to attack, not knowing he was a former Hazhira. In a flash, his hands were locked and he was punched repeatedly in the face. In Tanjiro's mind right now, he only wondered why the Hinokami Kagura dance, which he said was so powerful, couldn't save Rinoku, not even paying attention to the man in front of him being his father. Enraged, Tanjiro used his ultimate move, the headbutt, too, in their first meeting. After Rinoku's father woke up, he quietly went to buy alcohol. As for Tanjiro, he could only apologize to Sanjuro. But the little boy, though young, was very understanding. Knowing Tanjiro wanted to know about what his father said, he took out the book that he often read to give to him. Just when he thought the secret was revealed, when he opened the book, Tanjiro's face fell. The pages were all torn to the point of being unreadable. Although this was another dead end, Tanjiro at least knew after this trip that he needed to train even harder to master his family's traditional Hinokami Kagura dance. Sanjuro also felt at peace, fulfilling his duty of helping people instead of becoming a swordsman, because only then did the boy feel useful. Before leaving, Sanjuro also gave Tanjiro the hilt of Rinoku's Nichiren sword, because he knew that his brother in heaven would have wanted him to do so. Back inside, Sanjuro gathered all his courage to deliver his brother's final words to his father. Until his last moments, Rinoku never blamed his father for anything and only wished for his father to take care of his health. After hearing that, his eyes welled up with tears. The alcohol today was probably a bit weak. No matter how much he drank, he couldn't get drunk. Only hearing his son's words echoing in his ears. He truly was a terrible father. The matter with the flame Hazhira, Rinoku, was temporarily settled. Tanjiro, on his way back, developed a fever and ran into a Gonzake, the swordsmith for the demon slayers. He hated anyone who dared to lose or damage a sword. So he came all this way to hold Tanjiro accountable. The result was the two of them chasing each other for half a day. Tanjiro wanted to train, but not in this goddamn way. Luckily, Ao came to the rescue in time and soothed him with his favorite dengo. So the matter was considered resolved. After everyone's health gradually recovered, the three of them began to train, building their strength and endurance. Tanjiro no longer felt lonely, as he always had his close friends by his side. One time, after returning from a demon-slaying mission with Nizuko, the sky had just begun to brighten when the mansion was filled with the desperate cries of Aoi and the kids. A tall man had appeared from nowhere and was trying to take Aoi and Naho away. Kinao. After a moment of hesitation, not knowing which side to listen to, because that man was here, on orders, suddenly remembered Tanjiro's advice from before to listen to her heart. So she closed her eyes and grabbed the hem of the man's clothes. But it seemed she wasn't decisive enough. Her way of holding on seemed boring to him, so he didn't pay any attention. Unexpectedly, everyone else rushed forward and swarmed him. Tenryou returned just in time to find out that it was the sound as Hira. Yuzan Ui Tengen. No wonder he looked so tall, fast, and feared neither heaven nor earth, but Tenryou didn't care. He dared to take people without Shinobu's consent, and even threw Naho down so callously when he found out the girl wasn't part of the Demon Slayer Corps. It was truly unworthy of the title of his Hira. Yuzetsu needed girls from the Demon Slayer Corps to carry out his upcoming mission, so Tenryou didn't hesitate to take their place, as long as the girls here were left in peace, since their skills did not lie in combat. But it wasn't just Tenryou. Both an OSU Kwai and Zenitsu, who had appeared from who knows where, also offered to join. Although they spoke loudly and clearly, all three were sweating bullets in front of Hira, who was also a shinobi like Yusui. Though they weren't girls, getting 3 for the price of 1 was a deal Yuzu was willing to accept. Before leaving, Yuzen Ui set a condition that all three must absolutely obey him. If he says be a dog, if he says be a dog, they become a dog. If he says be a monkey, they must also be a monkey. In short, they must be obedient and know how to flatter him a little, because he is a man who loves flamboyance. Yuzu even proclaimed himself the god of festivals, which made Zenitsu find this person completely unbearable. Inoue Yukai caught on and replied, "The king of the mountains greets the god of festivals," giving everyone goosebumps. After a bit of nonsensical talk, they finally concluded that this mission would be within the red light district, a place where flamboyance and desire reign supreme. This place is especially active at night, which is extremely convenient for demons to reside in. The 4 of them came here and were told it's best not to act unusually, because if their identities were revealed, there would certainly be trouble. Yet, before he could finish speaking, both Zenitsu and Inoue were gawking like country bumpkins who just arrived in the city and jumped out of the cart. Tenryou, running after them to drag them back, made Yuzu furious. To explain a little about this place, it's a brothel district. The courtesans sold here were mostly from very poor families with mounting debt. In return, they would be provided with the necessities of food and shelter. If they became famous and someone used money to buy out their contract, they would officially escape the life of a courtesan. There are also different ranks of courtesans. The highest rank of courtesan is called an oiron. This person must have God-given beauty, be intelligent, and know how to play music and sing, making them a cash cow for the brothel that owns them. To explain the mission in more detail, it was best for them to talk in a safe place, which was a house with a wisteria crest, a dedicated resting place for demon slayers. Once safe, Yuzu finally revealed that after infiltrating the brothels, everyone must find his wives. Wives here doesn't mean finding them to propose marriage, but because they were on an infiltration mission to gather information and suddenly lost contact with Yuzu, so he had to personally send people to investigate. Speaking of which, you're probably wondering why I'm referring to the sound as Hira's wives in the plural, right? That's because Yuzu has 3 wives. Being handsome and loving flamboyance, having only one wife would be a waste of this beauty and talent. Zenitsu already disliked this guy from the start, and now, hearing he has 3 wives, he accused him of being an excessively promiscuous womanizer, only to get knocked unconscious by Yuzetsu's. However, Hira's wives are not ordinary. They were all incredibly talented and beautiful kanji. When Yuzu suspected there was a demon in the brothel, he tried to infiltrate as a customer but couldn't dig up any information, so he had his wives sneak in under the guise of courtesans. After narrowing down 3 brothels likely to contain a demon, each was sold into one house. The 4 of them communicated regularly through crows until recently, when all contact was cut off. That is the reason Yuzu wanted everyone here today. To accomplish this, though he didn't want to at all, the 3 of them were forced to disguise themselves as girls. It was just as Yuzu Tengen predicted. After the 3 of them put on makeup and got dressed as girls, they looked absolutely hideous, with no words to describe their ugliness. Anyway, Tenryou took the name Samiko and was sold to the Tokita house for a dirt cheap price because his face looked more obedient than the others. Moreover, out of respect for Yuzui's handsome and refined face, the proprietors didn't hesitate to spend the money. Inoue, while admiring the oyer on Kaiyo Inatsu's parade, was immediately spotted by the manager of the Imoto house. As it happened, that was one of the 3 houses in their plan. So Inoue, under the fake name Inokeo, was quickly sold. Only Zenitsu remained, under the name Zenko, and still no one wanted to take him. After Inoue was brought back and her makeup was removed, her delicate and exquisitely beautiful features were revealed. That woman certainly had a good eye. The manager even dreamed of training him to become an oiron who would surpass the 2 most beautiful courtesans of the other houses, but his body wouldn't allow it. Born and raised in the mountains, his entire body was as hard and sturdy as a rock. No matter how much they tried to bend or shape him, He remained the same. Zenko, after being sold by Yuzai to the Kyogoku house by being kicked away like a useless waste of space, showed off his incredible shamisen skills. With his sharp hearing, even after hearing it just once, he could replay the music perfectly without a single mistake. But the music sounded a bit resentful. The manager said she could see through to his inner strength. Inside him burned a flame of resentment for the one who abandoned him. So it seemed, Zenko was extremely strong and determined to become the #1 Oiran of the red light district. Meanwhile, at the Tokita house, Samiko, or Tanjiro, diligently did all the housework from light to heavy, because his ugly scar was discovered after removing the makeup. With such an ugly face, no customer would want to play with him. So he was relegated to being a helper. While bringing items to Kaoin Atsu's room, Tanjiro overheard two young maids whispering about the recent trend of courtesans running away. Running away is the term used for courtesans who flee before paying off their debts to the brothel. If they were discovered, the consequences would be horrifying, and they could never return to the red light district again. Along with that was the information that Suma had also recently run away. But wait a minute, isn't that the name of one of Yuzui's 3 wives? This information was written in Suma's diary, which she left behind before disappearing. So everyone believed it to be true. But this situation was only convenient for the demons to act without being suspected. As Hira, Yuzuhui observed the entire scene from above but saw nothing suspicious. It's very likely the demon hiding here is an upper moon. If they were to clash, it would surely be a flamboyant battle. Inokumo at the Ogimoto house also began to hear the name of Makio, the next wife, through the maids' conversations. According to them, Makio had been feeling unwell for many days but refused to see a doctor or allow anyone to bring food into her room. Inosuke's senses told him that there was a demon inside, so he had to monitor this very closely. The only frustrating thing was that his voice was too deep, so he wasn't allowed to open his mouth for fear of blowing his cover. Inosuke's intuition has never been wrong. In the room, a demon's mouth, Elan, with many elegant patterned sashes, was restraining Makio and questioning her about the person she was contacting via crow. Because the demon's scent was so strong, Inokuo didn't hesitate to rush forward and open the door to the room. Inside, there was no demon, nor was there Makio, but there was wind. The window wasn't open. So where was this wind coming from? Where else but from this flimsy ceiling? Inosuke threw the bowl of noodles up and followed his intuition to chase the demon. He was about to catch it when a clueless customer walked by and took the full force of his punch. And so, the demon slipped through the wall below and vanished, leaving Inosuke stranded with the mess he had just caused in the brothel. These unusual events were not just happening now, but have occurred countless times recently at the Kyogoku house. The proprietors knew that the strange disappearances and deaths of the courtesans in the brothel were all related to Oir on Warabiheim, the #1 court saint of this house. She could no longer turn a blind eye and let her commit more evil deeds. So she had a knife hidden behind her back. Warabiheim, seeing that she could no longer hide from the proprietors, revealed herself, tilting her head to one side to show her displeasure with the threats. At that moment, the proprietors was shocked, recalling a story she had heard long ago about beautiful but cruel Loirans who enjoy torturing others for their own pleasure. People like that all added the word Heim to the end of their names to be called like a princess. And whenever they were displeased with something, they would tilt their head to one side and then commit an evil act. Could it be? It was really her. After that, there was no after that. The proprietors made a mistake by exposing her. Because she was the upper moon. 6. She revealed her true form and sent the woman flying high into the sky, saying disgusting things, that she wouldn't even eat her because she was old and withered. Unlike the young girls she had eaten, she let go of her hand, allowing her to fall freely without mercy. As a result, she died, with the cause ruled as slipping from a window. But what was the truth? Perhaps only the people inside the Kyogoku house knew. After her assault, she happened to see Amuzi and appear in her room. He called her Daki and praised her for her ruthlessness, saying he had high hopes for her as she was both beautiful and strong, having dealt with 7 as Hira. However, she still needed to be careful, as it was very easy for other as Hira to discover her. That was the story from 2 days before Nero's group infiltrated the red light district. As for now, everything has probably been covered up and returned to normal operations. Zenitsu, thanks to his sharp hearing, heard a child crying and found his way to Warabiheim's room. The little maid was crying her eyes out for some reason and couldn't be calmed down. While trying to comfort the girl, Zenitsu suddenly sensed something was wrong here when he heard Warabiheim's voice echo from behind him. Zenitsu froze, for that was the terrifying sound of a demon, yet it was terrifyingly gentle. It must be an upper moon demon. Before the boy could even think, he was snapped back to reality. Warabiheim was truly a nasty person. Not only was she furious with her servant, she even insulted Zenitsu. saying he was so ugly, he should just die to make the world a cleaner place. The final straw that stirred the sword in Genus's heart was when she twisted the poor girl's ear so hard it started to bleed. With a scowl, Genus grabbed her wrist to stop her. And then, the inevitable happened. She wouldn't let anyone get in her way. A single slap from her was so powerful it sent Genus flying out of the room and knocked him unconscious. Fortunately, the housemaster and a servant arrived, bowing low, apologizing on his behalf, and begging her to go downstairs to greet an important guest. So she put on her gentle facade and went down. The housemaster, who should hold the most power, was also acting so meekly and fearfully. He must have known the truth about his wife's death, but didn't want to suffer the same fate. As she turned away, she realized that Genus was surely a demon slayer. Although his grip wasn't strong, he instinctively took a defensive stance as he was not unconscious. She wasn't annoyed, but rather flashed a chilling smile. Luring slayers, and as Hyra here was her plan to devour them all, but aiming so high is bound to lead to a painful fall. Unfortunately for her, this time, she was up against the main characters of the story. How could she possibly win? At the Tokita house, Tenjiro worked so diligently he didn't miss a single chore. Perhaps because the house was quite peaceful, and Komatsu was so kind. He didn't encounter as many bizarre situations as Genusyu and Inosuke. However, Tenjizo could also feel the heavy aura of the red light district when night fell. It felt like an impure atmosphere blanketing the entire neighborhood. The next day, when the group met again to discuss the situation, they were missing someone. Genusyu was not present. After being knocked out and taken away for care, Genus had vanished without a trace. The housemaster didn't look into the matter, suspecting it was connected to Hyman and not daring to get involved. It seemed Yuzui bringing Tenjiro's group here had endangered everyone. Although Tanjiro and Inosuke still wanted to continue the mission, Yuzui sternly insisted on finishing it alone. He declared the missing to be dead, and that survivors are the only winners. But despite what Yu said, Genus was still their friend, so no matter what, they would find a way to slay the demon. Tanjiro's group wasn't at the lowest rank anymore. They had been promoted to Kanui rank, as evidenced by the wisteria flower crest on the back of their hands when they flexed their muscles. So, the two of them would spring into action at night. Since Inosuke said there was a demon at his house, Tanjiro would say his farewells at his own house and head over there to join the fight. According to their deductions, Yuzui had been watching all three houses but saw nothing out of the ordinary. And yet, Genus disappeared. And since a demon also appeared at Inosuke's house, there might be a secret passage connecting the houses. And the demon is one of the insiders, which is why Yuzui couldn't detect any movement from the outside. Moreover, its methods of killing and cleanup are very clean and meticulous. There were no signs of a struggle or any blood. So it's possible both Genus and Yuzui's wife are still alive. The two encouraged each other to hold on to that thought as their guiding star for the battle, vowing to survive and return. After packing his things, Tanjiro went to say goodbye to Keinetsu before leaving and admitted he was a boy disguised as a girl to complete his mission. But she said she'd known from the beginning and just let it be to see what he was planning. So he'd been exposed from the very start. Fortunately, Koinetsu was a good person, which is why Tanjiro had remained safe all this time. Koinetsu had always treated her maids with such affection. Though she was leaving town tomorrow to marry, she was still worried about those left behind without protection. But Tanjiro told her to leave the hard parts to him. After wishing her happiness, he departed. A moment later, there was a commotion behind her. She thought he'd forgotten something and returned. Who would have thought the terrifying demon and Aki would emerge? She knew Koinetsu was leaving tomorrow, so she had to seize the chance to eat her, lest such divine beauty go to waste. A final farewell to the lady. If only Tanjiro had really returned. But no. He was busy rushing to reach Inosuke's location before sunset. As expected, Inosuke couldn't wait for him and decided to act first, poking his head through the ceiling to summon mice to bring him his weapons. Thanks to Yuzui's ninja beast, these mice were extra muscular, looking flashy and powerful. His weapons were ready. Comrade Inosuke, time to get dressed, or rather, Inosuke has to get and rest and put on his boar mask to be in proper form. He shot out of the room, to the complete shock and bewilderment of the whole brothel, as a wild boar suddenly appeared in the house. Meanwhile, at the Kyogoku house, the master was clutching his wife's bloody kimono when Yuzui silently held the blade to his neck, forcing him to reveal everything about Hinasu, Yuzui's wife, and, to name the person he suspected was behind it all. Yuzui promised him revenge, so the master trusted him completely, pointing at Warabi Heim's room where the sun could not reach. However, when Yuzui arrived, the demon wasn't there. She was in Koinetsu's room, but he didn't know that. So he headed to a low-class brothel to find Asu, based on the master's words that she might be alive there. On his way to Inosuke, Tanjiro smelled the powerful demon scent and followed the trail. Unexpectedly, it led right back to Koinetsu's room. But the one in the room wasn't her. It was the demon. Her sashes were tightly wrapped around Dao Inatsu's body, absorbing her, but her head was still visible, proving she wasn't being eaten, but was being transported to another dimension. In their first encounter, Daki could tell with one look that Tanjiro was just a regular slayer. She only wanted to face as Hira, so she completely disregarded him. But Tanjiro couldn't stand by and let her take Ko Inatsu, so he demanded that she be released. To her, this was an insolent challenge, and she immediately lashed out with her sashes, flinging Tanjiro through the tiles of the house next door. Before he could even process what happened, his entire body ached with pain, his arms and legs feeling completely powerless. But maybe it was just the pain from the impact and fear. He couldn't be defeated so easily. The box containing Mizuko couldn't withstand another powerful blow, so Tanjiro placed it aside, instructing his sister not to come out unless her life was in danger. With that settled, Tanjiro used the fourth form of water breathing, lunging forward to slash repeatedly at Daki's sashes. However, these sashes were incredibly powerful, with infinite length and the ability to switch between hard and soft, making him struggle in midair just to slice through the one holding Koinosu. It was a small praiseworthy moment for Tanjiro at the start, but facing an upper rank 6, did he have any chance of winning? Though he lacked backup, Tanjiro knew that he had to win, or at the very least, survive until the others arrived. Elsewhere, Yuzui had found the place where Hainasu was being held in the low-class brothel. She explained that during her infiltration, she discovered Haim was a demon and drank poison to escape, but she was caught. Such a wicked demon. Yuzui was determined to capture her. Thanks to Hainasu's information and his superb hearing, Yuzui detected the sounds of a battle echoing from underground. There was definitely something amiss down there. With that, he drew his twin swords and used the breath of sound to dig his way downward. Daki noticed her secret passage was being infiltrated and grew angry, insulting Tanjiro and his swordsmith for their incompetence in letting the sword shift so easily. But its chipped or broken blade has always been the fault of an unskilled swordsman. Ironically, Tanjiro had to admit that his body wasn't compatible with the breath of water, so he could never master it like his master. You are Okodakai or the water has Hira Tomioka. On the other hand, when using the Hino Kami Kagura to cut off the demon's head on the Mugen train, his power was fully utilized and extremely effective. The only problem was that using the Hino Kami Kagura for an extended period would quickly drain Tanjiro's stamina because its power was too great. That's why he had to carefully choose when to use it for maximum effect. But against an upper rank 6 like her now, the breath of water wasn't even enough to scratch her. Tanjiro was forced to use the Hino Kami Kagura to attack, which gave Daki quite a shock. Noticing his technique had changed, she lashed out with a sash at Tanjiro's neck. But, this time, he was faster. In a flash, he appeared behind her and struck the opening thread. But then, something beyond miraculous happened. Her opening thread snapped on its own, and he was suddenly counterattacked by a sash. His brain screamed to get into a defensive stance. But Tanjiro's body had accumulated all the fatigue from performing the Hino Kami Kagura, and his muscles became too stiff to move. In that near-death moment, Tanjiro quickly used recovery breathing to regain his ability to resist. Dodge sacks were too fast, and with her, sashes as hard as swords. It was like Tanjiro was trying to fight a rock with an egg. But thanks to the days he'd spent training to raise his body temperature back at the estate, Tanjiro could power himself up right now to use the Hino Kami Kagura for longer, and he was determined to win to avenge all those who had fallen to demons. In OSUK, back to his true self with nothing left to take off, found his instincts firing on all cylinders, and he discovered the entrance to the demon's lair. Though the path was a bit small for his body, unfortunately for the demon, he was someone who could dislocate his own joints, meaning if his head could fit, his entire body could follow. And so, the boar no SUK slithered like a snake towards the light. This lair, deep underground, contained nothing but sashes with moon patterns stretching from one corner to the other. On them were the faces of sleeping girls. While looking around, he happened to see his friend Jinisu's face, sleeping soundly with a snot bubble. So this was the demon's food storage. One end of a sash, with 2 eyes and a talking mouth, had been detached from the demon to guard the place from intruders and to consume humans whenever Daki felt hungry. This thing looked as ugly as an earthworm, and yet it dared to call the great Inosuke trash. That was unforgivable. Inosuke immediately slashed expertly at the incoming sashes, not only landing perfect hits and severing the cloth, but also successfully making precise cuts to rescue the people trapped inside. Seeing Inosuke's keen senses, the sash became flustered and called for help from its main body above. It was ordered to keep only the 10 most beautiful captives, including an Osuke, as she knew he had a perfect face. The rest could be killed and eaten to increase her power. But capturing this great lord alive wouldn't be easy. If this weren't just a sash, an Osuke would have already severed the head of this ugly earthworm. The people he just rescued were about to be recaptured by newly sprouted sashes. It seemed like a difficult situation, but it wasn't as hard as one might think. Yuzui's to webs, having been freed by Inosu Koi, joined the fight to protect the remaining captives. But this wasn't the main body. So how could they win a battle of attrition like this? Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by, faster than the wind, unleashing thunder breathing. He severed all the sashes in the blink of an eye, rescuing all the prisoners. The demon probably didn't realize that letting Inosu sleep was its biggest mistake, because he can only fight like a god when he's asleep. If only Inosu could always sleep. To be this cool, that would be amazing. Surprisingly so. But the sound the sash just heard wasn't only from Inosu. It also echoed from above. Get ready, you demon. The dashing Hairayu's eye has tunneled his way here. Surely, a handsome man looks handsome no matter what he does. Yuzai lunged forward, his slashes hitting their mark and tearing the sash into 100 pieces. Reunited with his two wives, Yuzui was relieved they were safe and sound, and told them to prioritize their own lives. This stunned Makio, since ninja were always trained to complete the mission without regard for their own lives. Now Yuzui was telling them to stay alive. What handsome and kind man. The fact that his two wives had survived this long was enough to make Yuzui proud. Above, Tenryou was exhausted while Aki was completely unharmed. On top of that, her sash from below, having been defeated, crawled back up to rejoin her main body and reported Haira's arrival, which made her gleefully excited. She powered up by 200% and changed her appearance to welcome the Haira. For a demon, she shouldn't be this beautiful. She must have eaten a lot of people to have blossomed like this. Just then, a man from inside the house, hearing the commotion, got angry. It was the middle of the night, yet they were out on the street waving swords around, not letting people sleep. Of course not. Daki said night was for hunting, not for sleeping. She immediately unleashed an attack that split the ground and the grumpy man's arm. 2 seconds later, all the houses were reduced to a pile of rubble. People were dying, like flies. The once thriving street turned into a breathtaking scene of death and carnage. Witnessing this, Tenryou could not afford to be weak for another moment. Some time ago, Reinoku's father, having calmed down, wrote a letter of apology to him, explaining how his wife's death had made him so reckless. Despite the lack of his father's guidance, Rokusha still studied the breath of flame on his own, and became as higher with just 3 books. He was an incredibly strong son. And so was Tenryou. He believed Tenryou was the chosen one, because the books mentioned that the chosen user of sun breathing would have a birthmark on their forehead. But in reality, his mark was just a scar from when his brother knocked over a brazier. The one born with the birthmark was his father. Though he might not be the chosen one, standing in a scene like this, he had no choice but to be strong. Blood began to rush to his head, turning Tenryou's eyes red. She looked down on him, about to leave to meet Yuzei. But where do you think you're going? Demon. Just because you look down on me doesn't mean I can't do anything to you. If he was going to die today, he would go all out against this wicked demon. The demon's leg was cut off, but she just regenerated it. She was clearly so strong. Yet she always went around killing we humans, who only have 2 arms, 2 legs, and a limited lifespan. It's truly shameless. Being lectured like this. Dodge suddenly realized the phrase sounded familiar. She had heard it somewhere before. But the memory wasn't hers, because she became a demon through a share of Muzian's blood. His memories were overlapping with hers. But she didn't want to think about it. She immediately used her blood demon art, splitting her sashes in 8 directions to form a net, intending to shred Tenryou to pieces with incredible speed. But she was gravely mistaken. Tenryou had leveled up and could easily keep up with the speed. In fact, he was getting faster and faster, causing her sashes not only to be cut, but to burn with agonizing pain. As Tenryou closed in, she backed away to continue her attack. Seriously, who plays these childish stalling games? Tenryou declared he wasn't interested and cut to the chase. He built up momentum and swung to cut off the demon's head. But she turned her neck into a soft sash, making it impossible to sever horizontally. She narrowly escaped death and increased the number of sashes to 13, relentlessly attacking Tenryou. In his eyes now, the sashes moved slower than a snail, so he could easily slash them back and forth, gathering them in one place before stabbing his sword down to pin them. She was furious at being caught, but still arrogantly claimed that her sashes could extend infinitely. So, what could he possibly do? Tenryou said nothing. What can I do? You ask? Tenryou didn't take any shortcuts, instead opting to slash through all 13 sashes at once in a straight line, then surprised her by pressing his blade right against her neck. Just then, something inside him gave way. From the continuous use of the Hino Kami Kagura, his body was beginning to suffocate. He coughed uncontrollably as his vision went dark, and he could barely hold his sword. The demon, overjoyed, was about to take his head when she was hit by a kick so hard it sent her flying from Vietnam to America, getting tangled in power lines. That's what you get for messing with my brother. I may be weak, but my family is strong. Nezuko, knowing her brother was in danger, appeared and attacked. blowing off the top half of the demon's head. The demon recognized Nezuko, because Muzan had warned her about Nezuko's power and ordered her to be eliminated if found. But she must think finishing this girl off would be easy. Though it seemed easy at first, since Nezuko only used kicks, allowing Daki to nearly sever her limbs. But, just you wait. Nezuko's limbs regenerated at a speed comparable to an upper-ranked demon. Not only that, Nezuko began to go berserk, biting through her bamboo muzzle. Strange floral patterns appeared all over her body, and she even grew a horn, exuding an aura that made Daki freeze in fear. In Tanuro's unconscious dream, he met his younger brother and was told about Nezuko. Though gentle, she would stand up to adults to demand justice whenever her younger siblings were bullied. People like her tend to neglect themselves, and he feared one day she would lose what was most precious. That time might be now. Daki had enraged her, and she would certainly pay the price. Knowing the girl could only kick, she slashed repeatedly at her legs and arms. But Nezuko was faster than her. In an instant, she was behind her, stomping her into the ground. Nezuko's regeneration speed surpassed even Daki's. She repeatedly stomped on the demon's back and arms. Daki also flew into a rage, using her sash to fling Nezuko away and sever her limbs and neck, splattering blood all over herself. But what she didn't expect was for Nezuko's blood to coagulate and reconnect her severed parts, while also detonating the blood that had splattered on her, causing her to burst into flames. So you like looking down on others? Huh? Let's see who's prettier now. Nezuko toyed with her like a cat with a mouse, giving her no room to breathe. When she passed a house where a person was bleeding, despite being enchanted to protect humans, Nezuko had lost control of her consciousness since going berserk and lunged to attack the woman. Luckily, Tanjiro appeared behind her in time, using his sword to block her. Fortunately, while unconscious, Tanjiro's consciousness sent his younger brother to wake him up to save Nezuko. Since she was about to lose herself, he acted quickly. No matter what Tanjiro said, he couldn't calm her down. Daki was still alive, looking like a burnt mined-out robot, and was approaching the finish off the Komodo siblings. But as I said, I'm weak, but my family is strong. Before she could do anything, Yuzuzu Ui Tengen appeared in a flash, severing her neck so fast that she didn't even realize it. She couldn't be an upper-ranked demon. There's no way she'd be this weak. Tanjiro had to use this chance to do something to bring his Nezuko back to her senses. Remembering his mother's old lullaby, he closed his eyes and tried his best to sing through his desperation. And thankfully, heaven was on his side. Nezuko heard the song and remembered memories of her mother. The little girl suddenly burst into tears, then reverted to her original form, shrinking down and falling into Tanjiro's arms, sleeping peacefully to recover her strength. It's no wonder Genesu is head over heels for someone this adorable. With things settled down, here, let's look up top. Yuzu was about to leave when Daki, despite being decapitated, was still talking a mile a minute. The more Yuzu denied she was upper rank 6, the angrier she got, and then she started crying loudly for her whole family to hear. How strange. She should have been gone by now. So why was her body still moving? Doc slammed the ground and cried. When the going gets tough, the tough call their big brother. It turns out she had an ally. The Anaishan she called out emerged right from her body. It looked absolutely terrifying. With his quick reflexes, Yuzeth immediately tried to slice his head off. But the demon was even faster than him. What the heck is this? So this is the real final boss. Seeing the siblings comfort each other disgusted Yuzuyu, but this new demon was no pushover. Though he looked ugly and emaciated, his power was dangerously unpredictable. Just brushing past him was enough to make Yuzu, I believe, from his head. He seemed jealous of Yuzuyu's appearance, already thinking of capturing him alive and torturing him to death. Daki was now crying like a pathetic child, tattling to her brother about the slayers who dared to burn her beautiful face. So handsome, yet he bullied his little sister. Yuzai really deserved to die. After his long-winded speech, he introduced himself as Gyu Utero and threw his sickles at Yuzui, sending him flying through the roof. Tanjiro, outside, knew things had escalated. Feeling the difficulty level had just been cranked up again. But with bad luck comes good. Inosuke, relying on Genus's sharp hearing, had made it here with him. Leave the rest to this wild boar. Tanjiro just needed to put his little sister back in the box. True brothers in arms. But before they could do anything, the roof collapsed. After protecting the remaining people from Gyu Utero's blood slashes, Yuzui blew up the entire house. Although there were two of them, they were essentially one. Daki, creating a protective sphere with her sash to shield them from the blast, was pretty impressive. Gyu Utero once again complimented Yuzui, saying he was more handsome and talented than the previous Hira he'd killed, which made Yuzui look at him with contempt. For a demon who's lived hundreds of years, to just rot away in a corner like this is no different from being a frog in a well. There are many people out there more skilled than him, and the demon's siblings would surely be annihilated. His blood slashes contain poison, but Yuzui had been almost immune to it so far because, as a ninja, he was trained to resist toxins. The ninja clans were thought to have all died out during the Edo period, but his father had trained him and his brother with extreme rigor. The only thing was, the older his brother got, the more he became a copy of their father, identical in his way of thinking and patriarchal actions, like believing that as long as there was an heir, it didn't matter if his wife died. And of course, Yuzui realized this. So he didn't want to become that kind of person. Because the master trusted him and always encouraged him from the early days. Yuzui vowed to give his all in every battle. With this confident expression, Yuzui kicked Aki into the sky and threw bombs from his sleeve. The bombs would immediately explode upon contact with any object. Jiwai realized this and easily dodged, but his sister Daki slashed recklessly and took the full blast, losing her head once again. At the same time, an Osuk and a sleeping Jinasu arrived on the scene, declaring that their time was up, now that this great lord was here. Tanjiro, after putting Izuko in the box and tying his hand to his sword, made a cool entrance between the two sides. The full gathering of both forces was now officially beginning. The red light district had fallen to night, noisy not with the sounds of festivity and desire, but with the desperate cries of the pitiful survivors. Tanjiro began to realize that Jiwai was likely the main body, because the scent he emitted was so strong it could numb his throat. Yuzui warned them to prepare to meet their maker because his 3 disciples were top-notch. Moreover, he had already figured out how to kill him. They had to behead both of them at the same time. In that case, their number was surely up. The female demon charged forward to start the battle, but was sent flying into the sky by a sleepy Genus's thunder punch. Leave this earthworm to a no-su Kwai and Genus. The other two should focus on beheading the praying mantis. When Doc shot Genusu, she was stunned. This was the same weak little girl she had slapped earlier. Although still dreaming, he didn't forget to bring up how she had twisted the servant girl's ear and demanded she apologize. Of course, Daki refused to be lectured and firmly stated that he was wrong. She and her brother were just getting revenge for the suffering humans had caused them. A classic case of the hurt wanting to hurt others. As she spoke, she revealed a third eye on her forehead, looking terrifying. Jiwai shared her sentiment, rushing forward to rip out Tanjiro's throat. But Yuzui intervened just in time. The two sides clashed. Before Tanjiro could do anything, he was continuously stabbed from above by Daki's sashes. It turned out the third eye was awake and by Jiwai, allowing her to see everyone's every move and provide support. Jiwai attacks were as swift as a praying mantis, easily cutting Yuzui's skin. Seeing his comrade at a disadvantage, Tanjiro jumped in to block a blood slash, using water breathing to deflect the blow to avoid getting hit. The fight above was just as bloody. They both had to dodge the sashes and the blood sickles, as even a graze from them was enough to be fatal. So how the heck were they supposed to get close? Tanjiro tried to be as useful to Yuzui as possible. Izaki himself was now starting to feel the effects of the poison, weakening considerably. If they didn't end this fight soon, they would all die. In this heated moment, Hinasu, despite having only recovered a little strength, climbed onto a nearby roof and threw kunai to support her husband. Jiwai quickly noticed and used the incredible speed of his slashes to create a shield. As soon as the shield dissipated, Yuzui appeared and cut off both his legs, successfully landing a kunai in his neck. This one was coated with an extract from wisteria flowers, so he couldn't regenerate his legs immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Tanjiro rushed from behind, pressing his blade to the demon's neck to send him to his ancestors. But of course, life isn't like a dream. Speaking of dreams, Hinasu's mind flashed back to a memory. Uzak Hongan had led his 3 wives to the Yuzui family grave and told them about his clan, saying he had never forgotten his dead siblings. He would try to live as flamboyantly as possible to make them proud. Right at this moment, he was fighting brilliantly, but this demon was just too strong. He quickly regenerated his legs and used his blood demon art, creating a wide-range rotating slash attack. Yuzui had to use his sound breathing's constant resounding slashes to parry the continuous attacks, which exploded around them like a dazzling fireworks display. The new year was over. Yuzui was startled because he couldn't find the demon, only seeing the annoying sashes everywhere. It turned out he had gone to attack Hinasu for daring to throw a kunai at him. He couldn't get close and was being tied down by these sashes, which was incredibly frustrating. In this dire situation, Yuzui remembered Hinasu once saying that if they could defeat an upper-ranked demon, they should all retire and live normal lives, because everything has its limits. His wife was so lovely, and this bastard dared to harm her. He could never forgive him. Tanjiro, from a distance, saw life about to be extinguished before his eyes and dragged himself up again. Drained of all strength, he couldn't use the Hino Kami Kagura anymore. But surprise, he used both fire and water at the same time, cutting off the demon's arm and successfully saving Hinasu. Techniques could be adapted depending on one's form and physical strength. That's how more and more breathing styles were created based on the creativity of the swordsman. That was the fighting style that Master Ur Kodak I had taught him long ago. With Tanjiro drawing the demon's attention, Yuzu I managed to strike from behind. And Osuk, from above, saw that Yuzu I was about to make mincemeat of the Manus demon and panicked, since they had to cut off both heads at once. But these annoying sashes were preventing him and Jinisu from even touching her. Jinisu, seeing his friend charging like a madman, reasoned in his sleep that they just needed to keep the head from reacting, not necessarily cut them at the same time. Damn it, why is this blondie so cool today? Even outshining me? Gotta learn from him. Tanjiro and Yuzu both drove their swords into Gyu Tero's neck. But he was freakishly strong, blocking both swords at once. He even twisted his head around and caught Yuzu's blade with his teeth, shocking the Hezhira. A few seconds later, he used his old trick again, his wide-range rotating blood demon art, forcing everyone to fall back to avoid being killed. At that moment, Daki reached Tanjiro's position. He had no choice but to team up with his two comrades to behead this earthworm first, then turn back to kill the brother before the poison spread through Yuzu's body. The more Osuk fought, the more bloodthirsty he became. Spurred on by Tanjiro, he began to focus his breathing and realized the attack seemed to be slowing down. Multi-directional attacks were a job for this great lord's twin blades. Water and lightning supported the charging bore. Even getting cut on his arms and legs didn't dampen Osuk's will. Seeing this, she felt a flicker of fear but couldn't believe he could behead her with just two chip swords. Well, she was right about that. Because Osuk didn't intend to just slash. The jagged edges of his swords would soar right through her neck. This time, you're toast. Grabbing her head, Osuk ran as fast as he could. The farther from the body, the better. To buy more time for Yuzu to finish the job below. But his joy was short-lived as disaster struck. The Mountis demon threw a sickle straight through Osuk's heart and snatched his sister's head back. It's over. But how did he get here so fast? Where was Yuzu? Tanjiro's vision dimmed. He couldn't believe his eyes. One of the Hezhira's sword arms was severed, and his body lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Jinisu, trying to save Tanjiro, was crushed by a collapsing building. Is this really the end? Could it be that because he let his guard down for a second, everyone was killed? What was he supposed to do? It's always like this. Whenever something bad happens, Tanjiro blames himself and apologizes to everyone. Mizaka surely didn't like this, so she appeared in his dream, encouraging him and lifting his spirits to return to the fight. Thanks to Jinisu's sacrifice, Tanjiro's life was spared. The surrounding area had turned into a disastrous sea of fire. Luckily, Mizuko was still sleeping soundly in her box, completely unharmed. Just as he smiled in relief, Gyu Tero appeared like a ghost before him. He gloated about his victory in killing all three of Tanjiro's comrades and laughed in his face for being a brother who couldn't even protect his little sister. Tanjiro was furious but could do nothing. Even if he could hold his sword, he couldn't cut off his head. And even if he did, Daki's head was still gloating on the rooftop. Gyu Tero insulted Tanjiro for being the shamefully weak class survivor while bending his fingers backward, making him grit his teeth in agony. He wanted to provoke him, to make him struggle before he died. But Tanjiro wasn't that stupid. He grabbed the box and ran, to the mockery of Gyu Tero and his sister, who thought he was running away like a coward. But watch this part closely. Even while being attacked by Gyu Tero, Tanjiro crawled to the end of the road, helplessly throwing pieces of wood and scented pouches from the courtesans at him. Gyu Tero enjoyed watching his pathetic state and offered him the idea of becoming a demon like him, so they could protect their sisters together. Otherwise, he would kill his sister too. But Tanjiro wasn't listening. He tilted his head back, preparing for a spectacular headbutt, and slammed it painfully into the demon's head. Before the demon could scoff at this pathetic headbutt, he began to feel dizzy and couldn't stand up. Only then did he realize that Tanjiro was only pretending to run to pick up a kunai and threw it along with the scented pouches so he wouldn't notice the poison smell. Now do you see the consequences of looking at the world with only one eye? Tanjiro was raising his sword to cut off his head. He couldn't believe that despite the huge power gap, the boy still had the will to turn the tables. That's because I'm human, you insect. But also because he was human. Tanjiro had too many thoughts running through his head at once. He and Mizuko were just like him and his sister. Only they chose a different path to remain human, not to lose their nature for immortality. Because of this, even as he tried to sever his head, the demon still had the strength to reduce the pressure and pull the kunai from his leg. Daki, seeing her brother being tricked from afar, was about to rush over. But hold on. Jinisu wasn't done with her yet. The biggest mistake villains always make is enjoying their opponents' suffering without finishing them off. That's why Jinisu was able to escape the rubble and use his thunderclap and flash Godspeed, moving at the speed of light to take her head. This was a technique that could only be used twice in one battle at Jinisu's current power level. The first time, he used it to escape the rubble. And this time was to behead the sash woman. He absolutely could not fail. But the battle wasn't over yet. Gyu Taro successfully pulled out the kunai and unleashed a barrage of blood slashes on Tanjiro. This was really the end. His sickle was right in front of his eye. But Yuzui wouldn't allow him to do that to his disciple. Earlier, he had deliberately used his muscles to stop his heart temporarily to prevent the poison from spreading through his body. Even in no Yusui was just as clever, managing to use a technique to shift his internal organs so his heart wouldn't be pierced. That's why seeing the world with one eye was the most self-destructive move Gyu Taro made today. Yuzui was now brimming with fighting spirit, using his incredible ability to read sound to turn the blood demon art into a musical score, then striking each note perfectly like playing an instrument. The two sides clashed in a life-death struggle. Amid smoke and fire, Tanjiro ran alongside them to exploit any opening. But he was slower than the demon's reflexes and was stabbed in the jaw. This was nothing compared to the physical pain he had endured so far. His jaw hurt, but his hands still had to swing the sword. Unexpected, wasn't it? Tanjiro mustered all his strength, forgetting the pain to use everything he had to sever the demon's head, so intensely that the scar on his forehead burned and formed the demon slayer mark. This mark looks familiar. If anyone can guess where they've seen it before, comment below. When the sacred flame acts, the rice is milled into cakes. Gyu Taro had to rely on his sister, who was also getting her neck sawed at. But she was just as unlucky. An Osuq appeared in time to help Jinisu saw through the sash at her neck. All four of them gave it their all, creating a spectacular combat sequence and beheading both demons at the same time, declaring a complete victory for this mission. The comedian Suma, seeing that everyone had beheaded the demons, jumped for joy. Only Hinasu realized something was wrong. The poison had seeped into Tanjiro's body, and his vision was blurring. His ears couldn't clearly hear what Yuzui was saying as he shouted for Tanjiro to run. In an instant, Gyu Taro's body unleashed a whirlwind of blood slashes, blowing away everything in the vicinity. It seemed everything had come to an end. Tanjiro heard Nezuko's call and slowly opened his eyes, finding himself nestled in his little sister's lap. It turned out that in that critical moment, Nezuko had appeared in time, using her flames to burn away Gyu Taro's blood slashes, saving her brother and everyone else. All that was left now was a pile of rubble. No one would recognize this as the once luxurious Red Nice Light District. The poison in Tanjiro's body had somehow disappeared, but his body was still too weak for him to move much. The adorable Nezuko saw this and trotted over to carry her brother on her back, following Jinisu's calls to find the others. As the battle ended, Jinisu woke up. He had just taken a nap. So why did his body ache so much? Both of his legs were broken, but in no Yusui was in even worse shape. The poison had spread from the stab wound throughout his body, and his heartbeat was weakening. Sending a crow to ask Shinobu for help would be too late, and they couldn't wait until dawn for the sun to rise. Why was Tanjiro able to purge the poison and not anyone else? It was simple. It was because Nezuko carried him on her back. Who else? It was her flames that burned away all the demon poison in his body, allowing him to survive. So saving an Osuki this time was also a small matter. As soon as his wound healed, the mountain boar opened his mouth and cried out that he was hungry, making everyone cry with joy. On the other side, the comedian Sumo was screaming because Yuzui was about to die. He wanted to say his last words to his three wives, but Sumo was crying so tragically she didn't give him a moment to get a word in. Seriously, couldn't he even say his last words in peace? In the midst of the chaos, teeny Nezuko appeared and blew a puff of fire onto Yuzui. Suma's jaw dropped, and she threatened to spank the little girl for daring to cremate him before he was even dead. She was dead meat. Suddenly, Yuzui's deep, warm voice called out just a moment. The poison in his body had all vanished thanks to Nezuko. He was alive. His three wives jumped to hug him, crying and thanking the heavens and Nezuko. Tanjiro himself hadn't recovered yet, but insisted on seeing the demons' heads with his own eyes before he could rest easy. They hadn't even found the heads yet when they heard a loud argument. Daki was screaming, blaming Gyu Taro for being a useless, ugly brother. Now that they'd lost, he was worthless, which shocked him to his core. He retorted, calling her a pathetic good mathing, and said he deeply regretted saving and protecting her so many times. In this situation, both demons' mouths were faster than their brains, saying hurtful things to each other, even wishing the other had never been born. Tanjiro couldn't bear to witness such a sad scene, so he ran to cover Gyu Taro's mouth. Even if the whole world hated them, as brother and sister, they shouldn't say such painful things to each other. Besides, those were just words said in anger, not what they truly felt. So what was the real story? At this point, I have to feel sorry for these siblings. It wasn't until Daki was fading away before his eyes that he subconsciously called her by her name. That's right. That was her real name. Even though it was named after the disease that killed their mother. Gyu Taro still thought it was beautiful. They were both born in the lowest class of the brothel district, a place where children were seen as a nuisance because raising them was a waste of food and money. Gyu Taro had nearly been killed countless times before, and after he was born, he grew up skinny and emaciated, catching rats and bugs to eat when he was hungry. His only toy was a sickle left behind by a customer. In a place where beauty was the standard, he was a despised creature, reeking of a foul odor and covered in dead bugs that disgusted everyone. But his life changed when Yun was born. She was his pride, with a beauty that captivated others. With that confidence, he realized he had a knack for fighting and became a debt collector to make a living. At that time, what could be better than being ugly but feared, while also having a stunningly beautiful little sister? In other words, Gyu Taro's life began a new chapter with Yun, and he had every right to hope that their lives would get better one day soon. But one day, returning from work, he was met with the sight of Yumi's charred body. Because she had used a hairpin blind, a samurai client. They tied her up and burned her alive as punishment. Why were there such cruel people in the world? Why had fate given him and his sister nothing, only to snatch away his only sibling? He held his sister in his arms, looked up at the sky, and cursed the world. Suddenly, he was slashed from behind and collapsed. It was the samurai client, who, on the orders of the brothel owner, had come to finish him off for the many times he'd beaten them while collecting debts. Gyu Taro wasn't dead yet. Hearing those words, he was filled with rage, leapt up in a counterattack, and brought his sickle down on the cruel woman's head. People like her and the samurai, sleeping in warm beds. How could they understand the hardships he and his sister faced? Having a better life than others but not knowing how to appreciate it and instead doing evil deeds, they were better off dead. After avenging Yun, Gyu Taro carried his sister's body into the night. He didn't ask for help, because no one had ever wanted to help them. On top of that, snow began to fall on his thin, fragile body. Why did nothing good ever happen in his life? But Gyu Taro's thoughts were like a wish granted when the upper rank too, Doma, appeared before him. He saw potential in him to be a demon. And besides, only by becoming a demon could Yumi's fading body be saved. So he agreed without hesitation. He would be immortal, and no longer despised by the world. No matter how many lifetimes he lived, Gyu Taro would still choose to be a demon to get revenge on those who lived happily. But thinking back, there was one thing he regretted most, and that was Yun. If she had been born in a different situation, a better family, perhaps she would have become a famous oiran, or a noble lady living a normal life with a family and lovely children. She was naturally simple. But Gyu Taro's upbringing had led Yun astray, teaching her to take before being taken from. That's why when that client gave her the hairpin, if she had just obediently gone along with it, she wouldn't be suffering like this. In the end, his greatest regret was still Yun. This place was probably hell. It was right for someone like him who had done so many evil things to be here. But she also appeared. No, it was Yun. He didn't know why she appeared like this, but he didn't want her as his sister anymore. Perhaps still angry about her blaming him, he told her to turn her back and walk towards the light. From now on, they had no ties, no bond. But Yun refused, crying and begging her brother's forgiveness like a naive child. Even if she had to go to hell or live through countless more lives, she still wanted to be his little sister. They had promised to always be together. He might not remember, but she still cherished that moment in her heart, even if snow covered the streets and they had nowhere to go. As long as they were together, they were invincible and would never leave each other's side, not even for a step. And so, Gyu Taro carried his sister on his back, walking towards the flames of hell. The story of their lives, their fight officially comes to an end here. A long, arduous night has finally concluded. The serpent has Hiro Obanai arrived to find nothing left to see. He praised Yuzui, but it was more like a backhanded compliment. While his mouth praised Yuzui for his efforts, he repeatedly mentioned the demon was the lowest ranked among the 12 Kizukis, upper moons. It sounded pretty spiteful. But regardless, after this battle, Yuzui had lost an eye and a hand, so he decided to retire from the Corps. Obanai heard this and immediately said, "Oh, no you don't. I won't allow it. After Rinoku's death, no one has been able to fill the void among the Hazhira. Now, with Yuzui leaving too, things will definitely fall apart." However, the next generation isn't just developing. They're developing very well. Yuzui acknowledged that during this battle, the worthy successor Yuzui I was referring to is none other than the kid Obanai despised every time they met. Yes, Obanai heard correctly. Not only did he survive an encounter with upper rank 6, but Tanjiro was also the one who severed his neck. It seems he can't be underestimated anymore. The crows also flew swiftly through the night to report this victory to the master. causing him to cough up blood from overwhelming joy. His faith in them was not misplaced. This victory officially changed the tide of battle for the first time in hundreds of years, giving him an unwavering belief that Euzan would be defeated within this very generation. Meanwhile, in Muzan's Infinity Castle, a Kaza was summoned, which meant another upper moon had fallen to the Demon Slayer Corps. Last time he killed a Hezhira and still got scolded. This time, another demon in dying to a Hezhira also got a Kaza scolding. Before he could even pity himself, the episode was already over. In contrast to him, Uzumai's family and Tanuro's band of brothers were weeping with happiness for having survived. This was truly a perfect ending. As it both left, viewers moved by Gyu Taro and Daki's past and brought satisfaction to the fans by affirming that justice, one way or another, will always prevail. If you guys also think Season 2 of Kimetsu no Yaiba was a resounding success like I do, feel free to comment. And let's look forward to Season 3 and the amazing movies from this film's production studio. From a distance, the two of them looked like they were arguing. And when people argue, Tanjiro has to step in and mediate. He can't just ignore it. With that thought, he ran over and grabbed the missed Hezhira's wrist, but he couldn't move it at all. Despite having skinny arms and being younger than him, Tokita's strength was no joke. Thanks to Tokita's attention shifting to the box containing Nezuko, the young boy managed to escape. The boy thought Tanjiro also wanted to take the treasure, so he acted very defensively and got hit by Tokitu with some incredibly cruel words. Tanjiro's ears burned, so he stood up to defend the boy and lectured the missed Hezhira on the nobility of the swordsmithing craft, which moved Gonzake, who was standing nearby. However, Tokita couldn't stomach these moral lessons, so one strike knocked Tanjiro unconscious. When he woke up, he only saw the boy, not the person who was standing behind him. Tanjiro was told it was a mechanical doll with abilities far surpassing a normal person's, with 108 movements. People often use it for training, and most importantly, it was created by the boy's ancestor, with the name Yoriichi Type 0. In reality, the doll was built based on a brilliant swordsman, so it needed 6 arms to accurately replicate that swordsman's movements. But wait a minute, that doll looked very familiar. But Tanjiro couldn't remember where he'd seen it. This person was from the Warring States period, over 300 years ago. So, what did he have to do with him? While he was marveling at the doll and amidst Hezhira's talent, his crow appeared out of nowhere, praising its master to the heavens, and not forgetting to mock Tanjiro for dreaming about someone from the Warring States period. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound. The missed Hezhira had reached the doll and broken a part of its body. Seeing this, young Kotetsu felt deep resentment, as he wasn't skilled enough to repair it, and his father was gone. Tanjiro immediately jumped into a tree to comfort him, saying he would definitely be able to do it. And if he couldn't, future generations would. The same goes for Tanjiro. He would try his best to defeat Muzan and save his sister from her demon form. But if he died while the task was unfinished, his successors would surely defeat Muzan. Just like that, Kotetsu regained his composure, mentally preparing himself not to be shocked when the missed Hezhira finished training with the doll by evening. However, before nightfall, Tokita had already turned to leave. His sword was chipped, so he took the doll's sword arm to use for now. Kotetsu felt like salt was being rubbed in his wounds and quickly turned to find the doll. Tokitu's words and actions were cruel, but they held no malice. This crow, however, was the complete opposite. It openly looked down on Tanjiro. The rain started to fall. He thought the doll had been broken by Tokitu, but when he tried to adjust it, it actually raised its head and took a very impressive stance. Kotetsu wanted Tanjiro to continue training with the doll to become stronger than that seaweed-headed, blank man-faced brat. And so, from that moment on, the doll's sword was replaced with a wooden stick to fight Tanjiro. If Tanjiro couldn't defeat it, Kotetsu wouldn't even let him eat. Since the boy was only 10 years old, he didn't understand that the human body has limits. 5 consecutive days of starvation and training with a monstrous doll like this. Who could endure it? Tanjiro felt like he was on his way to the Sanziu River, becoming a ghost but still so hungry he fell into the river and accidentally discovered a shining gem with a strange scent. Waking up in an instant, Tanjiro realized this scent wasn't like the opening thread, but he could predict which part of his body each of the doll's arms would attack. With just that, Tanjiro skillfully dodged every blow and landed a slash across the doll's abdomen. He finally did it. This calls for a delicious rice ball feast for Tanjiro, right? After refueling, Tanjiro understood and grasped the doll's attack patterns. In the very next session, Tanjiro was able to cut off its head. But if he really did that, what would Kotetsu do later? The boy standing outside knew Tanjiro was worried about him, so he encouraged him with all his heart, saying he wanted him to become the strongest. A few broken dolls like this didn't matter anymore. Right after Tanjiro landed on his butt, the doll's neck began to crack, and its handsome head fell off, revealing an ancient 300-year-old sword standing upright inside. After the seasons, Mugen Train and Entertainment District. the series Demon Slayer, truly had fans on the edge of their seats. Not disappointing everyone's eager anticipation, the Swordsmith Village arc has officially aired, opening a new chapter. After the battle against Upper Rank 6, Jiwayu Taro and Daki, the battle ended, and the Kakushi found Tenyuro's group exhausted but still holding each other tightly. The master received the news that an Upper Moon had been killed and was so moved he spat up blood. It had been over 100 years since an Upper Moon was last slain. The master believed this was an omen that would change their destiny, and that a Muzian would certainly be defeated in this generation. On the other hand, Upper 3, Akaza, found himself summoned to the Infinity Castle. The other Upper Moons were also summoned, which could only mean one thing: an Upper Moon had been defeated by the Demon Slayer Corps. They only meet when something truly important happens, like an Upper Moon being killed, so it had been over 100 years since they last saw each other. Not that they liked each other anyway. This one with jumbled limbs is Upper Rank 5, Gyo Kakuko, and the one on the stairs who looks like a scared, dying old man is Upper Rank 4, Han Tengu. They both look goofy, but their power is obviously no joke. The next to appear is Upper Rank 2, Doma, who previously appeared in the Entertainment District arc as the one who persuaded Jiwayu Taro to become a demon. The last one is Upper Rank 1, Kokuai Chibo, the strongest demon, as well as the most exemplary of the 12 Kizuki, being the first to arrive and sitting quietly, waiting instead of chatting nonsense like the others. With everyone gathered, Yuzian appeared, up high, announcing that Jiwayu Taro was the Upper Moon who had been defeated. He analyzed the reason for the failure as having too much humanity left, and was enraged that the Upper Moons were so useless. They couldn't even find the blue spider lily after hundreds of years. That was a jab at Kaza, making him tremble. Just then, Gyo Kakuko excitedly tried to tell Yuzian about some new information he'd just obtained, but an instant later, his head was in Yuzian's hand. He despised uncertainty, so unconfirmed information should never be spoken aloud. Yuzian erected his anger at this jumbled head of eyes and mouths, but all it could feel was pure ecstasy from being touched by Lord Yuzian. So he was a little useful after all. Muzian ordered him and Han Tengu to go to that place as soon as the information was confirmed. As for where that place was, Yuzian couldn't care less. The curtain closed, and Doma eagerly pressed Upper 5 to tell him the information, so he could go with them, only for Akaza to punch half his head off. Akaza, in turn, had his hand immediately sliced off by Kokuai Chibo as a warning, because Upper Rank 1 didn't want the hierarchy to be disturbed. If Akaza was dissatisfied, he had to use a blood battle to change his rank, not act recklessly like this. No matter how much Akaza hated them both, he wasn't strong enough, so he could only remain silent. This meeting after a century didn't seem to be a happy one. After being unconscious for months, Tenyuro had a very strange dream. In it, there was a man who looked a lot like him named Sumishio, a charcoal seller who had a wife and child. His family had been saved by this red-haired swordsman, so he was very grateful and believed that a successor would inherit the swordsman's talent to continue saving people. However, this man was extremely pessimistic, blaming himself for not being able to protect those he loved, which made Tenyuro's heart ache for him. He didn't realize when he had woken up from the dream, but his eyes were already filled with tears. Kanao was the first to notice and was so moved that she dropped the flower vase. Outside, the Kakushi member Goto was bringing Castella cake for Tenyuro. He was the one who found the group in the entertainment district and brought them back for treatment. He had interacted with Tenyuro quite a bit, so he had a lot of respect for him. This Castella cake was brought every so often for the past 2 months because Tenyuro's sense of smell is so keen. Perhaps smelling the cake would help him wake up faster. He did the same this time, but he never expected Tenyuro to actually be awake. And yet Kanoho didn't say anything. There should have been more commotion. And so he disregarded all hierarchy, scolded Kano, and went to call everyone over. The 3 little girls came and cried noisily around the hospital bed. A moment later, Aoi, rushing over, even tripped on a blanket to get to Tenyuro. Everyone informed him that Zenitsu had woken up the very next day and had already gone on a mission. Reluctantly, of course. As for the sound his Hirutengen, despite his grave injuries, he was able to stand and leave on his own, supported by his wives, refusing to let the Kakushi touch him. But Inoue Ukei's condition was much more serious. The poison spread, hindering the medicine's effect in his body. With that said, seeing Inoue Ukei clinging to the ceiling must be Tenyuro's hallucination. He appeared in his usual style. Inoue Ukei jumped onto the bed with a thud and called Tenyuro as weak as a snail. He woke up a whole 7 days before him. Actually, Inoue Ukei's body is like a honey badger's, immune to poison, so the toxin was harmless to him. Kota made one small jab at him, which made Inoue Ukei's hair stand on end, and he charged in for a fight to blow off some steam. As they bickered back and forth, Kanho got annoyed and had to shout for everyone to be quiet so Tenyuro could sleep. He'd already fallen asleep again. He must have been very tired. Even the cat that transported demon blood for him was happy for his survival. Not long after, Tanjiro had fully recovered. Inoue Yukai also set off on a mission, and so did Zenitsu. Though he missed everyone terribly because of the cold and Nezuko. Tanjiro, while training, suddenly remembered his chip sword. All this time, no new sword had been sent to him. Instead, he got cursing letters from Haganzuke. Hundreds of unforgivable S and no new sword for use hit Tanjiro, making him unable to even cry. Well, last time his sword broke, he made all sorts of promises. But then he went and shipped it again. It seems this time he'll have to make a trip to the swordsmith village himself to apologize and request a new sword from the easily offended old man. Because the village plays a crucial role, the path to it is a complete secret. Tanjiro would have his eyes and ears covered to ensure he couldn't see anything. Furthermore, because he possessed a keen sense of smell, he also had to cover his nose and sit quietly on a kakushi's back to get to the village. To make it more complicated, no single kakushi knew the entire route. Each one would carry Tanjiro for a certain distance, before switching with another. This continued until they arrived, where he was finally allowed to open his eyes and admire the beautiful scenery. First, he had to go to the village chief's house to pay his respects. There, the chief told him that his swordsmith had been missing for several days. He's had a short temper since he was a child, and whenever he gets upset, he runs off. So they just let him be. As for forging swords, everyone believed that a chipped sword was the fault of a less than perfect smith. Haganzuke left because he was blaming himself, not because he hated Tanjiro. He could just stay in the village, enjoy the hot springs, and rest. When he saw his son again, he would give him a good scolding. That sounded painful, so Tanjiro was a bit worried. On the way to the springs, Tanjiro witnessed the forging process firsthand and felt immense gratitude and appreciation. As he got closer, he saw the love as Hira, Kinar Oji, running so fast her assets were about to fly out. She complained to Tanjiro about some jerk at the hot springs who had just ignored her. For as Hira to be ignored was just humiliating. After comforting her with Sumatsutake, mushroom rice, Tanjiro went to the hot springs, a place that could heal all kinds of ailments, from hemorrhoids to psychological issues. If it's so miraculous, why is there a to flying around here? Turns out it belonged to Jianya. The Wind is Hira's younger brother and a member, who joined at the same time as Tanjiro during the final selection. But he didn't look very friendly, so Tanjiro decided to strip down and join him in the bath, thinking that if they were both naked, they might understand each other better. He didn't find understanding, only excruciating pain, when Jianya punched him, sending him sinking into the water. That evening, while Kinar Oji had a whole stack of food, Jianya refused to eat anything since he arrived. Tanjiro thought of bringing rice balls to his room, hoping to become friends. On the way, it seemed Kinar Oji and Nezuko were getting along very well. Tanjiro suddenly asked her why she became a Hira and got a surprising answer. She joined to find a husband. She's very strong. But being a girl, she also wants to be loved and protected, and only the men among the Hira would be capable of that. So this was the perfect place. Just then, she was informed that her sword was ready, so she would be leaving early tomorrow, making Nezuko sad to see her go. Kinar Oji didn't forget to comfort and encourage the siblings and even told Tanjiro about a secret weapon in the village, something that could make him stronger. But no one had found it yet. But speaking at such a close distance made Tanjiro's nose bleed again. But, newly motivated, the very next day, he and Nezuko set out to find the weapon, even though they had no idea where they were going. Suddenly, they heard arguing. The Mrs. Hira, Tokitamu Ichiro, was demanding a kid give him a key. But the boy adamantly refused. This was his family's treasure. There was no way he would hand it over so easily. There was someone else behind the boy, who looked so familiar. Oh my god. This sword from the Warring States period is high quality, for sure. Not having a sword and then seeing a treasure like this was so exciting. His face turned red. It would be awkward to just take it. So he had to let Kodetsu encourage him to accept, and urge him to draw the sword for a few practice swings. Gidly drawing the sword, both of them froze when they saw the blade was almost completely rusted. After 300 years without maintenance, that was to be expected. Tanjiro looked embarrassed. But such a letdown was truly heartbreaking for him. Tears and snot just started flowing. But there was a silver lining. Haganzuke appeared, saying he would personally restore the sword for Tanjiro to show him what right person, right time means. His intentions were good, but his delivery was so bad that at first, the two didn't dare entrust it to him. It wasn't until Kanamori tickled him into submission and explained Haganzuke's harsh training regimen to forge the ultimate sword that would keep him from dying that they understood his sincerity. Actually, he was always disliked by swordsmen, so he never got to forge a sword for anyone. Only Tanjiro, time and again, begged him to. So he treasured it, being disliked so much. His social skills must be terrible. No wonder he's still single. knowing someone was bad-mouthing him. Haganzuke snapped awake and got into a shouting match with Kodetsu, forcing the other to chase after them. Anyway, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to finish the sword, so Tanjiro would use his old one temporarily in case of emergency. That night, Tanjiro tried to befriend Jinya over dinner again, but was always met with a cold shoulder. "Friend, the rice cakes are delicious. You should have some." "Oh, but your tooth is broken. I still have it right here." Tanjiro's provocative way of speaking made Jinya turn purple with rage. He couldn't understand why this idiot would keep someone else's fallen tooth. With that, he kicked Tanjiro out like a pervert. If he's kicked out, he'll leave. Tanjiro went back to his room to braid his sister's hair, not forgetting to ask her opinion on inviting Jinya to breakfast before looking out to admire the moon. The moon was beautiful tonight, but it was waning, just like the village is beautiful. But something unlucky might happen today. It all started when a swordsmith, returning from a relaxing dip in the hot springs, was suddenly swallowed by a pot. Looking at the pattern, it was definitely the one with the jumbled face, limbs, and all upper rank 5. Gyoko. Accompanying him was Hontengu, upper rank 4, with his trembling old man style, clinging to the roof. It turns out what Gyoko had sniffed out was information about the village. If he could destroy the swordsmith village, the Demon Slayer Corps would be severely weakened. Danger was imminent. Yet Tanjiro was still sleeping soundly, until Tokita covered his nose, and he jolted awake. The Mista's Hira came to ask about Kanamori, his new swordsmith, but it seemed he was with Hagake forging the sword. If he wanted to find him, Tanjiro offered to go with him, but looking at the Hira's cold face, guessed if he needed any help. Tokita told Tanjiro not to meddle in others' business, but he retorted, "Sometimes, meddling can end up helping yourself, just at a different time." Normally, Tokita doesn't like lectures, but this sentence was worth considering. Just as they were about to leave, Hontengu appeared in a very disheveled manner. This feeling, could it be an upper moon demon? Toki too, with his quick reflexes, swiftly drew his sword and used misbreathing to slash. But the demon was even faster, already on the ceiling. Tanjiro's Hino Kamikagewara was no match for its speed. Only Nezuko, who had transformed into her demon form, landed a painful kick to Hontengu's stomach, allowing Tokita to rush in and slice his head off. But from his experience beheading an upper moon, these demons as tenacious as leeches might not die just from being beheaded. And he was right. Surprise, kid, his head quickly grew a new body, while the old body grew a new head. Like a twin brother, Tanjiro planned to deal with the one behind him so they could slash them both at the same time, finishing the fight like in the entertainment district. But this was only episode 3. The shirtless one holding a leaf fan swung at once, sending the petite Tokita flying off to a faraway place. Tanjiro was lucky Nezuko held onto him, so he managed to stay put. This was going to be tough. While he was trying to figure out how to behead both of them at once, the one with the staff struck first, putting Tanjiro in grave danger. Through the blurry haze of the electric attack, a fierce figure like Jinya appeared on the roof. With just his shots, he blew the heads off both demons. But they weren't dead. They were intentionally getting their heads cut off to split their bodies once more. Just as Tanjiro predicted, their necks weren't their weak spot. So how could they be defeated? In the midst of the tension, he counted and saw only 3 of them. Even a first grader knows that the +2 is 4. So where was the last one? Just as he realized it, Tanjiro was snatched up by this demon with a bird-like body. It used a sonic scream to attack Tanjiro, causing his whole body to go numb and his ears to ring. Luckily, he managed to use the Hino Kamikagewara, reducing some of the damage. Quite a distance away, Tokitu, after being thrown, was on his way back to save everyone and the villagers. But he ran into Kodetsu struggling with a fish demon. Mermaids are usually human heads on fish bodies, but in Gyokou's world, it's a fish head on a human body. Between a child and an adult, their swordsmithing experience is surely not equal. So, Tokita had to prioritize saving the villagers first. But then, the words of Tanjiro's lecture from earlier echoed in his head. Now that he had a chance to apply it, he had to join the fight. He slashed the demon's arm, saving Kotetsu from being devoured by the fish. He cut off the fish's head, but its body just grew a new one, proving the head wasn't the weak spot. So it must be that pot on its back. He was right. Smashing the pot defeated the demon. It was indeed a creation of a blood demon art. Witnessing this demon slaying display from Tokitu, Kotetsu did a complete 180, flip-flopping faster than a pancake, to apologize to the Mista's Hira for calling him Seaweed Head. Anyway, this wasn't the time for pleasantries. But as he was about to leave, Kotetsu stopped him, kneeling and begging him to go up the mountain to save Kanamori and Haganzuke. They were in the middle of restoring a sword and couldn't stop. Kotetsu was on his way to help, but was chased by a demon to this extent. He had never cared about others' problems before. After remembering the master's words that he would find himself again, Tokita decided to hoist the kid onto his shoulder and sprint up the mountain. That's how, as Hyrule recognized by the master, should act. On the other side, Tanjiro was about to receive a deafening blow from the bird demon when he accidentally slashed its head. This was going to cause another split, which would be terrible. But perhaps the splitting had reached its limit. Each severed part remained as it was and continued to attack Tanjiro. But he had figured them out. The power of their attacks had weakened significantly, proving their limit was only 4. Slashing them more would visibly weaken them. The 4 words in their mouths are joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, representing the strongest state of the original body. After piercing through 2 of these ugly mouths, Tanjiro immediately dodged an attack from the bird demon from behind. At the same time, the corrupted tongues on his sword disappeared. The bird demon attacked Tanjiro relentlessly with its sharp claws, drawing blood. Engrossed in its attack, it didn't even realize it was hit by him. First a vertical slice, then a horizontal one. The bird demon started to find this interesting and decided to get serious with Tanjiro. At this rate, how could he get to Nezuko and Juenya? On this chaotic battlefield, Juenya was being impaled through the chest by a spear, and Nezuko was being held down by the shirtless one, who looked ready to eat her alive. The one with the spear was about to finish off Nezuko when he realized he couldn't pull the spear out of Juenya. On top of that, Jenny looked up and shot his head off. The demons, with their enhanced power, healed quickly and pulled the spear out of Jianya's body, because he had struck a vital point. Pulling it out would mean a quick death for him. Despite trying to hold on, it was impossible. Jianya coughed up blood like a fountain. It seemed like this was really the end for him. Yet, he still had the strength of Channa Sutra. He looked so fierce. But he's quite devout. It continued to thrust its spear down at Jianya. But this time, he was faster, jumping back with the determination to cut off their heads until they died. But a person isn't faster than lightning. Jianya was quickly struck by the other demon's staff and then took a hit to the stomach that sent him flying dozens of meters. On the other side, the shirtless demon kicked through Nezuko's torso and was about to break her limbs and electrocute her into a cripple. But she was the one who used a kick to send his teeth flying out of his talkative mouth. Nezuko continued to use her flames to burn the demon, then broke his arm to see who was really getting their arm broken. As luck would have it, she broke the arm holding the fan. So she swung it once and sent him flying out of sight. The one with the staff, having said how irritating countless times, plunged his staff into Nezuko's throat and attacked. As for Jianya, he was on the verge of death, but his mouth kept murmuring sutras as he stood up. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shinazuka wa Jianya, and I will put an end to your shameful existence today. At the same time, after a series of blocks that only wasted time and energy, Tanjiro decided to run straight towards the house, using the momentum in the demon's flight to turn the tables. That bird demon only knows how to attack. Seeing him run, it thought it was an easy target, but he dodged its attack, pierced it with his sword from foot to head, and wherever he aimed, it had to follow. Thanks for the ride. Tanjiro even used it to break through a wall, attacking the staff-wielding demon to save Nezuko. I'm back, and better than ever. Tanjiro used the bird demon's leg to block the staff attack. Since it was flesh, with the same cells as the attacker, electricity couldn't pass through. While it was marveling at Tanjiro's tactical prowess, he had already aimed for its tongue and sliced it vertically to buy time to save Nezuko. The moment he pulled the staff out, Tanjiro became his next target. Luckily, it stopped at his neck. Nezuko held the staff tightly, using her flames to burn the demon, rendering it helpless. Ganging up on the weak, the shirtless demon returned, using his fan to create immense pressure on the siblings, making it impossible for them to stand. The villagers at this point began to sound the emergency alarm. Daoko Keiko's fish demons started swarming down from the forest, causing the villagers to panic in fear. Because even though they had advanced weapons, they lacked any fighting ability. From a place not too far away, the love his Hira, Kinar Oji, received the news from her crow and immediately rushed over. Luckily, the location of her current mission was not far from the swordsmith village. Tokita finally reached Kanamori's place just in time, successfully saving him from a fish demon. The first thing he said wasn't, "Are you okay? But have you finished forging my sword?" He really is the coldest person on earth. Actually, the smith hadn't received official word that he was supposed to forge a sword for him. It's just that Tanjiro had asked him the day before, so he had just finished it in time to give to him. Nearing the forge, Tokita smelled a demon and immediately stopped, stepping in front to protect Kanamori and Kotetsu. From the bushes, Jiwyo Kaiko began to emerge, putting on a friendly facade. But Tokita knew this would be a life-death battle with an upper moon demon. Back with the villagers, despite trying to hold on, the enemy numbers were too great, and their claws were as sharp as any blade, leading to considerable losses in both life and property. Fortunately, Kinar Oj arrived just in time. Sorry, everyone. I'm late. Leave these guys to me. With just a few swift and elegant sword strokes. Wherever Kinaro I went, heads rolled and blood flowed, defeating all of these ugly fish. It's because she's so beautiful, and everyone forgets just how strong she is. A worthy love has hire for the master. With things settled here, they had to ask her to save the village chief. The demon slayers, sent to protect the chief, had all been defeated by the fish demon. The life of the village chief, the most brilliant swordsmith in the region, was now hanging by a thread, and it seemed no attack could affect it. In his frustration, he saw a pair of legs. Wait, they looked familiar. It's Kinaro. Her movement speed makes you think she's hacking the game, or something. But what's more surprising is her sword. Despite being a veteran swordsmith, he had never seen a curved sword. Not just curved, but wavy and flexible too. He had only heard rumors that the sword was forged by the chief himself. He never expected to see it with his own eyes. In those few seconds of the smith's thoughts, Kinaro had already rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks, shattering all forgotten pots on the demon's back, and catching the chief before he could phase plant. He should have been hurt, but being held in the arms of someone as beautiful as her, he had no more regrets in this life. Being able to spout such cheesy lines means he's definitely okay. But Tanjiro, after waking up, was not okay. In fact, he was seeing stars as Nezuko carried him, trying to escape the demon's electrical attacks, but there was no way to dodge them all. Getting electrocuted caused Nezuko to collapse, so now it was Tanjiro's turn to carry his sister and flee. The fans-wielding demon was chasing them, threatening to blow away the entire building to cut off his escape. Tanjiro ran while trying to think of a way to defeat all four of them, when an attack sent him flying outside. In that moment, Nezuko managed to grab his sword. He didn't know what she meant, but her hand wouldn't leave the blade, even as she was pinned under the rubble. The two siblings were hidden by the thick dust of the collapsed building, temporarily out of the demon's sight. Far away, Dageko went from greetings to explaining his artwork. He had swallowed 5 wordsmiths into a pot, arranged them in various poses, and pierced them with swords, causing them great pain. Not only that, he also kept twisting the swords, making them spurt fresh blood. This vile creature, thinking he's an artist, Tokita couldn't take it anymore. He rushed forward to behead him, but the pot had already teleported to the roof. Right, the pot was the key, so he changed his aim to the pot. He clearly hit it, but he felt nothing. In an instant, the pot reappeared below. Tokita realized that this demon wasn't like the clones. If he could behead it would surely die. But how to do it, he hadn't figured out yet. And the demon wasn't giving him time to think, pulling out a pot full of fish, which shot a barrage of needles at him. Of course, he was a bit surprised but could dodge them. However, Kanamori and Koditsu could not, forcing him to use his own body to shield them. See how much of a burden they are. So hurry up and hide so he can focus on this demon. What he didn't expect was that these needles were all poisoned. Chiwayo Kike started rambling about his techniques and lecturing him for trying to protect such worthless labs. Hearing this made Tokitu pause for a beat. He'd heard that line somewhere before. It was very familiar. He was trying to remember, but this demon's constant yapping was unbearable. Tokitu rushed forward to attack, and though he cut off one of its arms, he was hit once again. It trapped him in a prison made of water, sealing his breathing techniques and making it impossible to break out with his sword. At this rate, he would suffocate. The situation was similar for Tanjiro, but slightly better. Nezuko, though unable to speak, tried to make him understand by using her blood to ignite his sword, turning it into a crimson blood flame blade. This brilliant sight felt strangely familiar to him. A girl suddenly appeared in his mind, introducing herself as his wife and talking to him about the samurai sword that only turns red in battle. That's right. That red-haired man with the Hana Fud earrings was that samurai. This must be a memory passed down to him from his ancestors. That person's sword was also normally black, much like his, but it needed Nezuko's flames to turn red. As for himself, he thought he had gotten stronger, but the demons were even stronger. In battles like this, when he fights, there's always someone who appears to fight by his side. Although they are mere mortals, without the demon's buffs, no matter how battered he gets, he will try his best not to betray everyone's trust. He stood up with his blazing sword in a cooler demeanor than ever before. But the shirtless demon and just called it a petty trick. When the bird demon and he rushed to attack without thinking, the staff-wielding demon began to feel afraid. According to Lord Muzian's memories, that sword was identical to the one that struck fear into him. And what's more, looking at Tanjiro now, with the red scar on his forehead, he looked just like the man who had cornered Muzian and nearly beheaded him. By the time he realized it was too late. Tanjiro used his dance and rushed forward, continuously beheading two demons and then taking his head as well. Here's a bonus broken staff to keep you company on your way to hell. But there was still one more. He had to behead all four at once to have any hope of ending this. In surprise, a few steps away, Jianyu was holding the demon's body against a tree, his hand grasping its severed head. So all 4 demons were really beheaded at the same time. Did he actually do it? Before he could even rejoice, Jianya started to turn his face. Jianya's normal face already looked fierce, but now his eyes had changed color. And with his mouth full of drool like this, he really didn't look like himself. That's right. Just as you all expected, your questions will be answered next week. I promise to release the video for you as soon as the new episode airs. In the previous episode, Jianya, drooling everywhere after successfully beheading the spear-wielding demon, turned around and gave Tanjiro the shock of his life. Although he didn't know what was wrong with Jianya, Tanjiro knew he had taken down one of the 4, as they couldn't regenerate immediately. This made Tanjiro extremely frustrated. After rescuing Nezuko from the rubble, he kept thinking about the lingering question, how could the neck not be a demon's weak spot? Even though he beheaded all 4 at once, they still weren't defeated. That's right. There must be a 5th one that hasn't shown itself yet. Just as he figured it out, Jianya appeared with the mouth full of drool and confronted Tanjiro. Don't think you can become a higher just by defeating an upper moon demon. So is this why Jianya was always so cold to him? But Tanjiro didn't care about that. On the contrary, he was happy that Jianya had proactively stated his goal of defeating an upper moon demon. Alright then. My sister and I will help you. His kindness surprised Jianya a little, causing him to let his guard down and nearly get hit by the demon staff. The joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure demons had fully recovered. Tanjiro would go find the 5th demon and ask Jianya to handle these 4. Try to cut off all their heads. But remember to spare Nezuko. She's my sister. Tanjiro used his hearing to search everywhere and realized the smell of sulfur from the hot springs had been blown away by the fan demon. He thought he'd lost his bearings. But there he is. Tanjiro had sensed the existence of the 5th demon. It was none other than this old man, cowering and crying, afraid of being found. Just as he'd said, Tanjiro immediately signaled to Jianya to head northeast. The demon was at the lowest point. The other 4 quickly realized and focused their efforts on stopping him. Tanjiro would now play support and let Jianya shine, but the fan wielder was certainly not an easy opponent. Nezuko also rushed to stop the staff demon from electrocuting Jianya, but was impaled through the stomach before she could reach him. The other side of the battlefield wasn't much better, as Toki too was still trapped in the water prison, unable to use his breathing techniques or break his way out. The 4 demons thought they had the siblings pinned down, but with incredible speed, Tanjiro flew forward with sun breathing and sliced off the staff wielder's hands, with a few bonus hits on the bird demon. To their astonishment, oh crap, that guy, Lord Muzians. He never said the kid was this strong. From his adaptability to his raw power, he was superior. Nezuko also pressed her advantage. A few stabs through the stomach were nothing. She bravely charged forward, grabbed the demon's head, and used her flames to burn it to a crisp. The fan wielder remained arrogant and tougher than usual. His wicked fin knocked Tanjiro down, and he only managed to land a fire slash on its arm. He had to handle 3 of them alone, while constantly updating Jianya on the main body's location. Talk about multimasking. Jianya was searching in a state of utter panic when surprised. The main body was at a low point because it was this tiny. It would have taken until morning to find it. Who would have thought this tiny thing was controlling the 4 monstrously strong ones over there? The time has come. Jianya swung his sword right at the demon's neck. But what fell was not its head, but his sword. Jianya, in shock, even used his gun. But this little rat was completely unfazed. Moreover, the moment he realized his mistake, from behind, the staff-wielding demon had rushed in, ready to send him on his way. Usually, before they die, anime characters recall their past, and Jianya was no exception. His mother was a small woman who cared deeply for her family, while his father was big and strong but lived for nothing but domestic violence and bullying others. So he was stabbed to death. One night, different from the usual, his mother was out late, so his older brother went to find her, making a deal with him to stay home and watch over their younger siblings. The children were worried about their mother, so none of them could sleep. When they saw a figure outside the door, they ran out happily to greet her, but Jianya soon realized it wasn't his mother. Though he couldn't stop them in time, the demon attacked, taking the lives of his 5 innocent siblings in his arms. In the pitch-black night, he didn't even know who was in front of him when his older brother rushed in and pushed the demon away, telling him to find a way to save their siblings. On the way to find a doctor, the sun began to rise. That was also the moment he witnessed his mother's body disintegrating in his older brother's hands. He could only hug his mother, cry, and call his brother a murderer. Only now that he understood everything did he realize that the one who suffered the most was his older brother. Upon discovering their mother had become a demon and attacked the family, and he had to be incredibly brave to kill his own mother to protect his younger siblings. Yet, he had only continuously berated the person who was trying so hard to save him. Just that afternoon, they had promised to protect this family together, and for this belated apology, Jianya couldn't say it enough. at his moment of deepest despair. On the verge of death. On the verge of death. The one who rushed in at the speed of light to save him was Tanjiro. I supported you until I nearly died. Just for you to get discouraged like this. If you can't cut it the first time, cut it again. While busy encouraging each other, Tanjiro couldn't dodge the blow from the spear demon. He opened his eyes to find himself unharmed. It turned out Jiraiya had rushed in to take the full force of the attack for him. His body, no longer intact. Jiraiya knew his own abilities had reached their limit. I'll leave it to you this time. Tanjiro. Go find that demon and cut off its head. At that moment, Tanjiro's blood rushed to his head in pure rage. He aimed straight for Han Tengu and charged. Don't even think about running away. You little rat. What will be the fate of this little rat? You'll have to wait for the next video to find out. Continuing from last time. Tanjiro's blade, filled with rage, and Nezuko's blood flame. Tanjiro focused all his concentration on that tiny neck, hoping to end everything here. However, this Han Tengu seemed possessed. He was incredibly stubborn and his neck was tough, causing Tanjiro to gradually lose his strength. The fire from Nezuko had also been extinguished behind his tears, yet that neck remained intact. What's worse is that Tanjiro suddenly smelled something terrifying behind him. It wasn't from any of the for joy, even quite, anger, sorrow, or pleasure demons. Could it be a sixth demon? Jiraiya tried to provide cover fire for Tanjiro from a distance, but it was too difficult from his position. He might even hit Tanjiro, despite his efforts to behead Han Tengu. He failed. Tanjiro felt the attack from the demon behind him and took the full force of it. Quite literally. An entire section of trees around them was knocked down. Immediately after, a continuous stream of wood and dragons rushed to attack Tanjiro. He tried to dodge one, only to be caught in the mouth of another. If Nezuko hadn't jumped up to shield him, he would have been done for. Appearing in such a despicable way, this demon had the nerve to call Tanjiro a monster for bullying the weak. Hello? Who's the weak one here? Tanjiro quickly realized that the four joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure demons had disappeared, leaving only the stench of blood from the young demon before him. Genia explained from afar everything he had witnessed, that the anger demon from before had absorbed the other three into itself to transform into someone else, despite their protests. A demon that goes from cloning to combining into a young demon like this is truly worthy of being upper rank for. He beat it from once more and encased the crying old man's main body, raising the difficulty to an extreme level. Tanjiro wanted him to stop but was suppressed by his pressure to the point he couldn't breathe. He continued his lecture, saying he couldn't imagine villains like Tanjiro bullying someone as small as a fist. Small. Yes, but who's bullying who here? Smelling the blood emanating from its body, Tanjiro was certain that the number of people who had died in the stomach wasn't just 100 or 200. That was what was truly unforgivable. But, according to this demon's philosophy, he hadn't eaten one related to him, so it was best not to interfere. And of course, Tanjiro's verbal assault on his philosophy was like a punch to the ears. So he angrily ordered all 5 wood and dragons to attack. Before we find out Tanjiro's fate, in another corner of the forest, Muichiro was using the last bit of air in his lungs to unleash a breathing form to break the water prison. But it didn't work. All he could do was wait to be rescued. In his final moments, closer to death than ever before, he vaguely saw Tanjiro standing outside, encouraging him. In reality, there was no Tanjiro there. This illusion was a hidden part of himself, warmed by Tanjiro, that was now speaking up. The jumbled Daishan mouth demon, Chiwyo Kwako, after admiring his own talent, had crept into the shed to see what Muichiro was trying so hard to protect. Kanamori, though his hands and feet were trembling, still tried to block his path and was struck, bleeding profusely. At this moment, Haganzake was in a state of mind and shaken amidst a world of chaos. He was 100% focused on polishing the sword, endlessly marveling at the metal and the superior technique of this blade, making Gyok boil with rage. He was jealous of Haganzake's concentration, feeling that an artist like himself was losing to this swordsmith. So he attacked him without hesitation. He thought the man would fall or at least turn his head. But no. Even with blood flowing down his back and his mask shattered to reveal his handsome face, Haganzake was still determined to figure out why the master who made the sword didn't engrave any characters on it. For him to remain so steadfast at a time like this truly agitated Gyok. He went from wanting to kill him to just wanting him to stop, to give up the sword. Seriously, Haganzake didn't have to do anything to make this guy's pride crumble to dust. Outside, while still half-doubting Tanjiro's illusion, Muichiro was suddenly jolted back to reality when young Kotetsu returned, trying to save him from the water prison. With his previous mindset, Muichiro thought Kotetsu should be doing something to protect the village chief, or at least grabbing more swords and getting out of here, rather than stubbornly trying to save him in this futile way, only to be attacked by the fish demon. Muichiro tried his best to signal for the boy to run, but Kotetsu refused. It wasn't that he didn't understand. It was all explained by his actions. Kotetsu put his mouth at the water's surface to blow air to Muichiro, stunning him. Tanjiro's words had been right. The things you do for others will one day come back to help you. That's right. Those words also came from someone else whom he had unintentionally forgotten. Now with more air, Muichiro used the second form of mist, breathing to shatter this wretched water prison. As consciousness returned, his heart also grew warmer when he realized Tanjiro was very similar to his father. From his words to his reddish eyes, this was like a huge motivation, fueling him to rush forward and smash that ugly demon. To Pope, I'm sorry for making Haganzaki endure all this. Please try to wait just one more week until the new episode airs. Muichiro will use all his strength to protect them both. Hello, everyone. In the previous episode, Muichiro escaped the wretched water prison and was ready to save the world. However, these poison lace spines were weakening his body so significantly that he was about to give up. In that fateful moment, an image of his father appeared again, bringing with it a flood of memories. It reminded him what the Mu in Muichiro meant. Back when his family was still happy, his father was a woodcutter, and he would tag along to help, because he sought his happiness. On one fateful day, his mother fell gravely ill, gasping for breath as she waited for medicine. His father went out to gather herbs to brew for his mother, but unfortunately, a violent storm rolled in. The herb was located on a dangerous cliff, but his father disregarded his own life, stretching out to pick it at all costs. As a result, at the age of 10, Muichiro lost both his father and mother, officially becoming alone. Actually, no, it was at age 11 because, all this time, he also had a twin brother. However, this brother never appeared in the happy or worried scenes before because Yuichiro was an overly rational and cold person, just like Muichiro was now. He didn't show any grief. On the contrary, he even thought that foolishly trying to save others like that was idiotic. In that moment, Muichiro realized that the Mu in his name meant nothingness. As an incapable, meaningless. Could it be that his father's lifelong ideals were wrong? From then on, Muichiro lived with his brother but always felt suffocated and heavy. Even thinking, his brother hated him through his crude and thoughtless words. On another fateful day, Lady Amini personally visited the two brothers to extend an offer and let them both know that they were descendants of the swordsman who used the first breath. If they both joined as demon slayers, they could surely help many people. And of course, Yuichiro continued to use harsh words to send Amini away. If you can't even cook a meal, how can you pretend to save anyone? Just stop being like our parents. Mom worked herself so sick but didn't tell anyone. Dad defied danger to go up the mountain to pick herbs. Yuichiro had advised them 100 times, but they didn't listen. And the outcome was just as he predicted. So, Muichiro shouldn't be so optimistic. The only thing they could do was make a useless sacrifice and die a meaningless death. After having those harsh words pounded into his ears, Muichiro no longer communicated with his brother. The only time they argued after that was when Yuichiro threw water to chase Amini away after she had visited many times. In the summer of his 11th year, it was so hot that neither of them could sleep. While they were up getting water, a demon burst into the house. The first time seeing a demon, Muichiro froze for 5 seconds. In those 5 seconds, Yuichiro lunged forward to shield his younger brother, losing an entire arm in the process. The demon approached to console them, saying that their lives were meaningless anyway, so why not let him have a taste? From that moment, the scene before Muichiro was stained a bloody red. So much blood, and then everything went dark. He seemed to have no control over his own anger. Screaming wildly without realizing the sound was his own. By the time he regained consciousness, he was standing before the mangled corpse of the demon. The sky began to brighten, and the demon's body turned to dust. It was then that Muichiro limped back home in an exhausted state, seeing his brother still alive, gasping for breath in a pool of blood. Muttering something, Muichiro crawled over and clasped his hand, tears streaming down his face. In his final moments, Yuichiro was praying, if there is a God, please protect my little brother. I'm the one who's at fault for stopping my brother from going to save people, so please punish me alone. Muichiro is a kind person. He would never sacrifice himself meaninglessly. The Mu in his name isn't for nothingness, but for infinity. Now, he has regained his memories and his former self. His fighting spirit soared, causing cool marks to appear on his face like his ancestors. Channeling his inner energy, he used misbreathing to rush and save Kotetsu, killing a swarm of grotesque fish crab hybrids in the house. After Gyokai tried all sorts of attacks and still couldn't break Haganzake's focus, he thought of killing Kanamori to attract his attention. But before he could make a move, his own head was nearly taken by Muichiro's sword. He flashed away just in time to dodge, because he didn't think Muichiro could escape the water prison pot. He hadn't been paying attention outside. But wait, doesn't that prove he was highly focused on Haganzake? How wonderful. Before he could enjoy that euphoric feeling for long, he noticed the mark on his face. Why did it look so much like Tanjiro's? How could he be so agile after being hit by his paralyzing poison spines? On top of that, he almost took his head off. It was unreal. With that, Jiwao Kako used his octopus pot with its giant tentacles to smash the entire house, tightly wrapping up Muichiro and Kanamori. As for Haganzuke, the moment he was knocked over, he immediately pulled out the sword and continued sharpening it, making Jiwao even more furious. Seriously, is he an idiot or just plain stupid? While wrapped by the tentacles, Muichiro took the opportunity to receive the newly forged sword from Kanamori. In the blink of an eye, the tentacles were falling to pieces. So much for being too resilient to be cut. This sword feels just right in my hand. Kanamori did a great job, although he only followed the notes left by Kitsuido, Muichiro's old swordsmith. Speaking of him, it brought back memories. He knew he didn't have much longer to live, so he worried that no one would understand Muichiro. He was afraid that he wouldn't get a sword that suited him. Things that held a sad past which he had unintentionally forgotten. He truly had made him worry a lot. At this very moment, he felt better than ever before. Using the fifth form, Muichiro dashed forward with the speed of light, mincing the octopus tentacles and then slashing Jiwao Kako's neck. He once again flashed up a tree and gloated about his divine speed. But his senses were so dull, he didn't even realize his neck had been sliced. I guess living for hundreds of years makes you an idiot. Jiwao Kaku, it was time to get serious. So he pulled out all his toys, poison water, spiky fish, and all sorts of things to attack Muichiro. But as for him, he just held on to one belief from his brother, a person who, despite his difficult exterior, was incredibly warm on the inside. There's no such thing as divine intervention. Only people protecting each other. Which is why Yuichiro tried so hard to protect his little brother. And he believed that his little brother would unleash infinite power when saving others. That's right. Only the chosen can help others. And that person is Muichiro. If you are chosen, then no matter what happens, it will become destiny. So, if any of you feel you have the makings of a hero and want to help others, just follow your heart. Who knows? Maybe you're the chosen one too. Hello, everyone. Skipping the 2 emotionally heavy flashback episodes. Today's episode will definitely satisfy you, or your money back. Before they officially fought, Jiwao and Muichiro decided to have a war of words first. Every pathetic demonic phrase he uttered was met with an utterly contemptuous rebuttal from Muichiro. Frustrated, he considered this conversation to be like reading a book to a dung beetle in a toilet. Wait, haven't you been describing yourself this whole time? A disgusting demon, already ugly, who grew extra hands and then criticizes someone else's sword for being short. Muichiro flexed back by mercilessly criticizing that disgusting pot. The very thing he was always so proud of. It looks a bit lopsided and ugly as hell. If humans have the saying, you can mess with me, but don't mess with my family, then for this guy, it's the same. He could tolerate being insulted, but insulting his pot was unforgivable. Instantly, with a pot in each hand, he summoned 10,000 fish to charge and attack Muichiro with a smug look. But Muichiro was more fired up than ever. So these fish were only good enough to be cooked. They were no match for him, even if their blood was poisonous. One misty swing of his sword was enough to send every last fish back to the ocean. And this disgusting thing. 2. Muichiro swiftly dashed forward to cut Jiwao Kako's neck. But he played the molting trick again, climbing up a tree to escape. Does he have any other tricks? At this point, Jiwao Kako revealed his true from lower body of a snake, upper body of a man with a jumbled nose and mouth. He boasted that his scales were harder than diamond. But does Muichiro look like he cares? He was eager to trade insults and show off. But Muichiro remained completely silent. It really drove him mad. But wasn't it he who told him to shut up? Or was he supposed to be amazed, being the third person to see his true form, stark naked like this? Enraged, Jiwao Kaku rushed forward, throwing a barrage of punches at Muichiro. But he was always one step too slow. In truth, those punches were just to show off that his miraculous hands could turn anything they touched into fish. No wonder it stank so badly. Muichiro couldn't stand it anymore and had to climb a tree for some fresh air. While he was rambling on about what he called art on his body, Muichiro just looked up with a contemptuous smile. He reminded him of the feeling that day he witnessed his brother's entire body rotting, being eaten by maggots. But their hands still wouldn't separate. If Lady Amini hadn't arrived in time to save him, then perhaps he would have ascended to heaven as well. Since then, although he lost his memory, Muichiro could never forget the immense pain and hatred he felt for demons. So he threw himself into training to the point of coughing up blood. All that seriousness wasn't so he could be defeated by Jiwao Kako's rotting body. Even as he rushed forward, using his entire body as a weapon to attack. Muichiro was calmer than ever. At the moment he thought he would take Muichiro's life, he was outsmarted. Muichiro used misbreathing to appear and disappear, tricking him into a false sense of security and making him lose his bearings. How insulting that he thought he was the only one not going all out. Just as Gyoke heard that sentence, his head was immediately severed from his neck and fell to the ground. His slow mind still thought the world was just upside down, that he was so scared he had to kill Muichiro and go tell Lord Muzian. But as for whether he had a body to return with, it took him a few seconds to realize. Usually, the author lets demons live for a few final seconds to reflect on their unfortunate lives. But this fish brain didn't do that. He used his last moments to try and regrow his body and run his foul mouth even more. Something about time the one chosen to be a transcendent being in human lives are just insignificant things. Muichiro couldn't take it anymore. So he decided to send him to hell faster by chopping Gyoke's head into 100 pieces to end his final words. There. Your mouth, nose, and eyes are much clearer now. If there's a next life, please don't get reincarnated. You hear me? Having achieved this today, Muichiro realized the master's words about him were right. When he became less rational and found himself again, he became much stronger. That's what helped him become unbeatable today. But after this, that's not so certain. Kanamori happily ran over to check on him and saw his face was pale and dark. He kept saying he was fine, but his whole body was trembling, and he was foaming at the mouth. He called for Haganzuke to help, but he was still focused on sharpening the sword. Good heavens. Do you really need to be that focused? Just then, Kotetsu appeared with his stomach covered in blood, making Kanamori nearly jump out of his skin, thinking it was his ghost. How could a normal person survive after being stabbed in the stomach and losing so much blood? It was actually blood from the boy's injured wrist that had gotten on him. As for his stomach, luckily, the sword guard Tanjiro had asked him to hold block the stab, saving the boy from any harm. Seeing the sword guard, Muichiro's eyes widened as he remembered his fellow Hira, his big brother Inoku. Even after he had passed away, he was still able to protect others. This feeling made him feel warm, literally making him feel his mother's presence. His whole family was surrounding him, comforting him, making him feel more at ease than ever. One down, but the upper for over here was much tougher, as he possessed the power of all four emotion demons, from screaming in Tanjiro's face until his eardrums burst, to clamping down on Izuko and Jianya, then creating lightning to chase him. Covered in injuries like this, Tanjiro couldn't do anything but dodge, his only hope resting on one thing. That was observing that this wood and dragon could only reach a distance of 66 meters. But he didn't know that smaller dragons would emerge from its mouth in an instant and swallow him whole. Just when he thought it was all over. Surprise. You forgot about a beautiful love has Hira like me, didn't you? Kiraoji appeared with a sword strike that couldn't be more beautiful. A flurry of slashes shattered one of the wood and dragon's heads to pieces, successfully saving Tanjiro from being crushed to death. The only problem was that Tanjiro was nearly deaf at this point, so he couldn't hear the comforting words from his senior. He only saw her expression, more confident than ever, dashing like the wind towards the demon. You did great holding out this long. Leave the rest of the world to me. You all should do the same. Try to hold out until next week when the new episode comes out. And I'll sit here with you all, waiting to see our beautiful lady in action. It's not for nothing that this episode is named after our lovely Kanaroji. Tonight, she's the main character. Her flexible yet razor-sharp sword strikes easily shut down the wood and dragons, making the demon furious. He called her a slut and arrogantly claimed that only Muzian could give him orders. The latter part, she didn't care about. But what was that? How dare a baby phase punk like him call her such a disrespectful name? Kanaroji was furious. She was done playing around and got truly serious, using her sword to slash through the demon's lightning attack, leaving Tanjiro dumbfounded. The shape of this sword is really strange. The person who forged it must be a master, but the person who can wield it, Kanaroji, is no slouch either. Whatever technique the demon unleashed, she handled it neatly in a single breath of her lip breathing. Realizing Kanaroji could easily keep up with his speed, the demon used even more dragon heads to attack simultaneously, which made our top-tier lady break a sweat. With such a wide-ranging attack, Kanaroji had to use her long and adorable shower technique to shatter his heart, and if it's shattered, it must be torn to shreds. A flurry of strikes from our beautiful lady was unleashed, cutting off all the heads of the mindless dragons, successfully allowing her to approach and wrap around the demon's head. However, rushing things is never good. Kanaroji didn't know that the one in front of her wasn't the real body, so she made a wrong decision. The consequence was taking the full force of the demon's scream. A normal person taking a direct hit like that wouldn't just meet their maker, but would die in pieces. Yet, things aren't always as they seem. Kanaroji had tensed all her muscles before the impact. so her body was only slightly affected. Inside, this graceful, feminine appearance is actually a physique that is anything but ordinary. Ever since she was a small child, though just over a year old, she shocked her mother by lifting a 15-kilogram weight for her. Her appetite put buffaloes and sumo wrestlers to shame. In arm wrestling, she'd win in a split second. Her parents couldn't have been prouder of their daughter. But she soon realized that her differences, from her hair color to her strength, would prevent her from having a life like other girls. Her first matchmaking meeting at age 17 crushed all of Kinoji's previous confidence, causing her to dye her hair black, restrain her appetite, and pretend to be weak just to get someone to agree to a relationship. But that wasn't her, was it? Is it possible that no one in this world would love her for who she truly is? Even if that were true, she is still who she is. A flood of memories rushed back in an instant. When she came to, she saw Tanjiro, Jianya, and Nezuko lying on top of her to protect her from having her head smashed by the demon. All three of them knew that as long as their big sis was alive, the demon would be decapitated, so their top priority was to protect her. The demon then unleashed a roaring thunder attack that shook the heavens. It seemed like it was all over. But no. Kinoji swung her sword, blocking all the attacks while crying and thanking the kids. Ever since the master recruited her into the Demon Slayer Corps, Kinoji felt like she had found her purpose in life. She valued herself more, helped people, and felt more love for this life. The reward was the spiritual well-being she received in return, and also the pair of green striped socks from the serpent Hashira. Iguro. It's been a while since she's had such a workout. Kinoji vowed to take on any and all dragons here to provide cover for Tanjiro's group to go destroy the main body. No matter how Ricky the demon was with his misdirections, it was nothing compared to Kinoji's speed. At this point, a demon slayer mark appeared on our lovely lady, showing you just how serious she was. When she says you're not getting past, you're not getting past. And if you want to wait for her to get tired, just try and see who has more stamina. Down below, the three of them relied on Tanjiro's sense of smell to find the main body's location. That thing, looking like a hard tree root, rushed at them, swinging wildly, leaving the three of them only able to hold on, with no time to strike back. However, there was a silver lining. If Jianya eats demon flesh, his body can absorb some of its power, allowing him to recover faster. That's why when he faced the spear demon, Jianya was drooling all over the place. It was the same this time. He bared his teeth and bit off the wooden body without losing a single tooth, creating an opening for Tanjiro to approach the main body. Once again, the sphere shot out wooden whips that lashed wildly at Tanjiro to stop him, but they were suppressed by Nezuko's flames. Just as he split the protective shell into a soaring ope, the three of them realized they had just been painfully tricked. The main body was nowhere to be seen. That little rat had taken off and run. When Tanjiro spotted him and gave him a scolding, he remembered his father's words from long ago. It turns out, when he was human, he was always being scolded for evading responsibility. Yet he always claimed to be a pitiful victim and turned his back and ran. Jianya was too tired for this game of cat and mouse, so he uprooted an entire tree and threw it straight at Hontengu. Nezuko took the opportunity to rush up and give him a solid kick. A normal person would be done for after that. But whether this demon is done or not will be revealed next week. See you all in the next episode. After shedding his protective shell to escape in the last episode, Upper Moon for Hontengu ran for his life with the thought that he was being bullied. Jianya and Nezuko attacking at the same time was useless because he was too small to target. On top of that, it was like he had a motor in his butt. So if they kept chasing like this, they'd be playing cat and mouse until morning. Tanjiro feared that this chase would be ineffective as the team was starting to get exhausted, while the demons were still as strong as ever. His injured left ankle sent out an SOS signal, nearly causing Tanjiro to collapse. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his best friend. Zenitsu once said that his thunder breathing required him to focus all his power into his leg muscles. His master had drilled this into him repeatedly until he perfected it. That's what allowed Zenitsu to achieve the divine speed of DC's flash whenever needed. So, Tanjiro also focused all his strength. His leg muscles tightened, bracing to receive all the built-up force of his body, and he shot forward like a lightning bolt, screaming fire, determined to cut Hontengu's neck. At the moment he was about to make history, Hontengu uttered a sentence that sounded nothing like him. Still clinging to the idea of not being bullied, the fist-eyed old man, Hontengu, turned back, transforming into a large, adult-like form and tried to crush Tanjiro with his hands, saying don't bully the weak. Tanjiro was nearly crushed and almost passed out. Luckily, Jianya and Nezuko ran up in time, loosening the grip to help Tanjiro while also using fire to burn the demon. And, of course, since Jianya Fleishan was currently half human, half demon, he also caught fire and had to retreat to deal with it himself. Tanjiro seized the opportunity, gripping his sword tightly and slicing deep into the demon's neck. But he accidentally stepped back off a cliff. Nezuko tried to run and save him but was too late. All three fell and were severely injured. Nezuko and Tanjiro were temporarily unable to move. Hontengu's dissevered hands couldn't regenerate immediately. This was because the childish demon fighting the love as Hira over there was using too much of his power. So, he came up with the idea to find some humans to eat and regain his strength. But who was going to let him go? Tanjiro's muscles were temporarily immobile, but his mouth muscles still worked. He laid angling from a tree, his face covered in blood. He stared wide-eyed, threatening Hontengu that even if he fled to hell, he would find him and cut off his head. Hontengu looked scared out of his wits. It was understandable to be threat, and when his body was this weak, he saw some wordsmiths hiding. So he planned to eat them and then come back to finish Tanjiro off. Lucky for him, that sword was only enough to get stuck in his neck. It couldn't sever the neck of a stubborn old fool like him. At this point, Tanjiro started to regain some strength, preparing to charge at the enemy barehanded in a reckless move, when suddenly, he heard a familiar voice nearby. Before he could see anyone, he saw a sword thrown down right in front of him. This was it. The ancient katana, polished to a brilliant shine by Haganzake. Although there was one more stab to finish, Muichiro had brought it to Tanjiro anyway. Much to the smith's annoyance. If you use that sword before I'm done sharpening it, I'll kill you. But ignoring him, Muichiro assessed the situation in time, realized the sword was usable. And since there wasn't much time left, the sun was about to rise. If they didn't behead the demon quickly, they'd be too late. After saying that, Muichiro collapsed from exhaustion and passed out. Tanjiro, riding the momentum, charged forward to behead the demon. Take a good look and remember this mark on my forehead. I'm only doing this once. With Tanjiro's superb technique combined with the sword filled with the passion of the entire Demon Slayer Corps, he successfully cut off the demon's head. But before he could celebrate, the sun began to peek over the mountain. Nezuko was badly injured and couldn't escape on her own. Yet, she used all her remaining strength to run towards Tanjiro. Did she want to self-destruct or something? It took a moment for Tanjiro to understand. Looking in the direction Nezuko was pointing, he saw that the demon, despite its head being severed, was still chasing after humans, wanting to eat them. What was this paradox? The demon's tongue stuck out, revealing the character for hatred, shocking Tanjiro. The main body was supposed to have the character for fear. Could the character on the tongue change on its own? Or was there another reason? The heavens truly have a cruel sense of humor as the sun gradually brightened, causing Nezuko to start burning. She cried out in pain. Tanjiro helplessly held his sister in his arms to shield her from the sun. She also shrank down to fit completely within her brother's shadow, but her body was in constant agony. This was a difficult situation for Tanjiro. Jinya was struggling to climb down the cliff. Muichiro was exhausted, while Hontengu's body was still on a rampage out there. At this rate, the villagers would be eaten. Tanjiro was put in a difficult position, having to choose between saving his sister and 3 villagers. He truly couldn't decide. Then let me decide for you. Nezuko used her last bit of strength to kick Tanjiro away so he could go save the people. Why did the heavens treat him this way? Why must someone as noble as his sister always sacrifice herself to save others? They had fought together to slay demons so she could become human again. A person as lovable and admirable as her. Why did she have to meet such an end? Tanjiro was in agonizing pain but had to swallow his tears and focus his senses to find the main body. It turned out Hontengu hadn't grown larger. He was just hiding inside the heart of that larger body. A coward like him didn't deserve to be protected. Tanjiro flew up and sliced the body in half. The main body flew out with a terrified expression, just like when he was still human. His nature of petty theft, lying, pretending to be blind, and murdering to silence witnesses made him unforgivable. Someone had told him he would face karma, but he found excuses for his actions and always cowardly claimed his innocence. The day before he was to be executed, Himuzan came and gave him a chance at immortality. Recalling those memories, Hontengu must have realized how despicable he had been even as a human. Tanjiro was now wound tighter than a bowstring, so one slash sent the demon's head flying. The sunlight burned his body into nothingness. He had done it, but this feeling of victory was not pleasant at all. He had to sacrifice Nezuko to kill him. He had joined the Demon Slayer Corps for Nezuko's sake, and he had come this far. So why did it have to end up like this? Tanjiro knew that by now. Not even Nezuko's bones would remain. So he couldn't even dare to turn back and look. Only able to cry. Suddenly, he was called to turn around and look. Standing before him was Nezuko, completely healed, walking in the sunlight, her bamboo muzzle having fallen off. Nezuko stammered. Good morning, brother. It's a relief, isn't it? Such a relief. Tanjiro couldn't believe his eyes. It was like a dream. Whether it was a dream or reality, he just wanted to run and hug his little sister tightly. The heavens truly had not abandoned and the two siblings. Witnessing the scene, everyone shed tears of emotion. The villagers also thanked the heavens that the girl didn't die. Otherwise, they would have lived with guilt for the rest of their lives. Tanjiro's decisive slash just now not only saved the three wordsmiths but also the love has Hira. Kinaroji. After continuously facing attacks from the wooden dragons, Kinaroji was exhausted and had to apologize to everyone for about to be eaten. But just as she was about to be devoured, the demon child and the dragons vanished. Just as she saved Tanjiro from the dragon's mouth, it was now Tanjiro's turn to repay the favor. The battle was over. Yuzian, in the form of an adopted child, received the news that Nezuko, a demon, could still walk in the sun, despite losing to upper moons. Obtaining this information was the most wonderful thing for him, making him so happy he killed his mother and nanny without a second thought. Long ago, during the Heian period, Yuzian, who was still human but suffered from a debilitating illness, couldn't live past the age of 20. He had no one to help him except for this quack doctor. Yuzian, seeing that the medicine the man gave him had no effect, killed him one day when he felt hatred for the world. And it was at that very moment that he began to realize the medicine the quack doctor gave him was working. He possessed overwhelming strength, feeling like he could rule the world. But he couldn't appear under the sunlight. As time went on, he became more and more thirsty for human flesh. And only when he ate flesh would everything feel right again. Not only that, he wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who stood in his way with just a flick of his hand. With such power, being unable to go out during the day was a humiliation for Muzian. So he worked hard to recreate the medicine the quack doctor gave him to drink. However, it was still in the experimental stage. He didn't know how to create the medicine called the blue spider lily. For thousands of years of existence and turning others into demons, his goal was a perfect immortal body, so he continued to search for the blue spider lily and for someone who could overcome the sunlight. But he had been searching for the blue spider lily for thousands of years without success. Now, having found Nezuko, the chosen one who could conquer the sun, Yuzian was more determined than ever to eat her and become truly immortal. The battle truly ended. Muichiro profusely thanked Tanjiro, because it was thanks to him that Muichiro found himself again. The whole group was having a happy reunion when an enraged Higanzuke appeared because the sword he was in the middle of sharpening had been taken. He furiously interrogated Tanjiro. "You broke the sword, didn't you? All that work sharpening it, and it wasn't even done. And you dared to take it into battle." Tanjiro was already exhausted. Every time after a fight, he was chased relentlessly by Higanzuke, even though the sword was clearly still intact. From a distance, the love his Hira happily ran over and hugged the kids, making Genya blush furiously at her generous assets. While crying, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. Nezuko was standing in front of her, and she had just spoken. More importantly, she was standing in front of her under the sunlight. What on earth is my little sister turning into? Although she didn't understand what was happening, Nezuko being safe and alive was the most important thing. The entire team repeatedly said thank God and sobbed. In fact, throughout his demon-slaying journey, Tanjiro had been helping Lady Tamayo with her research by sending blood from Upper Moon demons and Nezuko. Thanks to that, the man who was turned into a demon by Muzian and Asakusa had regained his consciousness and continued to live as a human. Also during her research, the lady noticed that Nezuko's blood was very special. It was constantly changing, which greatly astonished her. However, the lady still couldn't find an explanation for why the girl hadn't regained her memories and still acted like a child. Could it be that, in Nezuko's mind, there was something more important to do than regaining her consciousness? Anyway, with the current data, the lady had already predicted it. The girl would soon overcome the sunlight. And indeed, that had become a reality. After the battle, the village was 60% destroyed. So everyone in the village pitched in to do their part to repair it. Tanjiro, being exhausted, had to lie on a cart to leave. Little Mizako was also exhausted after the battle, so she crawled into her box to rest. While saying goodbye to the village chief, he saw a figure lurking by the cliff. It was clearly Higanzuke, who had come to see Tanjiro off but was too shy to come out because of the village chief. When he was finally called out and sheepishly approached, he immediately started berating the boy. Despite his injuries, his actions and words were rude. But in reality, he wanted to thank him for taking the trouble to come to the village and protect it. He would finish repairing that sword and send it to the butterfly mansion for him. His job was to rest and get well. Saying these things was quite embarrassing for him. He tried to hide it, but young Kotetsu dared to expose him, causing him to get angry and grab the kid's leg, spinning him like a pinwheel. While everyone was talking, the Kakushi had appeared out of nowhere to prepare to take Tanjiro home. As usual, he had to have his eyes and nose covered for the journey. However, not long after they started, the cart suddenly stopped. something seemed off. Tanjiro's blindfold was removed, and he couldn't help but be moved by the villagers' thank you. They had secretly colluded with the Kakushi to surprise him, throwing flowers and setting off fireworks to express their boundless gratitude to Tanjiro. What could be happier than this feeling? Tanjiro didn't need to be blindfolded until he was completely out of the area anymore. Instead, he could fully embrace the love from the villagers, an ending that couldn't be a happier one, leaving viewers incredibly satisfied. The Swordsmith Village arc this time was truly excellent and full of emotion, taking viewers through one emotional level after another. There was joy, sorrow, despair, and also the opening of new hope. Once again, I will willingly wait for the new seasons of Demon Slayer to feast my eyes and continue the journey with the Kamadou siblings. Any of you who want to wait with me, please comment to give me the motivation to continue reviewing. Closing out Part 3. The Swordsmith Village arc, with two incredibly epic combat scenes between Tanjiro's group and the Upper Moon Demon pair. Through this, fans of the hit anime Kimetsu no Yaiba once again witnessed the superior strength of the Hashira. After awakening, the Demon Slayer mark had a life-death moment. The genius boy Muichiro successfully defeated Upper Moon 5, Juyokuo, thereby proving that Hashira can easily take on an Upper Moon in a 1v1 solo. Not only the mist Hashira, but also the love Hashira. Hey, my T-Sori gave an extremely outstanding performance. Activating the Demon Slayer mark significantly increased MIT Suri's speed and power. Thanks to that, she was able to stall for time to help our boy Tanjiro defeat Upper Moon 4. However, the most outstanding were still the Nero siblings. The nation's sweetheart, Nezuko, imbued her older brother's sword with flames carrying the power of her blood demon art. Combined with the dance of the fire god, Tanjiro's fighting form looked no different from the legend Yoriichi. At the end of the battle, Nezuko, surprisingly, was able to walk under the sunlight, the very thing the demon lord Demuzon craved day and night. The opening of Part 4 is a scene of the serpent and Wind Hashira attacking a demon castle based on intel from to lower rank members. Recently, village girls have been continuously abducted by demons to this place, but when they followed inside, everything suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a demon appeared below. The four of them quickly sped up to chase him into the castle, and as expected, everything inside was completely empty. Hiding deep in the darkness, a demon suddenly lunged to attack one of the swordsmen. The hunter became the prey. Before he could do anything, the serpent Hashira had already lopped off his head. Immediately after, demons began to swarm out and attack, making the scene inside extremely chaotic. These lower-ranked demons were no match for the Hashira pair. A few swings of their swords were enough to handle them all. As strong as they were, the Hashira pair knew they couldn't both protect their subordinates and fight the demons. While the serpent Hashira gently advised the two to return to the village, the Wind Hashira loudly scolded them for being too pathetic. Don't get in my way. You two, deadweights. Get lost. The current situation seemed more worrying than they thought. This was the first time the Wind Hashira had seen so many demons gathered in one place. Suddenly, a cry for help came from the ceiling, startling San'imai. The Wind Hashira immediately jumped up, and appearing before him were hundreds of demons lying in wait. Breath of the Wind, second form purifying wind claws. With just one swing of his sword, Seni beheaded half the demons there. OpenAI was no slouch either. He appeared from behind the Wind Hashira and swung his sword, releasing snakes to the heavens. Breath of the Serpent, fifth form slithering serpent. The overwhelming power of the two Hashira scared the kidnapper demon so much he peed his pants. Hey, you demon. Leave the village girl and your head here and go wherever you want. The Wind Hashira had to both chase the kidnapper demon and clean up the demons running out from both sides. There were so many that an EMI could break his arm swinging and still not finish them all. If this continued, the kidnapper demon would escape. OpenAI suggested the Wind Hashira chase and save the girl, leaving the rest for him to handle. Breath of the Serpent, third form coil choke. Over here, San'imai had also caught up to the kidnapper demon. He raised his sword and combined it with the breath of the wind, fourth form rising dust storm. Knowing he was no match for the Wind Hashira, the kidnapper demon threw the village girl away and took the opportunity to escape. San'imai and OpenAI quickly gave chase, but the scene before them was completely shocking. Just as the Wind Hashira was about to strike the kidnapper demon, they suddenly returned to the present. What the hell? Was that an illusion? Or am I dreaming? Back at the Demon Slayer core headquarters, our girl Nezuko has fully recovered. Although she possesses the ability to conquer the sun, she will now be the next target that the Demon Lord Yuzian aims for. To prevent the Swordsmith village from being ambushed by demons again at night, the villagers have begun to relocate and rebuild the village in another land, where the Demon Slayer Corps has already built a village in case of emergencies. The most worrying point now is still Nezuko. The fact that she can walk under the sunlight is truly earth-shattering news. Meanwhile, the Hashira are meeting to discuss a strategy to deal with the Demon Lord Muzian in the future. The Wind has Hira expressed his jealousy of Mighty Suri and Muichiro. They got to face upper moons while he had to deal with small fry demons. Regardless, the Stone has Hira still had to praise the two of them. Not everyone has the ability to survive after defeating an upper moon. If they lost another, as Hira now, the Demon Slayer Corps would surely be in peril. However, the recovery ability of the two this time was surprisingly fast. The Water has Hira was eagerly awaiting the master to explain everything, but his illness had taken a turn for the worse. Therefore, Lady Nami would preside over today's meeting on behalf of the master. The highest priority of the Demon Slayer Corps now is to protect Nezuko. To get his hands on Tanjiro's sister. That bastard will surely stop at nothing. A large-scale, all-mean-out war is certain to happen. Regarding the battle at the Swordsmith village, many heard that the love and Mrs. Hira had awakened the Demon Slayer mark. That mark will be the key to helping the Demon Slayer Corps achieve victory. So, Amani wants the two of them to recount the circumstances when the mark appeared. During the Sengoku period, the swordsmen almost cornered Muzan by using the first breaths. They all had one thing in common. They possessed marks exactly like the Demon Slayer mark. However, at that time, the mark was not considered important, so history barely recorded it. It was only passed down through oral tradition that the Demon Slayer Corps was wiped out many times. So that legend was broken. Only one thing was recorded very clearly: when one person possesses the Demon Slayer mark, those around them will also gradually manifest it, like a resonance phenomenon. At the present time, the first person to possess that mark was not among the ranks of the Hazhira, but the young man, Tanjiro. In the past, the master had asked him about the mark, but he had no idea why he had it. However, things are different now. Mighty Suri and Muichiro also awaken it, so the Demon Slayer Corps will have more information. The love Hazhira was very excited to recount everything. She spoke while gesturing wildly with her hands and feet, making everyone freeze up. The Wind Hazhira had to exclaim, "What the F?" while the Serpent Hazhira thought, "She's hopeless. Hopeless." Moving on from the love Hazhira to the genius Mist Hazhira. Recalling that battle, Muichiro concluded that certain conditions must be met for the Hazhira to possess the Demon Slayer mark. The most important condition is still to be in a life-death situation. How people express their emotions and their ability to turn the tide in a moment of survival is the crux of the matter. After hearing this, Lady Amani requested the Hazhira to meet and discuss a method to help everyone possess the Demon Slayer mark as soon as possible. After Amani left, the Water Hazhira also stood up to leave without a word of explanation. When the others called his name, he turned his head and said, "I'm different from you," making the Wind Hazhira want to jump in for a fight. The Stone Hazhira immediately used his immense presence to make the two stand still. "Everyone, sit down. I have an idea." Over here, the Thunder God Zenitsu had just returned and was greeted by three small, pretty girls. With his girl crazy nature, Zenitsu recounted what he had just experienced and then asked, "Don't you think I'm cool? Have we gotten to the cool part yet?" At that moment, Aoi ran outside, followed by little Nezuko peeking from behind the door. "Welcome back." The pretty face and sweet voice of the nation's sweetheart made Zenitsu's love turn into rage. The kid got so flustered he was emitting lightning. Unable to contain his excitement, Zenitsu flew over to take her hand and began to swear his eternal love. But when Nezuko opened her mouth to say the next sentence, "Welcome back," Inosuke, Zenitsu completely lost control. "Where is that pig? I need to get some blood from him." It turns out that over the past few days, Inosuke had been constantly stuffing Nezuko's head with his name. Meanwhile, Hoganzake had gathered all his courage to come to the base to deliver a sword to Tanjiro. The sword also had the memento of the Great Trinoku, making him extremely happy. It didn't stop there. The blade was also forged from an extremely fine type of metal. This blade only had the character for destroyer and not the name of the swordsmith. So the sword symbolized his bottomless hatred for demons. It is said that, since this sword appeared, the Demon Slayer Corps began to have a ranking system, and only the Hazhira were allowed to have the characters Destroyer of Demons engraved. Huh? Why didn't I see any characters last time I held it? Hearing this, Hoganzake flew into a rage. He grabbed Tanjiro's head and demanded that he offer him grilled skewers every day. Because Tanjiro had taken the sword to use on his own, he had to painstakingly resharpen it from scratch. Just as the smith was returning, the boar, Inosuke, appeared. He jumped straight through the window and then bounced around like a madman. It turns out the Hazhira special training was about to begin. The Hazhira training is a special training course conducted by the Hazhira and attended by many demon slayers under them. The purpose of the training with the pillars is to improve all the abilities, physical fitness, and overall health of the demon slayers, giving the members of the Demon Slayer Corps a better chance of winning the war against Muzan and his minions. Training with the pillars is extremely arduous. Because of this, most demon slayers consider the training session to be an endless trip through hell. Zenitsu is one such case. the complete opposite of Zenitsu. Tanjiro saw this as an invaluable opportunity to improve himself. Being guided by the best of the best was the fastest path to becoming stronger. Just as Tanjiro finished speaking, Zenitsu shot up and started biting his head. How dare you? Resting comfortably in a warm bed. Lecture me like this. Do you have any idea I'm about to face death itself? When Zenitsu angrily turned to leave, Tanjiro suddenly thanked him. It was thanks to Zenitsu's tip on using thunder breathing that Tanjiro was able to defeat Upper Rank 4. Sometimes, the bonds between people can help us escape dire situations. That's why Tanjiro was certain that what he'd learned in the Has Hira training would help him forge a brighter future. As fickle as the wind, Zenitsu immediately brightened up and ran outside with an incredibly excited look on his face. However, that excitement ended the moment he faced the sound Has Hira's physical training. Each Has Hira was responsible for supervising a different part of the training program. The Mist Has Hira trained basic endurance. The Serpent Has Hira trained flexibility. The Love Has Hira trained rapid movements. The Serpent Has Hira trained sword skills. The Wind Has Hira trained pain tolerance. And finally, muscle reinforcement training was overseen by the Stone Has Hira. As a general rule, the Has Hira had to participate in each other's training sessions. This was considered a win situation for both the Has Hira and the Demon Slayers. Even the Has Hira improved by being constantly attacked by Demon Slayers of a lower rank than them. Unsurprisingly, the number of Slayers left gasping for air after the training sessions was not small. Many had accepted their fate, letting themselves drift along with the current to escape the harsh reality. Over here, Tanjiro opened a window for some fresh air and was promptly pecked by a crow. It turned out to be carrying a letter from the master. It wasn't just Tanjiro. Even the demon Tamajo received a message from the master's messenger. Based on its personal relationship with the human, the crow had identified the previous owner of the house Tamayo, but during the day, it had followed the boy's movements, which is how it found its way here. Her identity as a demon made Tamayo very wary of the master. She couldn't understand what he would want from someone like her. As it turns out, there is a girl in the Demon Slayer Corps with extensive knowledge of demon physiology and pharmacology. The master hoped the two of them would collaborate on their research, including Mizuko's shapeshift ability. He invited Tamayo to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. With her help, their chances of defeating Muzan would increase significantly. Yashiro, who was outside, heard the entire conversation between his lady and the crow. After the master's messenger flew away, the young boy dared to run into Tamayo's room. We have to move out of here immediately. I've already prepared everything. Tamajo agreed with the boy. But this would be their last move. Everything had changed since Nezuko conquered the sun. Tamajo would soon compile her research to present her final findings. Their destination this time was completely different from before. The house they were going to was the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. Back with Tanjiro. He carefully took out the master's letter and read every single word. Dear Tanjiro, this is an extremely critical time. Everyone is united and giving their all. Can you help me talk to Giyu? Can you help someone as lonely as Giyu become more optimistic? Tanjiro promised himself that he would do his very best. The next morning, Tanjiro came across Saoi diligently sweeping the yard. He asked Ao how to help a lonely person cheer up. But she was stumped. She didn't know if it would help. But rice balls were the only thing Aoi could make. An army marches on its stomach. And she hoped Tanjiro could help that person escape their current predicament. With incredibly high spirits, Tanjiro walked to Jiyu's house and started shouting for him. When the water Has Hira didn't answer, he just walked right in to check on him. Using the new communication skills he learned from Aoi, Tanjiro began firing off questions as one, but Jiushu didn't answer a single one. Tanjiro's face went blank as he felt the air of irritation growing within Jiyu's body. The water Has Hira wasn't annoyed because Tanjiro was talkative, but because he couldn't grasp the ultimate techniques of water. Tanjiro thought Jinayu wanted him to be his successor. But that wasn't it. Jiu said there was no water Has Hira at the moment, so Tanjiro needed to hurry up and work towards claiming that seat. He was not the water Has Hira, nor had he ever officially been a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. With that, Jiu stood up and left a helpless Tanjiro behind. Okay, so how was he supposed to heal him now? Tanjiro chased after him, inviting Jiu to have dinner with him. However, the water Has Hira refused to answer. So Tanjiro left the box of rice balls by the door and left. That night, Jiu went to take out the trash and, to his surprise, Tanjiro was still sleeping there, waiting for him to open the door. In the following days, Tanjiro was always trailing Jiu like a shadow. He tried to convince Jiu to join the Has Hira training, but never got an answer. Leaving things like this forever wouldn't be good. Jiu decided to tell him everything at once to get rid of Tanjiro. The thing is, Jiu never passed the final selection on Mount Fuji Kasani. At the time, he participated in the test with a friend with pinkish red hair named Sabi too. He was the same age as Jiu, and his family had also been killed by demons. The two lonely children quickly bonded and became the closest of friends. Sabi-too was very kind and extremely righteous. Not only that, he was also incredibly strong. On his own, Sabi-too killed nearly all the demons on the mountain during that year's selection. However, he was the only candidate who lost their life. When Jiayu took a fatal blow that left him dazed from the very first demon, Sabi-too appeared just in time to save him. After entrusting Jiayu to the other boys, Sabi-too continued on his way to rescue the other candidates in danger. Jiayu lost consciousness right after that. By the time he woke up, the final selection was already over. Ju silently blamed himself. Feeling unworthy, how could he accept someone who hadn't killed a single demon joining the Demon Slayer Corps? That was also why Juyu said he was different from the other Azhira. He always believed he wasn't worthy to stand alongside them. Jiayu was convinced that he would never be able to awaken the Demon Slayer mark. If the one who survived had been Sabi-too, things might have been different. He would have surely been the first to awaken the mark. Tanjiro completely understood this feeling, the feeling of pain, loss, and emptiness when a loved one passes away. The guilt that comes with asking yourself why it wasn't you who died instead. That day, Rinoku sacrificed his own life to protect Tanjiro. He wished he could have died in the flame as Hira's place. If the flame as Hira were still alive, the Demon Slayer Corps would be much stronger. However, the wise Inoue Yukehi once said, if someone believes in you, you just have to live up to that trust. So why overthink it? Leaning on his crutches, Tanjiro chased after Jiayu to ask one last question. Why don't you honor what Sabi-too entrusted to you? Suddenly, a stinging slap struck the water as Hira's face. This was the slap Sabi-too induced when he was 13. That slap reminded Jiayu to always remember who he was. Jiayu's sister had saved him from demons. Knowing that tomorrow was her wedding day, his words about dying in her place were an insult to her sacrifice. She gave her life to give him a future, so he must also carry on the future she entrusted to him. Jiayu snapped back to reality, blaming himself for forgetting Sabi-too's words. Every time he remembered Sabi-too, he would become so sad he couldn't do anything. But now it was different. He was mature enough to participate in the Hazhira training. Seeing Jiayu standing motionless for a good 10 minutes, Tanjiro started to feel anxious. Oh no. Jiayu was already sad, and bringing up the past was like adding fuel to the fire. Well, an army marches on its stomach. Taking his senior out to eat was probably the most convincing apology. Jiayu was about to turn back and announce that he would join the training. But before he could speak, Tanjiro cut him off. Hi Ju, can we try eating cold noodles through our noses? After they finished eating, the water Hazhira suddenly remembered an important event. Wait, what will the insect Hazhira be training? Elsewhere, Shinobi honestly told her student that she would definitely not be participating in the training. It was time for her to reveal some crucial information to her disciple. The insect Hazhira had figured out a way to deal with the demon that killed her sister. And now she would teach her disciple everything. The sound Hazhira's training was hell. Utter hell. Those were the words spoken by every demon slayer who participated in the Hazhira training. Not only did he demand physical fitness and speed, but the sound Hazhira also forced the slayers to increase their stamina to the absolute maximum. To the sound Hazhira, physical strength was the foundation of everything. Without improving that foundation, they couldn't even think about moving on to the next stage. Anyone weak enough to stop midway was beaten mercilessly by Yusushio. Just when they were at their lowest, Tanjiro came running from a distance. It had been a long time since the two of them had seen each other. Yuzui had a new dime and patch over his eye. But Tanjiro was still in perfect shape. Yuzui was very impressed that Tanjiro was still in one piece after defeating an upper rank. However, Tanjiro remained extremely humble. He insisted that if it weren't for everyone's help, he wouldn't have survived. Putting that aside, the sound Hazhira wanted Tanjiro to immediately join the Hazhira training. This was precisely why Tanjiro had rushed here. He had been waiting far too long to get back to training. Unlike the other slayers, Tanjiro possessed immense physical stamina and a superior will to improve. He ran 10 times faster than the others, carried an extra 5 kilograms of stone during squats, and continued training when everyone else was exhausted. Not just Yuzui, but his 3 wives also missed Tanjiro very much. It had been a long time, but the young man was still as polite as ever. The only difference was that he now had the appearance of a true man. To have output, you must have input. To have the strength to train, you have to eat. Anyone who didn't finish the food Yuzui's wives cooked would have their training regimen doubled. The harshness of the training made many try to trade for night patrol duty. Because if you were on night patrol, you were exempt from morning training the next day. That evening, 2 slayers were patrolling and talking about Tanjiro's sister. Lately, the demons seemed to have completely vanished, so there wasn't much to patrol. It seemed like they were gathering their forces to hunt down Nezuko. Midway through their conversation, one of the slayers suddenly disappeared. The other immediately fell into a defensive stance. Suddenly, a flickering yellow light appeared behind the slayer. It turned out to all be a prank by the clever swordsman. Just then, deep in the small alley, a strange, repetitive sound began to echo. Terrified, the two slayers urged each other to go home quickly. After all, they had patrolled one round and hadn't found any demons. But as the two left, an eye bearing the kanji for quickly morphed into a spider and followed them. The next morning, the sound as higher required the demon slayers to carry another person on their back while running up a mountain. Tenryou carried the largest person but still ran as fast as an phone race car. The others had already collapsed. But he continued doing squats to increase his stamina. Good heavens. Do you need that much strength to fight an upper rank? During a meal, when asked about the strength of the upper ranks, Tenryou recounted the feeling of facing them. They were so strong that he didn't even know when he'd been hit. However, if he was still alive after that, Tenryou would keep charging forward. There were times he was so close to death that he could feel the air stop reaching his brain. Hearing this, all the slayers begged Tenryou to stop. Now they understood the gap between the world of mortals and the world of superhumans. The procedure after each training session was to run a lap up the mountain before being allowed to eat. On the outside, the sound as Hira was cold. But deep down, he was very caring. Several times, he refused to eat until all the slayers had returned. If they still weren't back by nightfall, he would run up the mountain and carry the whole group back. Tenryou had always held the belief that anyone who becomes as Hira is a good person deep down in their heart. Not long ago, during a solo battle to see who could eat more cold noodles, Tenryou had made a condition that if Juayu lost, he would have to return to participate in the Hira training. However, Tenryou's appetite was still a level below Juayu's. If Juayu hadn't intentionally let him win, Tenryou probably wouldn't have stood a chance until next year. In the end, Tenryou was able to keep his promise to the master. Elsewhere, the serpent is Hira and the wind is Hira assessed the current situation from the Hira training and found it far from promising. The skill level of the demon slayers was too weak compared to the upper ranks. If war broke out now, they would surely become a burden to the Hira. Thinking it over, the wind Hira still couldn't understand why the demons had disappeared that day. He had tried to check the area around the castle, but in the end, he didn't find anything out of the ordinary. A hypothesis was proposed: it was likely a team, an N where Muz created them to hide. This unusually long silence from Muz was a bad omen for the Demon Slayer Corps. It was like the calm before a great storm. Just then, both Sun Emi and OpenAI had a proposal. Coincidentally, they both wanted to challenge each other. Over here, Yuzuayu's 3 wives were making green tea for an euro to help the young man recover his strength. Remembering the battle that day with the upper rank 6 siblings, the 3 of them had nearly lost their lives if not for the excellence of Tenryou's group. Since returning home, Yuzai had blamed himself every day for being too weak. He still wanted to fight demons, but now he could only entrust everything to Tenryou. Time passed to the next afternoon, when the sun had set and Yuzui's combat training began. In reality, demons always appear at night, so the slayers needed to improve their combat skills in the dark. They needed to open their eyes wide to perceive things the naked eye couldn't see. Yuzui gave them an extremely difficult task. This time, he would be the demon, and they would still be the slayers. Their mission was to try to survive, while Tenryou's was to protect them. Not only was he a former Hira, but Yuzui was also a former ninja, so dealing with him in the dark was impossible. Yuzui came and went like the wind. He attacked without a sound, leaving only the screams of those who fell. Although Tenryou strained his eyes, he still couldn't track his scent or any trace of him. Only when the moon was no longer obscured by clouds could Tenryou finally see Yuzui's presence. Facing a former Hira made the slayers think they weren't capable enough. Yuzui immediately snuck up behind the one who said that and asked, "So, is that all you'd say in front of a demon?" Tenryou shouted for everyone to get back so they wouldn't leave any openings. They had to stay strong to have a chance of winning against a former Hira. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. Yuzui predicted their movements and attacked the slayers running toward Tenryou. However, the promising young man quickly appeared to cover his comrades' retreat. It had to be admitted that even with only one hand, the power Yuzui unleashed was still terrifying. Tenryou had also improved noticeably, which made the sound Hira overjoyed. He encouraged the young man to push even harder so he could test his abilities. The evenly matched 1v1 fight between Tenryou and Yuzai were speechless with amazement. This was a duel between 2 slayers who had survived defeating an upper rank. Tenryou's enthusiasm motivated those around him. They confidently charged in with their swords, attacking Yuzui in a coordinated and troublesome formation. "Looks like you're getting better." Yuzui brandished his sword and encouraged everyone to come at him. The battle raged from dusk until dawn the next day. In the end, Yuzui still dominated the group, except for the young Tenryou. They learned the limits of their own abilities. They knew that if it were the Hira and Tenryou, they would surely be able to defeat the demon lord Muzian. Therefore, their mission was to train hard, so that one day they could support everyone. From that day on, the Slayers seemed to have gained newfound strength. Tanjiro had nothing left to learn here, so he would head to the next station. Before Tanjiro left, the sound his Hira told him he was counting on him in the fight to defeat Muzian. Tanjiro bid everyone farewell and ran, following the guidance of his intelligence crow. The next training location Tanjiro visited was that of the genius, Muichiro. As soon as he opened the door, Tanjiro heard the cries for help from the Slayers. Enough. We can't take it anymore. What did you say? If you can't handle this, how will you survive against a demon? Muichiro was young, but his training methods were incredibly harsh. The Mista's Hira demanded that all Slayers keep up with his movements. That was easier said than done, as everyone knew it was impossible. How could these young men who could barely hold a sword steady cope with someone who had defeated upper rank 5? With every passing second, another person was struck by a wooden sword. Muichiro's next demand was that even if they were knocked down, they had to keep moving and maintain a solid stance. Standing outside and witnessing it all, Tanjiro was completely stunned by this different side of Muichiro. At the end of the training session, the young Slayers were berated into oblivion by Muichiro's crow. "You useless brats. I wish the demons would just eat you already." The moment he saw Tanjiro, Muichiro beamed. Both were eager to learn from each other in the upcoming training session. Inside Muichiro's estate, there was another familiar face, the swordsmith Kanamori. The swords this man forged were sharp, that a paper crane flying by would be split into whenever he went into battle. The Mista's Hira always wanted his sword to be in the best possible condition. When Muichiro proposed this idea, the master agreed to let him call Kanamori for maintenance. He even had a private room built for the man to carry out his sword sharpening work. Although bedridden, the master was always concerned about everyone. Meeting him was a great honor for Muichiro. The Mista's Hira's training methods were completely different from the Sound's Hira's. Instead of pushing the Slayers physically, Muichiro focused on correcting their mindset. A Slayer's survival skills are incredibly important. Fighting a demon while being controlled by emotions is like a moth flying into a flame. After the Mista's Hira left, the young men asked Tanjiro to plead with the Mista's Hira to be less harsh in his training. If things continue like this, they would likely collapse before even facing the demons. Tanjiro felt sorry for them. But when it came to exhaustion, Muichiro was surely more tired. Almost none of the Slayers could endure the Mista's Hira's words, which felt like rubbing salt in a wound. Only Tanjiro was so used to it that he sometimes felt Muichiro had become easier to listen to lately. As evening fell, Muichiro immediately sped off to the training grounds of the Serpent and winged his Hira. But he didn't know that his every move was being watched by a crow. Every day, Muichiro repeated the same routine, training the Slayers in the morning and traveling a long way at night to his Hira's training ground. Sanemi was quite worried about the Mista's Hira's health, but fighting with him was his honor. For the three of them, this was the real Hira training. Being a hospitable person, OpenAI suggested Muichiro take on both of them. He and Sanjim I would attack at the same time. Well, that seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? The Mista's Hira had just finished speaking when he instantly moved. He created a layer of mist, shot past OpenAI, and rushed to attack Sanemi. It was just a practice match, but it was so intense that smoke filled the air. Muichiro's crow cheered from above. That's it. That's it. Beat the crap out of them for me. After a round of intense sparring, the three sat down to talk about what they'd been through. Today was different because Tanjiro had arrived at the Mista's Hira's place. Sanemi was also surprised at how quickly Tanjiro had recovered. At this rate, by the time he got to OpenAI's place, he would be fully healed. Both Albone and Sanemi were eagerly awaiting the day they'd meet Tanjiro. The two were determined to work him to the bone to show him the power of his Hira. In the following days, Muichiro continued training as usual. He was still too strong, and the other Slayers were too weak. If things continued like this, nothing would change. Muichiro immediately ordered them to switch from wooden swords to real ones. Anyone who heard this got goosensed. They were already getting beaten up with wooden swords. With real swords, they'd probably be dead in less than a second. Facing Muichiro, the other Slayer was trembling so much he couldn't even hold his stance. The moment Tanjiro spoke up to stop him was also when the boy knelt and surrendered. The Mista's Hira didn't scold him but instead praised his improvement. Not rushing him blindly was a much more mature way of thinking. In truth, the Slayer knew Muichiro had to train much harder than anyone else. Every night, he would go somewhere and return covered in injuries. Deep down, Muichiro didn't want the Slayers to be killed by demons. Honing their combat mindset was also a way to survive for as long as possible. Time flew by. For 3 days, Tanjiro and Muichiro poured all their energy into their one-on-one matches. The Mista's Hira fought while giving Tanjiro tips on muscle control. It must be said that our favorite brother Brotherslaw's movements were incredibly agile. And his breath control was excellent, giving him abundant stamina. Tanjiro not only dodged all of the Mist Hira's attacks, but also knocked him back. Sensing Tanjiro's extraordinary skill, Muichiro advised him to move on to the next Hira. Being praised so highly by the Mist Hira made Tanjiro blush endlessly. When talking to him, Muichiro smiled like a flower. But when he turned to the other Slayers, he went back to his serious boy mode. The thing is, the Slayers had been here for over 2 weeks, while Tanjiro had only been here for 5 days. They begged to be allowed to move on. But Muichiro demanded they fight a training dummy until it was shattered. This differential treatment sparked a bold idea in Tanjiro. He suggested a paper airplane contest with Muichiro. Whoever lost would have to grant one condition to the winner. It turns out Tanjiro had asked the swordsmith about the Mist Hira's hobby. The only thing Muichiro loved in this world was paper airplanes. He folded countless types, representing the people he had met. The condition Tanjiro set was for the Mist Hira to use kind words with the young Slayers. The rules of the contest were simple. Whoever's paper airplane flew longer would be the winner. Muichiro gave Tanjiro 10 chances. If he won just once, he'd win the whole thing. It sounded easy, but reality was not so kind. In the world of paper airplanes, the Mist Hira was a certified master. His plane flew without touching the ground, while Tanjiro's didn't even make it halfway before dropping. 9 consecutive failures left Tanjiro discouraged. He consoled himself that the heavens would favor him in the final round. But Muichiro's skill remained unchanged. In the end, the Mist Hira won. So he didn't have to fulfill Tanjiro's condition. If at first you don't succeed, try again. The remaining Slayers, seeing this, volunteered to compete against the Mist Hira. They were all top paper airplane flyers in their villages, so they were very confident. One even bragged about courting an older woman. So what was a paper airplane? After some time with the Mist Hira's help, everyone finally had their own unique paper airplane. When everyone was ready, the Mist Hira and Tanjiro launched their planes first. Then, all the Slayers followed suit. The moment everyone stood together watching the planes in the sky, Tanjiro broke into a smile, symbolizing the spirit of camaraderie in the Demon Slayer Corps. To ensure Nezuko's safety, Tanjiro had to leave her with his master. Risking taking her with him would be playing right into their hands. Tanjiro wanted to join the special training to become stronger. Only then would he be confident enough to go get Nezuko. Before Tanjiro left, Muichiro looked him in the eyes and said, "We must defeat Uzien together." Tanjiro's next training stop was with the Love Hira. My Tsuri, the woman who had saved his life in the battle against Upper Rank 4. The moment she saw Tanjiro again, Tsuri excitedly grabbed his hand to celebrate. The Love Hira cheerfully pulled Tanjiro inside, put on her white master chef apron, and prepared him a cake covered in a glistening gold and butter frosting. What could be happier than eating sweets made by Tsuri herself? However, it was all just a sweet prelude. Tanjiro had no idea he was about to face true hell. It started with wearing a tight Lotus Manclink leotard. All of Tsuri's exercises were aimed at developing a supple body. To help Tanjiro understand the intensity of the exercises, the Love Hira asked to demonstrate once with his training partner. Tsuri took the Slayer's hands. 1 second, he was smiling happily. But the next, he was screaming in pain as she stretched his legs. This is torture, not relaxation. Seeing Tsuri's beckoning hand, Tanjiro knew his fate would be no different from the person before him. A few days later, the nation's Brotherslaw visited OpenAI's estate, hoping for his help. Just as Tanjiro finished speaking, he received a glare as sharp as a knife from the serpent Hira. "Shut your mouth, or I'll kill you." It turns out that a few days ago, Tsuri had sent OpenAI a letter recounting Tanjiro's training. In the letter, the Love Hira clearly expressed her admiration for the young man. She even called Tanjiro cute, which made OpenAI curious. Being disliked right off the bat made Tanjiro break out in a cold sweat. In response to his anxiety, OpenAI would have Tanjiro do a 1 exercise improving his swordsmanship, using real people as training dummies. The sight of the Slayers tied to posts and gagged looked like something out of an execution ground. A bewildered Tanjiro asked the serpent Hira, "Did they commit a very serious crime?" "Yes. The crime of being weak. The crime of being forgetful. The crime of wasting my time. The crime of annoying me. Well, this is it. The next one hugging a post might just beat Tanjiro himself." OpenAI demonstrated for him with 3 basic sword strikes. The serpent Hira cut a rope in an extremely narrow gap at an incredible speed. Don't hit them. With that thought, Tanjiro swung his sword slowly to make sure he didn't hurt the Slayers. You call that training? You swing your sword slower than a swordsmith. To force Tanjiro to speed up, OpenAI decided to stand behind the wooden posts and said he would be his opponent. When Tanjiro was about to swing his sword, The people tied to the posts cried out, begging him to stop. He hesitated, and was struck squarely in the side, even though it was a wooden sword. In the hands of Hezhira, the damage received was not insignificant. Tanjiro continued to get up and attack, but the second time, he still wasn't as fast as the serpent Hezhira. Despite the narrow gaps, OpenAI's wooden sword was very fluid. It looked just like a slithering snake. Not to mention, Tanjiro was also pressured by the inner thoughts of the other slayers. His attacks were always hesitant, so he could never match OpenAI. The mounting pressure made Tanjiro's hands start to tremble. After each training session, he would persistently swing his sword for a few more hours. This inadvertently motivated the other slayers to work harder as well. At night, the group would have to face another hell called bathing in cold water. The morning's injuries combined with the evening's cold created a form of torture for both body and mind. On the second and third day, Tanjiro continued to get his butt kicked by OpenAI. If he let his guard down for a second, he'd be hit by the serpent Hezhira's sword. Third time's the charm. By the fourth day, everything had completely changed. Tanjiro realized he needed to focus on fighting OpenAI. Tanjiro imagined that he was in a forest. His task was to swing his sword both quickly and accurately, but without hitting any branches or rocks. His rich imagination and top high-tier observational skills made Tanjiro improve significantly. His speed and the accuracy of his strikes had increased. The moment Tanjiro dodged a blow and sliced the hem of OpenAI's hori, the serpent Hezhira agreed to end his special training. Before he left, the serpent Hezhira didn't forget to warn Tanjiro to stay away from the beautiful mighty Suri. If he saw any more sneaking around, it'd be two graves on a lonely hill for them. The next training location Tanjiro had to go to was the wind Hezhira's estate. While looking for the way, he ran into Zenitsu. The thunder user was crying and begging Tanjiro to take him far away from this place. Zenitsu had only just managed to escape to here, so he didn't want to go back to that hell on earth. Suddenly, a muscular hand reached out and grabbed Zenitsu's hair. Come on. Either you go back to training, or you die by my hand. Zenitsu screamed a few last words, and was suddenly hit by 1,000 mayap slap from the wind Hezhira. When the thunder user was knocked unconscious, the wind Hezhira ordered Tanjiro to carry his body back. Walking behind him, Tanjiro politely greeted the wind Hezhira. Sanemi suddenly stopped and spoke harshly to him. Don't get cocky with me. I don't acknowledge you. That's fine. I don't acknowledge you either. The scarred face guy who dared to stab my sister. After saying that, Tanjiro walked straight ahead, leaving a fuming Sanemi behind. After witnessing the wind Hezhira's training methods, Tanjiro finally understood why Zenitsu had begged to leave so desperately. Basically, it was just simple sparring. Everyone would rush in and gang up on Sanemi. However, with their strength, they would surely be beaten until they were unconscious. Even when vomiting or exhausted, they weren't allowed to rest. Even OpenAI gave more breaks. As soon as Zenitsu woke up, he was filled with resentment. Tanjiro had managed to escape, but because of him, he had to come back. Sanemi was especially strict with Tanjiro. The slightest mistake, and he would be beaten black and blue by the wind Hezhira. On the very first day, he needed medical treatment 8 times. As he was preparing to bandage himself for the 9th time, he overheard a conversation between the Sanemi brothers. Jianyu wanted to talk to the wind Hezhira, but he cruelly said, I don't have a little brother. Come near me and I'll chop you to pieces. Tanjiro, listening from outside, felt scared for him. They didn't seem like quarreling brothers at all. I usually just tickle my siblings. Sanemi continued to insult Jinya. The wind Hezhira didn't want to see someone who couldn't use breathing styles in the Demon Slayer Corps. As Sanemi turned to leave, Jianya began to apologize to his brother. He had eaten demon flesh to be able to fight them. Just as Jianya finished speaking, Sanemi's attitude instantly changed. What did you say? The pressure the wind Hezhira exerted made both Tanjiro and Jianya break out in a sweat. In an instant, Sanemi suddenly disappeared. He teleported right in front of Jianya. As Sanemi's 2 fingers were about to touch his brother's eyes, Tanjiro suddenly appeared and pushed him into another room. Outside, the young slayers were still lamenting their miserable fate. When he heard the sound of crashing, Zenitsu immediately dropped to the ground and pretended to be unconscious. But the person who appeared before Zenitsu was Tanjiro, followed by the monstrous Sanemi, who was seeing red. The thunder user saw this and cried his eyes out. Oh, my dear friend, why did you have to leave so soon? Tanjiro begs Sanemi to spare Jianya's life. But the wind Hezhira casually replied, I'm not gonna kill him. I'm just gonna cripple him. But if he agrees to get out of the Demon Slayer Corps, I'll let him go. Of course, Tanjiro would not agree to his unreasonable demand. Sanemi had just said he didn't have a little brother, but now he was interfering with Jianya's choices. Who could accept that? Talented or not, Jianya had already decided to risk his life fighting the demons. Without Jianya, They would never have defeated the upper-ranked demon. You want to cripple him? You'll have to get through me first. Is that so? Fine by me. I'll cripple you first. Senimai paused for a beat and then suddenly flew forward to punch Tanjiro in the stomach. But that lightning-fast attack was blocked by Tanjiro's hand. Not only that, but he also spun around and kicked Senimai in the neck. As soon as he landed, Tanjiro stammered Zenitsu's name. He begged the Thunder user to take Shinya. Run before it was too late. You idiot. You idiot. Don't say my name. The more panicked Zenitsu got, the more Tanjiro gestured with the message. I believe in you. Just then, Sanimai executed a roundhouse kick towards Tanjiro's face. Although he dodged it, the force of the wind still made a part of his ear bleed. The wind as Hira declared he would send Tanjiro to the afterlife for his out-control recklessness. Gina tried to run in and intervene, but Zenitsu quickly grabbed his hand and ran. Oh my god, I can't believe you have such a psycho brother. Don't you dare insult my brother. The fight between Sanimai and Tanjiro then dragged on from noon until late at night. Tanjiro was reprimanded by his superiors and told to stay away from Sani. In the end, he still couldn't mend the relationship between the two Scarface brothers. For the next training location, Zenitsu and Tanjiro headed deep into the forest. When they reached a waterfall, they saw the wild boar and other slayers meditating and chanting sutras. Welcome, boys, to the home of your brother, the Stone has Hira. Upon their first meeting, the Stone has Hira taught Tanjiro and Zenitsu the importance of the body's center of gravity. Balancing the body with strong limbs is the only way to be proficient in both offense and defense at the same time. The first step in the training was to train under the waterfall. Next was carrying 3 logs. And finally, pushing the massive boulder before them down a path as long as a city block. Because standing on fire was too dangerous, the Stone has Hira's training ended there. Upon hearing this, Zenitsu immediately fainted on the spot. The Stone has Hira then advised Tanjiro to just throw him into the river to wake him up faster. Sure enough, after a short dip in the water, Zenitsu woke up. Since it was winter, the river was bone-chillingly cold. He walked while complaining and jumped onto the bank, shivering like a leaf. The group that trained before them had experienced the same thing, advising Zenitsu to quickly hug the rocks to warm up. Zenitsu did so, in a flash. Sure enough, that little bit of warmth made Zenitsu burst into tears, feeling as if he were in his mother's arms. Meanwhile, Tanjiro braced himself and went to the waterfall. Despite the biting cold that seeped into his bones, he was surprised to see Lord Inosuke had been at the waterfall for a long time, persistently training even though the person next to him had given up, which made Tanjiro very impressed. Unexpectedly, Inosuke passed out from the cold, forcing Tanjiro to rush ashore for first aid. Looking at the raging waterfall, Tanjiro finally understood the level of training the Stone has Hira away. Murata, who was beside him, advised Tanjiro to endure while chanting Buddha's prayers to maintain mental clarity. Tanjiro quickly did as he was told, bracing himself against the biting cold and the weight of the water crashing down on his body. Just a moment later, he and the others had to hug the rocks to warm up because they couldn't stand the cold of the waterfall. The weight of the water was absolutely horrifying. A slight loss of focus, a moment of relaxation, and it would crash down and break your neck in an instant. Murata praised Tanjiro and his group for doing so well. It had taken him from morning to night on the first day just to get a little used to the waterfall training. As of now, Murata had already been here for 10 days. During lunch, Tanjiro showed off his skills by grilling fish from the river for everyone to eat. Inosuke devoured the entire thing, bones and all, refusing to leave any part, not even for a dog. Tanjiro praised him as the cleanest fish ever seen, which delighted Lord Inosuke, that he went on to eat his 10th fish. While eating, Inosuke brought up the Stone has Hira. He insisted that from the first moment he met him, he knew the Stone has Hira was the strongest in the core. Tanjiro had realized it too, because the Stone has Hira set was completely different. He wondered if he had awakened the mark yet. But if he had, Lord Inosuke wouldn't be surprised, since he had been defeated by the Stone as Hira in a single move. The conversation between these kids who were rising through the ranks like kites in the wind left everyone else unable to keep up. Zenitsu was furious, convinced the Stone as Hira must be cheating. He was certain that old man couldn't possibly push that huge rock for the length of a city block. Tanjiro quickly told him that he heard the Stone as Hira's rock was even bigger than the one they saw. The proof was in the pudding. No sooner had he mentioned it than the Stone as Hira appeared behind them, leisurely pushing the rock. Much to Zenitsu's astonishment, it wasn't just him. The others also turned pale as they witnessed the Stone as Hira's incredible strength firsthand. Seeing Tanjiro excitedly wonder if they could do it to made Zenitsu angry. Because of course, they couldn't. He lunged at Tanjiro, because the Stone as Hira was a monster, built like a bear crossed with an elephant. He was born different from everyone else. Lord Inosuke ignored the two fighting. His fill. And then prepared to continue the log lifting exercise. Tanjiro and Zenitsu then continued training under the waterfall while chanting prayers. But the little troublemaker was swept away by the current, forcing Tanjiro to rescue him. And then they both went back to training. After the waterfall training, Tanjiro moved on to the lodge scarrying exercise. He strained until his face turned red just to lift the 3 logs. By the time he finished this exercise, it was already late afternoon. And it was finally time for the boulder spushing training. On the other side, Upper Rank 4 was using her blood demon art to observe every move of the Demon Slayer Corps forces. Although she hadn't found Nezuko's location yet, Muzian still praised her for her growing power. Under Muzian's direction, for controlled her as spiders to secretly follow to members of the Demon Slayer Corps without being detected. With her excellent abilities, Muzian was confident he would find the location of Nezuko and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps. Back to Tanjiro. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the huge rock budge even a little. It even pushed him back, causing him to fall flat on his back and break his cheap flip-flops. While going back to fix his sandals, he saw others leaving because they couldn't endure the stone as Hira's training. Though bitter, they could only return to serve as the rear guard for people like Tanjiro. He accepted their trust and thanked them. Because with a strong rear guard, he could focus entirely on fighting to take the head of the Demon Lord. Muzian. Motivated, the others continued to cheer for Tanjiro before leaving, while he immediately returned to training with the large boulder. At dinner time, the resourceful Tanjiro made rice balls for everyone to eat. Since they had all trained hard, he intentionally made them a little salty to replenish their salt levels. The delicious rice balls quickly ran out. Murata mentioned that he finally understood why the Hira had no successors. It was because the training was so exhausting that everyone ran for the hills. Most of them were in the same boat as Zenitsu, falling into silence after realizing the massive power gap between the Hira and themselves. Tanjiro listened to the story while his hands moved deftly, without stopping. Because he came from a family of charcoal sellers, he knew how to handle all sorts of cooking tasks, deserving of 10 girlfriends. Tanjiro then grilled the rice balls and brushed them with sauce on both sides, making everyone cry when they tasted them because the delicious flavor reminded them all of their mothers. This familiar, warm scene reminded Tanjiro of his own small family. Afterwards, he continued to practice pushing the rock until late afternoon. But no matter what he did, Tanjiro still couldn't make it move. Today was the 6th day. Tanjiro was worried, not knowing how long the demons would remain inactive. While Tanjiro was anxiously trying to figure out how to move the rock, Jianya suddenly appeared and noticed the mark on his forehead had gotten darker. Since their last meeting, Tanjiro hadn't been able to see Jianya because he was confined. Jianya, on the other hand, felt very guilty for getting Tanjiro involved in his personal matters and thanked him for protecting him. More importantly, only Jianya had noticed that the mark on Tanjiro's forehead was getting darker. Jianya realized Tanjiro was training to push the rock because he had done the same. Only, he had already succeeded. Seeing that Tanjiro was stuck, Jianya sighed as it seemed the stone Hira wasn't very good at teaching. He advised Tanjiro that to push his concentration to the absolute limit, he had to do everything with intent. In Jinya's case, that meant chanting Buddha's prayers just like the stone Hira. Jianya then said goodbye to Tanjiro and warned, "Don't push yourself too hard." Though he knew Tanjiro wouldn't listen, Tanjiro, meanwhile, decided to try one more time. He remembered what Jinya had said about opening up all his senses at the same time. According to the stone Hira, even someone who couldn't use breathing styles like Jianya could still move the rock this way. Tanjiro decided to follow his advice. He recalled memories of anger and pain to make his heart rate and body temperature rise. But this method only managed to make the rock shift a tiny bit. The others came to call Tanjiro to take a break and cook dinner, because if it wasn't food made by him, they couldn't stomach it. In the break room, Jianya returned and decided to lend Tanjiro a hand. He asked about his training progress, but Tanjiro still felt something was off. The thought that neither Jianya or the stone Hira had the mark while in a state of total concentration puzzled them both. Jianya turned and asked Tanjiro when his emotions had surged, and seeing Tanjiro's silence, he quickly apologized, thinking he had made him recall painful memories. In the end, Jianya still believed Tanjiro would definitely be able to do it. A little later, Tanjiro went alone to practice pushing the rock so his emotions could overflow. He calmed his mind, thought of the faces of his loved ones, and then remembered the advice of Reinoku to set his heart ablaze. A surge of power flowed through Tanjiro's body, allowing him to move the boulder. Coincidentally, Inosuke and Zenitsu were passing by, and seeing him training before dawn made Zenitsu worried. Tanjiro was now drenched in sweat. By giving his all through these repetitive actions, Tanjiro's body began to commit it to memory. Thanks to this process, Tanjiro was able to harness his strength and push the boulder, much to the astonishment of Zenitsu and Inosuke. Not letting himself stop there, Tanjiro continued to push the boulder forward. Elsewhere, Heliozine was growing curious about the enemy's next move. He eagerly awaited the day he would see the true face of the Demon Slayer Corps leader. Although it wasn't effective immediately, Tanjiro focused all his strength and never stopped trying. He pushed again and again. After a few more attempts, his body began to get used to it. Finally, Tanjiro succeeded in making the boulder move just a little bit. Watching from the sidelines, Zenitsu could only tremble at the monstrous strength of his best friend. Inosuke had to let out a few curses. Damn it, I'm totally outmatched. But Tanjiro knew this was just the beginning. If he lost focus for even a moment, the boulder would immediately push him back. Tanjiro tried to use his entire body's strength, combining his upper and lower body. If his hands were steady, his legs had to be just as strong. Seeing him try so hard, Inosuke refused to be outdone, and the boar head charged back into training. Though it was difficult, he managed to push the boulder a little. Only Zenitsu hadn't made any progress. He trembled, hiding behind a nearby tree so no one would see him. Just then, a sparrow brought Zenitsu a letter. The coward was so scared he kept muttering, "I'm not going. I'm not going," forcing the bird to peck him on the leg. It seemed this letter wasn't an order to move to the next training location. After several hours of relentless effort, Tanjiro finally completed the boulder-pushing exercise. This meant his training with the stone as higher was officially over. Tanjiro collapsed from exhaustion. He had sweated a river but had stubbornly refused to stop for water, and now he was paying for it. Tanjiro's eyes bulged like fried eggs. His throat began to feel dry and his face gradually turned purple from lack of air. Goodbye Zenitsu. Goodbye Inosuke. Goodbye everyone. I'm going on ahead. Just as Tanjiro thought he was about to reunite with his family in heaven, a stream of cold water suddenly poured straight into his mouth. It turned out Himiji-ma had appeared just in time, saving Tanjiro's life. The stone has Hira poured water while chanting Namla Midabutsu, making Tanjiro think the man was performing his last rites. Tanjiro immediately shot up to thank him. But Himiji-ma didn't stop. Tanjiro had to shout loudly to prove he was still alive before the man snapped out of it. Himiji-ma congratulated Tanjiro on achieving enlightenment. After the incident at the swordsmith village and today's training, the stone has Hira officially recognized him as a true swordsman. Back then, Tanjiro had prioritized saving the villagers over his demon sister, Nezuko. Hearing this, Tanjiro immediately denied it. He said he hadn't done anything special, because that day, Nezuko was the one who made the decision. He had almost made a mistake and put the villagers in danger. Hearing this, Himiji-ma grew even fonder of Tanjiro. In his mind, children were innocent and pure, but also weak and selfish. They lie without blinking an eye and can commit cruel acts without a hint of hesitation. All his doubts had been cleared. From this moment on, no matter what anyone said, the stone as Hira would wholeheartedly acknowledge Kamadu Tanjiro. A long time ago, Himiji-ma had taken in several orphans at a temple. Though not related by blood, they were very close. Himiji-ma considered these children his family. He taught them everything about life, even how to thank the people who cooked for them each day. Among the 9 children, the youngest girl, Seo, was the most affectionate. Sei was worried about the stone as Hira's health, so she would offer him some of her own food. At times like that, Himiji-ma would lie and say he was in a dry raining phase and had to reduce his portions to increase his strength. Seeing the children so happy, the stone as Hira once thought he could live happily like this with them forever. But one night, one of the kids disobeyed him. He returned to the temple after sunset and encountered a demon. To save himself, he led the demon to the temple to devour Himiji-ma and the 8 other children. The land where the stone as Hira lived was full of legends about the dangers of demons, so Himiji-ma always burned wisteria incense every night. However, the boy had extinguished all the incense and invited the demon right inside. 4 children outside were killed instantly. Himiji-ma woke up and tried his best to protect the remaining 4. But 3 of them didn't listen to him. They chose to run instead of trusting the stone as Hira. They thought that a skinny, blind monk couldn't possibly fight off a demon. As a result, all 3 had their throats slit as soon as they reached the gate. Only Seo listened to Himiji-ma, obediently hiding behind him, with thought of protecting Seo at all costs. Himiji-ma charged in to fight the demon. He broke its arms and then punched it repeatedly until dawn. The feeling of pummeling a living creature was like being tortured in hell. Himiji-ma could never forget that horrible sensation. That was also the first time he used the power of his fist and realized just how strong he was. Although Himiji-ma lost so much that night, he was happy because he had protected Seo. However, when the villagers arrived, Seo told them that he was a monster, that he had killed everyone. The story suddenly took a 180-degree turn, leaving Tanjiro utterly stunned. He didn't understand why Seo would say such terrible things. The stone as Hira could only speculate that perhaps Seo's mind was in turmoil after experiencing that tragic night. After all, She was only 3 years old, so he couldn't blame her. Himiji-ma just wished she could have said thank you for protecting her. If she had, Himiji-ma would have been saved. But she only thought of herself. The demon's body was burned away by the sun. Only the bodies of the 8 children remained, and Himiji-ma was thrown in jail for murder. If the Lord hadn't intervened, Himiji-ma would have been executed. So, after that incident, he began to doubt everything. Of course, that included Tanjiro. No matter how kind-hearted someone usually is, when cornered, their true nature will be revealed. But Tanjiro wasn't like that. He didn't run away. He didn't lie. And he was completely honest and upright. This might seem simple, but not everyone can do it. Himiji-ma decided to continue guiding Tanjiro so he wouldn't lose his way. He unconsciously reached out and patted Tanjiro's head, an action he used to do with Seo. Himiji-ma suddenly smiled. He said that he had done very well in the training course. After finishing their practice, Tanjiro, Inosuke, and Jienya chatted while eating. Jienya had to admit that Himiji-ma was extremely kind, although he didn't accept him as a successor. After learning of Jienya's ability to eat demons, the Stone's Hira took him in as a disciple. Tanjiro planned to head to Juice Place after this meal. He invited Inosuke and Jienya to come along. But unfortunately, Jienya hadn't finished the boulder minus pushing exercise yet. Hearing this, Inosuke immediately boasted. I already pushed it nearly 100 yards. You little punk. Well, it's because I can't use breathing styles. What? You can't use breathing styles? Then you might as well just die and free up some space. Jenya's blood boiled, and he lunged at Inosuke. The two started cursing, scratching, and kicking, making the house shake violently. After a few minutes of wrestling, Tanjiro finally managed to subdue the boar. Inosuke. He said goodbye to Jienya and took his lunch to find Zenitsu. The coward was actually sitting on a boulder, meditating and training. Tanjiro invited Zenitsu to go to the next training spot with him, but he refused. The coward had something very important that he had to do himself. Zenitsu's unusually serious tone took Tanjiro completely by surprise. He didn't even turn his face to say goodbye to Tanjiro. Sensing that his best friend had something serious to handle, Tanjiro quickly said farewell and went on his way. He had no idea that Zenitsu's face was covered in blood from training, his eyes more determined and calm than ever before. On his way down the mountain, Tanjiro walked while thinking of his sister. He had left Nezuko in someone else's care all this time. She must be feeling very lonely. He wondered if his little sister missed him. Suddenly, Tanjiro heard a huge noise up ahead. Not only that, Juins and Iamai were fighting there. The wind as Hira and the water as Hira were facing off. The clash between two masters was incredibly intense. San Mi's sword strokes created sharp whirlwinds that destroyed everything in their path. Jiayu was just as swift. He quickly raised his sword to block, but the technique was so powerful that it chipped a large piece off his blade. Tanjiro's jaw dropped at the sight before him. The two of them were truly on another level. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. But now, Tanjiro could observe their movements in the slowest motion. This was truly a once-in-a-thousand years learning opportunity. Tanjiro immediately focused on observing their every movement. San Miai looked incredibly excited, attacking while saying Jiayu was no different from them. Jiayu remained as calm as usual. His face emotional as he used water breathing. Fourth form. Ju's blade slashed towards San Miai's legs, the sword path forming a fluid yet sharp tide. But San Miai managed to jump up in time to dodge the blow. The two continuously unleashed techniques to overwhelm the other. You use your fifth form, so I'll use my seventh. Water and wind clashed, creating a massive shockwave. The two were stunned to see their swords broken in half. San Miai still refused to stop. Without weapons, did he want to punch each other to death with their bare hands? Seeing this, Tanjiro immediately ran over. He stood between the two to prevent a life-or-death battle. Seeing Tanjiro's face made him even angrier. The incident from before hadn't even been settled, and now he dared to interfere with his training session. However, Tanjiro couldn't think that far ahead. He just knew the wise saying about treating others with kindness. Brothers from the same mother shouldn't fight. At Tanium's estate, Tanjiro had smelled red bean maki on the wind as Hira's clothes. From that, he concluded that Iamai was a red bean fanatic. Tanjiro wanted to make some maki so the three of them could eat and cool down. Jiayu didn't overthink it either. When it rains, you seek shelter. When you're hungry, you eat. He was fine with it, just needing San Miai's nod. Seeing he had an ally, Tanjiro pressed his advantage. He rambled on about red beans, not noticing the veins popping on the wind as Hira's neck. Suddenly, San Miai rushed forward and punched Tanjiro, knocking him out from morning until evening. When he woke up, he and Juiyu continued to chatter about red beans. The water, as Hira said, he'd learned from this experience. From now on, he would put the maki in his pocket so that every time he met San Miai, he could give it to him. Tanjiro strongly agreed with this. Meanwhile, the wind as Hiro was taking a walk when he suddenly noticed something following him. When he crushed it, he realized it was a spy eye from the upper moons. Damn it. The base has been infiltrated. Elsewhere, Yuuzhan had successfully snuck through the gates of the training facility. Kibutsuji Yuuzhan, the progenitor of demons, had officially revealed himself. His face showed not a hint of worry or fear. The Demon King confidently set foot in the mansion of Master Kage, even knowing the Demon Slayer Corps was nearby. In the 1-0 years of being hunted and pursued, this was the first time Muz and had actively sought out the master of the Yubaishiki clan. That alone was enough to prove Nezuko's importance to Muzan. The Demon King seemed rather surprised to see the master's disfigured face. So, you're not as handsome as I thought. Huh? Kage. His severely rotted eyes made it so. The master couldn't see. He had to ask his wife, Imani, to describe Muzan's appearance and face. The overall assessment was 9 out of 10. His fashion sense was like Michael Jackson. He looked like a young man in his late teens or early 20s, with crimson-red eyes and pupils as long as a cat's. Kage wasn't surprised, as he had foreseen this. Not just his appearance, but also the fact that he would come here today. You must truly hate this family. Mustn't you? Yuuzhan. That's right. For thousands of years, this clan that doesn't know its place has stood in my way. And yet, the one leading that clan is nothing more than a useless invalid. Fair enough. Half a year ago, a doctor told me I only had a few days to live. But I've held on until now, because of my will to destroy you. Yuuzhan. You may not age. You may not age. And I may be slowly dying. But that doesn't mean I have failed. Yuuzhan had to hold back his laughter. What can a dying man do to me? Are you planning to call those pathetic as Hiro here? I will crush that foolish hope of yours tonight. The master immediately changed the subject to buy more time. He wanted to reveal a secret that perhaps even Muz didn't know. In fact, he and the Demon King shared the same bloodline. For letting a monster like him escape, the entire Yubaishiki clan was cursed. All children born into it were sickly and died young. When the Yubaishiki clan was on the brink of extinction, a priest came and instructed them on how to break the curse. He said the only way to save the family from annihilation was to destroy Muzan. For generations after, members of the Yubaishiki clan married priestesses from the Shinto priest clan to produce the next generation. Thanks to this, the lifespan and health of their descendants were extended. Despite fighting so fiercely, no one in the family could live past the age of 30. Muzan didn't believe in karma. He pointed to his head and said, "There's plenty of blood in here." For thousands of years, the number of people who died at his hands had reached the tens of thousands. But no god or deity had ever come down to punish him. Master Kage suddenly asked about Muzan's dream. What do you dream of each night? Demon King. This strangely calm demeanor from Kage made Muzan suspicious. Why would someone who desperately wanted to kill him show not a single trace of hatred? Muzan glanced around Kage's mansion. How can this be so absurd? The home of the Demon Slayer Corps leader had no one protecting or guarding it. His two children weren't even afraid of a demon's visit. Seeing Muzan's prolonged silence, Master Kage spoke up to stretch the time. He said he could see into Muzan's heart. The thing the 1,000-year demon dreams of every night is immortality. He longs to be indestructible by anything in this world. Muz and didn't deny it. He even said confidently, "I will achieve that state as soon as I have Nezuko." Kage offered a gentle smile. He was certain Muzan would never achieve immortality. Oh? Are you that confident about what you've hidden the girl Nezuko? No. That's not it. You're just misunderstanding the meaning of immortality. Immortality is human emotion. Human emotion itself is immortality. Shut up. Everything you're saying is nonsense. Even though many young people have had to sacrifice their lives, the Demon Slayer Corps has stood strong for 1,000 years. That fact proves that human emotion, the very thing Muzan calls nonsense, is true immortality. It is the thought of never forgiving the one who took the life of a loved one that has made humans strong. And that is the true embodiment of eternity. Yuuzhan, you have stepped on the tiger's tail and touched the dragon's throat countless times. You have awake in a sleeping dragon that should have remained dormant for its entire life. The swordsmen have now truly awakened. A powerful being is stirring. After 1-0 years of slumber, they will hunt you down and never give you a chance to survive. The truth is, even if Muzan kills the master, the Demon Slayer Corps will not stop. He feels like he's a burden to the swordsman. However, the connection between people is extremely deep. Muzan will never understand that. Because if he dies, the demon race will also be annihilated. Although the master said the swordsman wouldn't mind if he died, his death would not be meaningless. Everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps loved and respected Kage. So, when he dies, their fighting spirit will soar higher than ever before. Muzan had given the master enough time to say everything he needed to. Now was the time for him to raise his claws and kill Kage. Meanwhile, the Kasugawa had managed to alert the Hazhira. Upon receiving the news, the Hazhira immediately rushed towards the Yubaishiki estate. A look of extreme worry was on each of their faces. The wind, serpent, love, mist, insect, and water Hazhira. And finally, 10 years ago, a long time ago, the Hazhira had met to discuss a plan to guard the master's estate. However, the stone Hazhira immediately rejected it, because for the past 8 years, no matter how many times he suggested it, Kage refused to listen. Almost all generations of Yubaishiki masters had no guards. They wanted to utilize all their best forces for the Demon Slayer Corps. Back in the present, just as the Hazhira were about to arrive at the estate, the entire mansion suddenly exploded. The explosion was so large and fast that Amusian couldn't react in time. The flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Tanjiro quickly covered his nose. He could smell blood and burning flesh filling the air. Amidst the raging flames, even Amusian, the Demon King, was not lightly injured. 2/3 of his body had been completely incinerated. Amusian resentfully called out Kage's name. He recalled the master's compassionate face. He had a smile as gentle as a Buddha but had blown up himself, his wife, and his children. Amusian silently blamed himself for being too careless. Although he had vaguely suspected a plot, he never thought he would do something this horrifying, sacrificing his wife and the children to set the stage for the Demon Slayer Corps. Why did Amusian say set the stage? Because Master Kage had prepared for this. He had carefully placed spikes in the explosion to delay Uzian's regeneration. That meant there was much more to come for him. Uzian could sense many humans approaching him. It was undoubtedly the Hazhira, the main strength of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, what was so difficult about that? Kage had used himself and his family as bait. The master's resentment and hatred for Amusian were like a nest of venomous snakes. He just lay in wait for the bastard Amusian to come and offer up his life. As Amusian's body was gradually recovering, strange masses of flesh suddenly appeared, floating in the air around him. He quickly realized this was a blood demonar. Before Amusian could react, sharp thorns suddenly sprouted from the flesh, piercing through his body. The thorns branched out and embedded themselves deep into Amusian's flesh, making it impossible for him to pull them out. With difficulties piling up, he had to console himself that it was no big deal. He just needed to absorb all these thorns, and it would be over. However, things were not as smooth as Amusian had thought. He never would have dreamed that Tamajo would appear here. Tamajo told Amusian these thorns were the blood demonar of the man he turned into a demon in a Sakusa. Amusian suddenly saw the talisman on Tamayo's back. It turned out she had used a concealment spell, which explained why he couldn't sense her presence. At that moment, Tamajo suddenly gave Amusian a sinister smile. You've absorbed my punch, haven't you? Have you felt anything strange yet? It turned out Tamajo had hidden a dose of the human Huvertine drug in that punch. It was probably starting to take effect now. Amusian asserted that Tamajo couldn't possibly create such a drug. But Tamajo's confident face was denying his belief. The grudge between Amusian and Tamajo began when he turned her into a demon. When she was human, Tamajo had the misfortune of contracting a terminal illness. Tamajo didn't want to die just like that. She wanted to see her beloved child grow up. So she chose to become a demon. But immediately after, Tamajo devoured her husband and son. She also killed many people after falling into the depths of despair. To atone for the mistake she had made, she decided to drag Muz and down to hell with her. He hadn't told Tamayo that she would lose her humanity when she became a demon. He had deceived her to witness the scene of a person eating their own relatives. Tamajo went to such lengths because of her vow to destroy Muzian. While the two were in a standoff, Tamajo suddenly shouted, "It's all up to you now." Himeji Ma. The stone Hazhira suddenly appeared, weapon in hand. In his left hand, he held an axe, and in his right, he gripped the chain connected to an iron flail. Before Amusian's surprised eyes, Himeji Ma chanted Namo and Minebutsu, while swinging the flail with all his might towards him. The force of the blow was so incredible that the moment it hit Amusian's head, it immediately disintegrated. A few days earlier, Master Kage had called the stone Hazhira. Himeji Ma too took. Kage had accurately predicted the time Muzian would visit the Yubaishiki estate. The master proposed that the stone Hazhira let his family be the bait and take advantage of this once in 1,000 years opportunity to take his head. Kage knew this because of his family's instinct. The Yubaishiki clan, besides their special voice, the Yubaishiki clan also possessed the ability to see the future. Thanks to it, the Yubaishiki clan was able to build its fortune and avoid many disasters. That was Kage's final request, one that only Himeji Ma could fulfill. The master hoped that from tomorrow onwards, no more children would have to die. Back to the fight. Just seconds after his head was destroyed, Himusian instantly grew it back, just as Kage had predicted. No matter how many times his head was cut or smashed, this demon king would quickly recover. The only thing that could counter that super generation was sunlight. Therefore, they had to try to prolong the battle until sunrise. Just by listening to the sound, Himijima Muzian's regeneration speed was far beyond that of any demon he had ever faced before. Master Kagage's explosion had weakened him, and he had also been attacked by Tamayo's human drug. But Muzian was still just as powerful. Homijima's mission was to restrain this monster until the sun appeared. However, what sounded simple was not simple at all. Himijima once again charged forward with his weapon. Muzian immediately raised his hand and unleashed his blood demon art. Black blood manifested as dense thorny whips that grew from Muzian's body and attacked Himijima. The stone as Hira immediately used stone breathing. Third, foam stone skin. The monk swung his weapon with incredible speed, severing the thorny chains heading towards him in an instant. Just then, the wind as Hira arrived in time and shouted, "What did you do to the master? You bastard!" The other as Hira also appeared one by one. Only Tanjiro recognized his true identity. The veins of rage had already popped on his forehead without him realizing it. Himijima told everyone that this demon was Kibutsuji Muzian, the demon leader they had been hunting for so long. He wouldn't die even if his neck was cut countless times. The Hira looked at Muzian in shock. As Tanjiro roared with fury, a debt of blood must be paid in blood. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. He would make him suffer the same pain he had endured for so long. Without a moment's hesitation, they all charged forward. They used their strongest techniques with the highest level of determination. But at that moment, Muzian suddenly flashed a demonic smile. Immediately after, the space around them suddenly changed. He had summoned the doors leading to the Infinity Castle right under the feet of the Hira and Tanjiro. Not just them, but even Inosuke and the other swordsmen nearby were also pulled in. Everyone was ready to fight. The boar had put on his hat. Zenitsu had closed his eyes. Everyone had their own ideals and missions to accomplish. Muzian laughed manically. "You as Hira are so naive to think you cornered me. The place you've just entered is the infinite hell. You meddlesome swordsmen have stood in my way for 1,000 years. Tonight, I will annihilate you all at once." Behind Muzian were hundreds of demons, large and small. Tanjiro still pointed his sword at him as his body continued to fall. He swore that he would use his own hands to sever his head. The one who must go to hell is Muzian, not the Demon Slayer Corps. "If you're so good, then try me." Kamadu Tanjiro. The decisive moment for humanity to triumph over demons has arrived. Previously, the master had secretly planned to destroy Muzian, knowing he would come for him. He could only tell the stone as Hira because he knew the others would never accept his sacrifice. Since Muzian would not die even if beheaded, it was feared that only sunlight could destroy him, as long as they could prolong the battle until dawn. That would be the moment humanity would claim victory over the demons. Before he passed, the master had only one wish: that none of his precious children would have to lose their lives. Currently, the protagonist Tanjiro was facing Muzian but was trapped in the blood demon art of the Infinity Castle. Not only him, but the Hira were there as well. Wind has Hira Emi. Insect has Hira Shinobu. Serpent has Hira Obanai. And Love has Hira and Mighty Suri. There was also Mist has Hira Muichiro. Along with the stone has Hira Himijima. All of them were ready to fight in the final battle to destroy the Demon King Muzian. Right now, Tanjiro was in freefall, unable to grab onto the wall next to him. Moreover, he had no footing to launch an attack. Luckily, the water has Hira flew over with his water breathing, managing to catch Tanjiro and save his life. While he was trying to catch his breath, another demon tried to sneak attack him, but was immediately decapitated by Tanjiro's water breathing, flowing dance. Both the water has Hira and he got into a ready stance. The surrounding houses shifted, creating an opportunity for the demons to rush out in droves. The two of them coordinated with their water breathing to wipe out the lesser demons. Tanjiro was amazed that the water as Hira could read his every small movement, then predict his technique and move so that they wouldn't collide with each other. It was just that his eyes looked at Tanjiro with a sense of assessment and a hint of smugness. Both of them were now at Muzian's base. His goal in gathering them here was none other than to destroy them all, especially the Hira of the Demon Slayer Corps. From now on, they had to be on high alert and act quickly. Meanwhile, the Love has Hira and Serpent has Hira were traveling together, with the advantage of a long blade and techniques as fluid as a hunting snake. The Serpent has Hira easily killed demons while scoring points in. The Love has Hira's eyes. On the other side, the Stone has Hira and his flail brutally destroyed any demon he encountered. Traveling with the Stone has Hira was the Mist has Hira. Muichiro took this opportunity to ask about the master. The Stone has Hira sadly revealed that he had chosen his own way to depart. To the Mist has Hira, the master was like a father who was always by his side to encourage him in times of difficulty or danger. Not just the Mist has Hira, the master cared for everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps. those whom he considered his children, like a father. So when Emizian took away his most important person, the mist has Hira swore to send him to hell. Both of them now share the same emotions, sorrow and resentment for the Demon King. As for the wind as Hira, he was meditating and blaming himself for not being able to protect the master. A demon took the chance to charge at him, only to be instantly torn apart by the wind as Hira's swift mind as wind blade. Just then, a crowd of riffraff approached, perfect for him to vent the hatred lingering in his mind. On the other side, only the great Nosuk remained carefree and delighted. The more demons there were, the more enemies he had to test his techniques on. Jianya was currently lost. He was worried and prayed that his brother was still safe. As for Zenitsu, there was no longer fear or crying, but only anger towards the one he was looking for. Any demon that got in his way was swept aside. At that moment, the insect has Hira, Shinobu, was approaching a large castle located in the middle of a lake. As soon as she entered, she smelled blood. Following the disgusting scent, Shinobu witnessed the scene of the upper moon too. Doma, devouring a person. He was overjoyed to meet a beautiful young woman like Shinobu. Painful memories immediately flooded back into the insect as Hira. It was the day her sister, the flower as Hira, died. Shinobu only arrived when the flower as Hira was on her last breath. She only wished for her sister to leave the demon slayer core and live like a normal person. The flower as Hira's wish was to see her little sister live happily until old age. But how could Shinobu forgive the demons who had taken her family? She asked the flower as Hira which demon had done this to her. Shinobu's desire for revenge was incredibly strong. Right now, her mind was filled only with pain and sorrow. Before she passed, the flower as Hira only had time to leave a description of the demon she had fought. It was someone covered in blood with a red spot on the top of his head. The description perfectly matched the upper moon too. Doma. He always wore a calm and gentle smile. A girl beside him cried out for help. Doma reminded her to keep quiet while he was talking. He mercilessly struck, but Shinobu dashed in to rescue the girl. But her speed was no match for Doma. The unfortunate girl died in Shinobu's arms. The flower as Hira had once warned her sister to be careful of the sharp and cold fan in Doma's hand. He called himself the leader of the eternal paradise faith. Doma's goal was to bring happiness to everyone in the faith. At this moment, Shinobu couldn't care less about that. The only thing she knew was that Doma had killed her sister. Shinobu didn't understand what happiness this upper moon was talking about. He coldly stated that death is happiness. That poor child would no longer feel pain, no longer be afraid. The reason he ate his victims was so they could live forever inside his immoral body. Doma proudly recounted how he would absorb the emotions, blood, and flesh of those he ate and save them, thus leading them all to a higher plane of human existence. Shinobu wondered if his mind was normal to utter such words. He made her feel sick and disgusted. Doma, based on her resentful attitude, guessed that Shinobu must have experienced something very painful. Shinobu immediately clutched her late sister's Hori, asking if he remembered the person he had murdered. Doma then recalled the image of flower petals and the blade of a Hira he had once fought and killed. He praised the flower Hira for being very beautiful. If it weren't for the sunrise, he would have absorbed her. Shinobu immediately lunged forward and stabbed Doma in the eye. He was very surprised by her speed. He immediately countered with his blood demon art, frozen dust, creating ice lotuses, accompanied by icy particles that forced Shinobu to keep her distance. Doma praised Shinobu for being very good, but not good enough. Instead of aiming for his eye, she should have aimed for his neck. However, Doma had no idea that the insect Hira was a poison user. She waited nervously to see if her poison would work on an upper moon, silently praying for the spirit of the flower Hira to watch her successfully avenge her sister. Doma coughed up blood. He realized this poison was stronger than the one used on Nanagamo Mountain. However, being an upper moon, Doma's body quickly adapted to the toxin. The wound on his body had been neutralized. Doma was extremely excited, as this was the first time he had tasted such an interesting poison. He suggested Shinobu try more. Of course, she didn't refuse, as this was also part of the insect Hira's plan. Shinobu lunged, but a single trick wouldn't hit Doma twice. He engaged in close combat with the insect Hira. He suddenly realized she was slowing down to build momentum for her jump. The insect Hira's thrusts were very fast. Even if Doma blocked them, he still got hit. His body continued to break down the poison. He encouraged Shinobu to try harder. Shinobu continued to lunge and attack. At the same time, Doma's past was revealed. Since he was a child, he was worshipped by people who believed he was a messenger of the gods. His parents believed his white hair was a sign of innocence. Their special child must have heard the voice of God. Of course, they didn't know that Doma hadn't heard anything at all. He just went along with his parents' naivety so they could establish the hollow eternal paradise faith. Doma felt sorry for his parents, so he always pretended to listen. At first, people worshipped and prayed to him. Children would come crying about the suffering they endured. Adults would always ask questions to free themselves from their difficulties. In the end, they all asked Doma how to get to heaven. He wept at the pitifulness and foolishness of those people, because Doma knew heaven wasn't real. In this world, neither Buddha nor gods exist. These people who had lived for decades couldn't understand the simple truth that in the end, the only thing left when they die is a cold, white skeleton. To Doma, that was proof that death is the fate of all living things. If they couldn't accept a truth like that, then humans were truly foolish. So, he had to save those he deemed pitiful in the way he thought was right. That was to save them with a death replaced by eternity, by becoming one with his immortal body. Currently, Shinobu had tried for the 5th time, but her poison still had no effect on Doma. He noticed the insect as Hira was panting, sweating, and in increasing pain. She never expected an upper moon's resistance to poison to be so formidable. It was increasing at an astonishing rate. Doma stated that his own poison was also taking effect on Shinobu because she had inhaled his blood demon art. Once the frozen dust entered the lungs, it would destroy the internal organs. As the blood froze, Shinobu's nose was bleeding. She quickly wiped it and got into a fighting stance, determined to destroy the upper moon too. Shinobu lunged forward, with her insect breathing to attack Doma. He praised her for being very fast, the fastest among all the enemies he had ever fought. However, he managed to land a fatal blow on Shinobu's chest. Doma realized she couldn't cut off his head because her body was too small. Shinobu had always blamed herself for having such a small body. If she were a little bigger, she could have decapitated demons. The flower as Hira, though small, was stronger than Shinobu. As for the stone as Hira, his strength was something she secretly yearned for, because being next to someone so strong was truly reassuring. The words her sister had said to Shinobu before closing her eyes. She knew what they were but didn't dare to remember them, because the flower as Hira herself had feared the Demon Slayer Corps would lose to Doma. She wanted to advise Shinobu to give up. Just then, her mind saw her sister again. Unlike what Shinobu thought, the flower as Hira encouraged her sister to stand up and not to cry. Shinobu was truly exhausted. A torn throat and damaged lungs made it hard for her to breathe. But the flower as Hira told her sister to ignore all that and stand up because she was the insect as Hira Shinobu of the Demon Slayer Corps. Once she decided to defeat a demon, she had to win at all costs, for herself and for her promise, especially for Kanoa. As Doma approached, the flower as Hira encouraged Shinobu, believing that the Demon Slayer Corps would surely succeed. To Upper Moon to surprise, the insect as Hira stood up, making him wonder if she was truly human, because her collarbone, lungs, and chest had been cut, along with the amount of blood she had lost. Just being alive was a miracle. The blood flowing into her lungs was causing Shinobu indescribable pain. Doma offered to free her from her suffering. However, the insect as Hira still hadn't given up. She used her strongest insect breathing technique, lunging at Doma and moving with terrifying speed. Shinobu's movements were so fast that Doma couldn't read them. He tried to attack, but Shinobu dodged it, then delivered a thrust that pinned Doma's body to the ceiling. A long time ago, the insect as Hira and the flower as Hira had a happy family. She once believed this happiness was forever, until demons appeared and shattered their peaceful home. It was then that Shinobu realized how fragile her happiness was. When the stone as Hira appeared to save them, a desire to become stronger to protect the happiness of others grew in the minds of the two sisters. They made a promise to each other to defeat the demons at all cost, to take down as many demons as possible together, so that no one else would have to experience the same pain they did. Even if their bodies were small, even if they couldn't cut off a demon's head, just killing one would save dozens of people. Defeating an Upper Moon would save even more. It wasn't about whether they could do it, but that they had to. Shinobu suddenly remembered her conversation with Tanjiro. That was the first time she mentioned the anger hidden deep inside her. It was an emotion that came from the pain of losing her family and loved ones. An emotion from the loss of people she knew and the fear that one day she would lose the remaining people by her side. Shinobu always wished for everyone to live in happiness. The thought of having it all stolen by demons truly filled her heart with resentment. Yet, despite Shinobu's efforts, the demon Doma was still alive even after being poisoned. He embraced Shinobu, weeping at her resilience and effort. To Doma, Shinobu's persistence, despite everything being meaningless, was truly pitiful. The only thing he enjoyed about humans was their fragility. It was a beauty that made Doma feel exhilarated and eager to absorb. He asked for Shinobu's last words. She only wished for this demon to die. Just then, Kino arrived, but could only watch Shinobu take her last breath in Doma's hands. Meanwhile, Zenitsu had sensed the one he was looking for within the Infinity Castle. He wanted that person to pay the price and face what he had done. Right now, it was only them. Those who remained had to fight the demons for those who had fallen. There was no such thing as an absolute promise because anyone could die. Kanao charged forward, using flower breathing to attack, but Doma dodged it easily. At the same time, his body was gradually absorbing Shinobu's corpse. Witnessing this made Kanao furious. Through the memories and emotions he had absorbed, Doma realized Kanao used sign language and was a strange girl. He was thrilled that one feast after another awaited him. At that moment, Zenitsu had arrived at the room where the one he sought was. The new Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku, appeared, looking down on Zenitsu as he was once his senior disciple. But now that he had become a demon, Zenitsu no longer considered him his senior. At this time, Tanjiro, who was with the water as Hira, was teleported away. He quickly used water breathing, constant flux, to jump back. This entire building was truly insane. Like living creatures intertwined and trying to crush the swordsman inside. They needed to join forces with the other as soon as possible to quickly reach the Demon King Uzien and support the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps who had messenger crows. Through them, the news of the insect has Hira's sacrifice while fighting Upper Moon 2 was transmitted. Tanjiro's and the water has Hira's hearts skipped a beat. The images and memories of her were now just memories. Tanjiro tried to hold back his tears, while the water has Hira remained calm. He understood that the crows and tailmisnims were helping those at headquarters, the master's son and daughter, to redraw the map of the Infinity Castle. Currently, the Hira were at the center of a 12-layer shield. The other swordsmen were fighting hard against the smaller demons. Thanks to the messenger crows, the entire structure of the buildings was transmitted back, allowing those at headquarters to grasp and locate Huzian's position. The entire Demon Slayer Corps had been lured into the Infinity Demon Castle. However, the master had also made meticulous preparations for this day. He had arranged the Hira to support each other, ensuring the Demon Slayer forces were strong enough to be ready to fight at the right moment. With the help of the people, Tamajo and Yushiro, the master's eldest son was confident they would not lose this battle. In the vast space of the Infinity Castle, 5 enormous sources of power emanated, marking the locations of the 5 Upper Moons. Currently, Upper Moon 6 and Zenitsu were facing off. They couldn't let him fight an Upper Moon alone, so they had to quickly send someone to support him. At this moment, the Upper Moon 6, Kaigaku, taunted Zenitsu for being as short and pathetic as ever. He wondered if he had learned anything other than the first form of thunder breathing. Zenitsu understood that he had reached the rank of Upper Moon and was pleased with that. However, he still couldn't understand why he chose to become a demon. Kaigaku was talented in using thunder breathing, yet he chose to become a demon and then forcing their master to commit ritual suicide by seppuku. The man who was once a former Hira had to die alone, tormented by the mistakes of his rebellious student. However, Kaigaku didn't care. He didn't feel a shred of remorse. Kaigaku was a selfish person who craved recognition. He hated anyone who didn't acknowledge his abilities. The fact that their master died because of his mistake actually amused Kaigaku a little. Now, the 2 students of the former Thunder Hira faced each other. One could only use the first form, while the other had mastered all the forms except for the first one. Zenitsu swore to make Kaigaku pay. He regretted that. In the end, their master still didn't have a worthy successor. Kaigaku was furious because he didn't want to be put on the same level as Zenitsu. He used thunder breathing, 4th form distant thunder, but it was too slow for Zenitsu. He was slashed right across the neck. If it weren't for his demonic abilities, he would have been killed. Kaigaku had to be cautious because Zenitsu was like a completely different person. He still believed he had done nothing wrong. In the moment he had to face an overwhelmingly powerful being like Upper Rank 1. Kaigaku chose the path of bowing his head to survive. He begged for the upper rank's blood, just as he had always been willing to do anything to survive. As long as he was alive, Kaigaku wouldn't hesitate to betray or abandon his pride, even if it meant losing his humanity and becoming a demon. Kaigaku wouldn't hesitate. Upper Rank 1 explained that it was much more difficult for a swordsman to become a demon. It had taken him 3 whole days to transform into a breathing style user of the demons. The bodies of breathing style users fiercely resist demon blood. Upper Rank 1 suggested Kaigaku abandon his human side to join their race. Afterwards, his fear took over, and he drank the demon blood, becoming the very thing he was supposed to fight against. Kaigaku still believed Zenitsu was nothing compared to his own upper rank power. He was just a coward who did nothing but cry all day. Yet their master treated Kaigaku and Zenitsu exactly the same. That made him feel unappreciated, thinking that both Zenitsu and their master both deserved to die. Facing the man he once admired, Zenitsu knew that Master Jigoro had counted on both of them to be his successors. And yet, Kaigaku chose to deny it. He then used the 6th form, rushing forward and sending Zenitsu flying. He no longer cared, or rather, could no longer distinguish between good and evil. His mind was fixated only on his desire for more power and to overwhelm Zenitsu. He quickly retreated into his sword-drawing stance, preparing to unleash the 1st form. Thunderclap and flash. Zenitsu dashed forward, swinging his sword at Kagaku's neck. But an attack like that was easily predicted. He switched to the third form, Thunder Swarm, attacking from multiple directions with lightning speed, while Zenitsu could only counter with the first form. Gradually, Zenitsu was being overwhelmed by his opponent, and was pierced by a bolt of lightning from Kagaku. It was like a poison that was gradually destroying his body. Kagaku's words pained Zenitsu's heart even more. The senior disciple he once admired had lost all his humanity. The more Kagaku fought, the more ferocious he became. Zenitsu kept trying to stand and fight, even as his body was disintegrating. Kagaku decided to finish him with the sixth form of thunder breathing. The move, rumble, and flash created a stream of blue lightning that sent Zenitsu flying high into the air. His explosive attacks would continue to burn his body. Kagaku was confident he had surpassed thunder breathing by becoming a demon. He was special and far superior to Zenitsu. He declared that the master had made a mistake. Zenitsu, now furious, remembered his senior disciple from long ago. Kagaku used to be mocked by other students for not being able to master the first form of thunder breathing. Yet he always acted arrogantly. It was Zenitsu who stood up for him and fought with others for Kagaku's sake. But he was never grateful and only thought he was causing more trouble for him. Zenitsu knew full well that this senior disciple hated him. Yet Zenitsu truly respected Kagaku from the bottom of his heart, because he understood that he worked hard and always looked forward. That made Zenitsu look up to and admire Kagaku. For a long time, he had heard the sound of Kagaku's dissatisfaction with their master. There was something like a hole inside his heart. It caused happiness and precious things to flow away while Kagaku never tried to patch that hole. As a result, his heart never felt satisfied. That was the reason why Zenitsu and Kagaku now walked two opposing paths. As he fell, he suddenly shifted into a sword-man drawing stance. Zenitsu emitted a terrifying bolt of lightning that shook and disturbed everything around him. All the power of thunder breathing was now concentrated in his blade, and Zenitsu shot towards Kagaku like a raging thunder dragon. Using the seventh from Hono Aikazu Kaino Kami, his blade sliced through Kagaku's head, sealing the final resting place for one who had sold his soul to demons. Kagaku couldn't see it coming and didn't understand what technique Zenitsu had just used. It was too fast, and it was a form he had never known. He truly believed their master had favored Zenitsu and taught him this secret technique. But Zenitsu revealed that this was a form he created himself, hoping one day he could use it to fight alongside his senior. Kagaku couldn't believe Zenitsu had created the seventh form of thunder breathing. He had lost him. Before fading away, Kagaku could only console himself that Zenitsu was exhausted and would soon die along with him. However, the boy shattered that illusion, declaring that in the end, a greedy person like him had nothing. He would die alone, while Zenitsu would be saved. At that moment, his mind met his master in a field of spider lilies. Zenitsu quickly apologized to him because he couldn't bring Kagaku back. He thought that if he hadn't appeared, perhaps Kagaku wouldn't have turned out this way. Zenitsu truly wanted to become a Hira to make his master proud. But the former Thunder as Hira never responded to Zenitsu. He tried to walk towards him, but felt as if something was holding him back. In their final moment together, Shigoro shed tears and said he was truly proud of Zenitsu. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was still alive, currently being protected by others, and Yushiro was treating his wounds. Murata was clearly extremely worried, a stark contrast to Yushiro's calm demeanor. He had used a styptic agent, but the blood from Zenitsu's wound wouldn't stop flowing. Murata yelled that he would definitely save him and not let Zenitsu die. Yushiro said that Kagaku had not yet fully mastered his demonic skills and abilities. Zenitsu was very lucky, because if this battle had taken place a year later, the one who died would have been him. Hearing this, Murata became furious and shouted loudly. Unexpectedly, Yushiro pointed out that his shouting had inadvertently summoned demons. Murata and two others immediately charged forward to fight and destroy the demon. As for Yushiro, he used his abilities to sense the presence of another upper rank. At this time, Tanjiro was deeply saddened by the sacrifice of the insect as Hira. However, they still needed to focus on the battle ahead to achieve victory. A terrifying tremor appeared, and the anxiety of death washed over Tanjiro. He suddenly smelled a familiar scent. Something was rushing down to the floor where Tanjiro and the water as Hira were. It was upper rank 3, Akaza. He praised Tanjiro for surviving so well despite being so weak. They immediately came face to face. Meanwhile, the Demon King Namuzian was trying to break down Tamayo's poison with his flesh cocoons. Over time, she would sooner or later be absorbed by Namuzian. Tamayo just prayed that someone would come quickly. The situation on the battlefield was now extremely fierce. Those at the headquarters were also working tirelessly to support the Demon Slayer swordsman by tracking Namuzian's location. His power was currently being suppressed by Tamayo. Before his power fully recovered, they had to destroy the Demon King. The problem now was finding Muzian's location within this infinity castle. The young boy, Kirya, seemed to hear his father's encouragement. Although he was young, the responsibility on his shoulders was immense. At this time, the lower-ranking members of the Demon Slayer Corps decided to stay behind to deal with the smaller demons to let the Hazhira go and destroy the Demon King Muzian. The stone and mist Hazhira and not want to let them down. Now was the time for all the humans here to show the demons their strength. Currently, everyone was fighting with incredible resilience. Kirya comforted his younger sister, telling her not to cry. They had to put aside their father's death and their sorrow, holding on to their faith and victory against the demons. Outside, the former Sound and Flame Hazhira were present to protect the command headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. Both deeply admired the young master Kirya for his strength. It seemed that although their master was gone, he had managed to pass on his unparalleled resilience to his successor. Meanwhile, the former water Hazhira, Sakanji, was still taking care of Mizuko. She was currently in great pain due to the effects of the menace and enveloped by Tamayo. Whether it would succeed in turning Mizuko back into a human, no one knew. If that really happened, then Yuzian's wish to stand under the sun would be shattered. His desire to become a perfect being would be nothing more than a fantasy. Mizuko was the only demon in all these years who hadn't burned under the sunlight. Currently, Sakanji's emotions were a tangled mess. His heart trembled because the long, arduous battle could either end tonight or usher in a dark era. Ever since Nero and his sister appeared, the gears of fate had once again turned. If all the battles up to now were part of a giant machine called Destiny, then Tanjiro and his sister were the small gears that completed it. The stalemate and the effort to eradicate the demon race suddenly accelerated. Therefore, Sakanji wanted to pour his entire heart into encouraging both Nizuko and Tanjiro not to lose the battle they were currently in. At this moment, Tanjiro used the Hino Kami Kagura, successfully severing Akaza's arm. However, he couldn't maintain it for long. Tanjiro turned to aim for upper rank 3's neck. He managed to dodge his attack and then swing his sword. The water Hazhira was extremely impressed with what Tanjiro was showing. It was no exaggeration to say his skills were now on par with the Hazhiras. The water Hazhira suddenly remembered that snowy day when he first met Tanjiro. Back then, he was just an honest, kind boy, earnestly begging him to spare his sister's life. But now, what now? He had become strong enough to protect the people important to him. Even upper rank 3, Akaza, had to admit that the words the flame Hazhira Oku once said about Tanjiro were true. He acknowledged that Tanjiro was not a weakling. To show his respect, Akaza decided to kill him using his blood demon art, the destructive death compass needle. At that moment, the water Hazhira charged into attack but was dodged by Akaza. The castle beneath their feet continued to transform. The water Hazhira rushed forward to engage Akaza. He seemed very interested in the breath of water. Each of Akaza's strikes was like a storm, crushing and destroying everything it touched. The water Hazhira immediately used the 11th form, Low, to cut through Akaza's punches. He was very surprised because the former water Hazhira that Akaza had killed couldn't use that technique. Tanjiro charged from behind, wanting to strike Akaza with the Hino Kami Kagura. But he dodged. He almost took his head if not for the water Hazhira cutting off Akaza's arm with the move water wheel. However, upper rank 3's regeneration speed was very fast, and he continued to fight the water Hazhira while Tanjiro tried to find an opportunity to attack. But every time, Akaza managed to counter in time. Blood gushed from Tanjiro's nose, and whenever he was in danger, the water Hazhira would rush in to help. Akaza was currently enjoying himself before his opponent's excellent swordsmanship. He wanted to know the water Hazhira's name and remember it. However, he refused to reveal his name to a demon. The water Hazhira already disliked talking, and communicating with demons was even less appealing. Akaza was different. He wanted to enjoy his battle, so he didn't mind talking while the two sides were trying their best to kill each other. Akaza's kicks were as powerful as a storm. His technique like type capricious illusory flashing light pushed back the water Hazhira, who was unable to counter it. Tanjiro quickly ran to help, but Akaza had already closed in on him. Through Tanjiro, he learned that the water Hazhira's name was Tomoyo Kaji. He unleashed his destructive death punch, while Tanjiro tried to use the Hino Kami Kagura's burning bones Summer Sun to block it. Upper rank 3 was impressed that Tanjiro had reached this level in such a short time. On the first night they met, he was lying on the ground, weaker than a weed. But now, Tanjiro's growth was astonishing. Akaza's heart was truly joyful and excited. He said he was very happy that the flame Hazhira Oku had died that night to contribute to making Tanjiro this strong. The image of the flame Hazhira appeared in Tanjiro's mind. He declared that Akaza was not worthy of mentioning his name. He just liked to mock the people he fought against. Akaza insisted that Tanjiro had misunderstood him. He just hated the existence of the weak. They gave upper rank 3 Gusenst. Being trampled on is the law of nature, and the weak deserve it. However, completely opposite to Akya, Tanjiro thought differently. The existence of Akaza, a powerful being, was a perfect example. He might not remember it, but he wasn't born strong from the very beginning. He was also once a weak child, needing adults to look after him, to have the chance to grow and become as strong as he is today. Therefore, Tanjiro affirmed that the strong are those who will stand up to protect the weak, so that the weak can become stronger. That is the true law of nature. Tanjiro swore not to let Akaza decide everything as he pleased. His words suddenly made Upper Rank 3 pause. He seemed to feel someone very familiar standing behind him. That person spoke, encouraging Akaza not to compare himself to others. He should be stronger than he was yesterday because one's own self is their greatest enemy. Until Akaza was strong enough, he would be able to help others one by one. Upper Rank 3 instinctively turned to attack the illusion behind him. He feared something about Tanjiro, so he decided he had to kill him. He rushed forward, unleashing a destructive death punch. Akaza's technique was not only fast but also extremely sharp. Tanjiro could only try to defend and had no way to counterattack. Even when he predicted Akaza's moves, he would still be overwhelmed by his power. Akaza's attacks always aimed at the opponent's weak points, and it was as if they had a gravitational pull. Tanjiro tried to remember the words and movements of Upper Rank 3 to find something in his techniques. As soon as he had a chance, he immediately used the Hino Kamikakuera's sunflower thrust, aiming for Oz's neck. Although he managed to hit him, it wasn't enough to take off Upper Rank 3's head. He found the technique very interesting. He thought he had dodged it, but the blade seemed to extend. When the sword tip swung up, Akaza seemed to be lost in a fog. He continued to attack Tanjiro with punches and kicks. He tried to swing his sword, but Akaza clamped down on the blade with both hands. Tanjiro head-butted him to try and break free. But even with this, the blade could not be separated from Akaza's hands. Just then, the Water Hashira appeared in time and cut off his arms. He was very angry because thanks to him, his back ached as if he had reached old age. The Water Hashira got into a fighting stance. He had never been interested in swinging a sword or sparring with anyone. For the first time, facing an opponent who was superior in every way, the Water Hashira realized his senses were suddenly awakened and sharpened. He felt how much a life mad that struggle could push a person's potential. And through that, he decided to unleash his full power. Tanjiro seemed to sense something. A Demon Slayer mark had appeared on the Water Hashira's face. He rushed forward with an attack that was much faster than before. Akaza also suddenly realized he was no longer overwhelming his opponent. His punches and kicks and the Water Hashira's sword techniques were all unbelievably fast. Akaza shouted, yearning for his opponent to become stronger, to give him a pleasure in combat. So fierce it was unprecedented. The Water Hashira, with his Demon Slayer mark, could now strike Upper Rank 3's body. Each of his sword strokes and movements were both powerful and graceful, like a raging current. For the first time, the Water Hashira had gained the upper hand against Akaza. Tanjiro tried to move in to provide support. However, he knew that, at this moment, he had to remain calm and find the reason why Akaza's attacks were so precise. Why could he always react in time to attacks coming from behind at any angle? He remembered the battle between Akaza and the Flame Hashira. He had repeatedly used the term fighting spirit. So Tanjiro wondered what it really meant. Was it like how Tanjiro could clearly perceive things through scent? And for Akaza, could he sense something through his opponent's fighting spirit? Previously, Inosuke Kai had told Tanjiro about how he could know about any attack coming from behind. It was thanks to his body having an extremely sensitive sense. Whether from behind or not, Inosuke could sense anyone looking at him. To prove it, he had Tanjiro look at his back, then accurately guess the position where Tanjiro's gaze was directed, which was his left shoulder. Inosuke confidently bragged about his instincts. The opponent's intent seemed to pierce his skin, allowing the great Inosuke to sense their bloodlust. Tanjiro then tried to remember what they discussed afterwards, about how Inosuke was scared of the old woman at the inn because he couldn't sense her approaching. One time, while they were sitting around, Inosuke was surprised to find the old woman had sat behind him with a plate of rice balls without him even knowing. From that, he concluded that he couldn't detect someone approaching from behind if they didn't emit any killing intent. Thanks to that, Inosuke came up with a very clever plan, which was to approach the enemy without emitting any bloodlust, thereby taking them by surprise. Tanjiro felt that was impossible, because how could they face a demon without any killing intent? However, Lord Inosuke said that it's not like they could cut their tough necks just based on killing intent alone. It was a very childish conversation, but Tanjiro felt that it might be the key for him to break Akaza's blood demon art. The key was in what this fighting spirit he spoke of was. Was it a fighting will honed over time, or was it like predicting movement through scent? Like Tanjiro, the key to defeating Akaza was to overcome the compass from his needle technique. There had to be some way to disrupt it. At that moment, Tanjiro seized an opportunity when Akaza let his guard down and swung his sword. But he was still able to block it, even though the attack came from behind. He realized Tanjiro had left his flank open and was about to swing his arm to crush his body. But then something suddenly happened that made Tanuro's body move to dodge the blow automatically. He stepped back and calmly observed the battle, then understood how to defeat Taikaza. Tanjiro remembered his late father. Back then, he had asked about his father's thoughts while performing the Hinokami Kagura dance. Because it was so difficult, Tanjiro hoped to be able to take his father's place next year. He thanked Tanjiro for worrying about his health. However, for the past few years, Tanjiro's father no longer felt any pain when performing the Hinokami Kagura dance. He recalled the first time he learned it from Tanjiro's grandfather. Back then, he was younger, healthier, and stronger than now. And yet, Tanjiro's father had struggled and had to pant heavily while performing the Hinokami Kagura dance. And so, once a year, Tanjiro's family would perform it from sunset until the next dawn. They had to repeat the 12 forms of the Hinokami Kagura dance hundreds of thousands of times. Tanjiro's father thought the reason he had struggled when he was young was because of unnecessary movements. The key to mastering the Hinokami Kagura dance was proper breathing and precise movements. One must use as few movements as possible to achieve maximum power. Once Tanjiro grasped that, his mind would gradually become empty. At first, when performing it, Tanjiro would have to memorize the movements and get a feel for them. His father remembered that it was truly painful. The feeling of struggling with every movement of the body was really difficult. But after having learned it and absorbed enough, the body would automatically eliminate what was unnecessary. They would only keep the most necessary movements and then close off their minds. It's like how, to listen better, people would close their eyes. At the moment of choosing the most necessary things, the body will open and close the blood vessels and muscles in the body. At that time, a new path of light will open, helping the user's mind become empty and see in light and world. This was a state that could only be achieved through constant struggle and suffering. His father had encouraged Tanjiro to keep trying until the day he mastered that state. Until one night, when the whole family was fast asleep, a bear from a nearby mountain appeared. As a precaution, Tanjiro's family always kept a fire lit and hung bells all around the house. That night, even though there was no sound of bells ringing, Tanjiro's father seemed to sense something. He woke his sleeping son and went outside with him. In the dim moonlight and the cold of the falling snow, Tanjiro struggled to follow his father's footsteps, until the clouds obscuring the moon gradually dispersed. He was terrified to see a huge bear appear. Tanjiro's father remained calm in front of it. He felt it was a pity, but the bear had come close to a place it wasn't allowed. Anyone who intended to harm his family, Tanjiro's father would not be lenient. The moment the bear crossed the line of bells, its head immediately fell under the blade of Tanjiro's father's axe. Its neck was as thick as a person's torso, but was severed very neatly. Although Tanjiro couldn't follow the movement with his eyes, he vaguely guessed his father used axe strikes to cut off the bear's head in an instant. At that time, his scent didn't waver at all. Both before and after beheading the bear, Tanjiro's father showed no hesitation or bloodlust. He turned back and asked if Tanjiro had seen clearly. His father hoped he wouldn't forget what he had just seen. He was not one to brag. The reason his father wanted Tanjiro to witness everything was so he could observe and learn, in hopes that one day he could see the enlightened world he spoke of. The advice to never give up and to continue striving still remained with Tanjiro. He remembered that he could have been blown to pieces by Akaza's punch. At that time, the water has higher had absolutely no time to save Tanjiro. But for some reason, in just a single moment, he had accomplished the impossible, which was to step one foot into the enlightened world. There, Tanjiro saw Akaza's body as if it were transparent, to the point where he could clearly see all his muscle fibers and brain. It was like how he had previously discovered the real upper rank for hiding in his heart. At that moment, Tanjiro's mind was focused only on what was in front of him, and he closed off all his other senses. This helped his body move faster than ever to dodge Akaza's fatal blow. Upon entering the enlightened world, Tanjiro's ability to predict movements and his attack speed skyrocketed. He could clearly see the muscle movements, blood flow, and contractions of his enemy. Thanks to this, he understood his own body more accurately. Akaza relied on sensing his opponent's fighting spirit to counterattack. So, Tanjiro just needed to close off his mind by entering the enlightened world. This would allow him to aim for his neck without Akaza being able to sense him. At this point, the water as Hira was gradually weakening as the Demon Slayer mark drained his body. Akaza, however, could regenerate his injuries, while his accumulated more and more. Even though the water as Hira's niche iron sword was broken, he still attacked resolutely. Akaza continued to use his hand to break the sword blade, while his other hand was about to deliver the finishing blow. Blood spurted from the water as Hira's stomach, but it wasn't his, because Akaza's arm had been cut off by Tanjiro before it could pierce the water as Hira. At this moment, the Demon Slayer mark had appeared on Tanjiro's forehead. His eyes had become sharper than ever. The water as Hira was astonished that he had been saved by Tanjiro. As for Akaza, He felt every cell in his body screaming, to kill Tenryou right here, and now. Something had changed in him. And he immediately shifted his attention from the water as Hyrule to Tenryou. Akaza instantly activated his blood demon art technique development. Afterglow, launching a flurry of punches with enhanced power in all directions erratically. Its power was immense and incredibly fierce. The surrounding houses were shattered as if they had to bear the wrath of a natural disaster. However, at that moment, Tenryou felt time stand still. Every one of Akaza's movements was seen by him. The attacks flew by slowly, and Tenryou was able to dodge them after Akaza's massive onslaught. Even the water has Hyrule, though he survived, was extremely heavily injured. Even after using a state of absolute calm, he couldn't completely block all the punches. Akaza was very impressed that the water as Hyrule was still alive. It seemed he had managed to dodge the fatal blow. He believed the water as Hyrule didn't deserve to die like Tenryou or the flame as Hyrule. He invited him to join the ranks of demons like himself. Surprisingly, Akaza didn't realize Tenryou was still alive or that he was slowly approaching him from behind. Tenryou suddenly shouted that he would cut off Akaza's head right here. He turned in astonishment to attack. But Tenryou dodged the blow. He couldn't understand how he was still alive. Akaza quickly reassured himself, because he was very confident in his destructive death compass needle, as it could monitor all of the enemy's attacks. The stronger the opponent's blade, the more violently his compass would react. But right now, Akaza couldn't feel anything at all. It was as if Tenryou was a different kind of creature, because his fighting spirit had completely vanished. As Tenryou got closer, Akaza couldn't react in time and was decapitated by his technique called Dance of the Fire God. Upper rank 3 couldn't understand. In hundreds of years, he had never seen a human without a fighting spirit. Not even Akaza himself always had it. But when Tenryou attacked, he didn't emit a single shred of fighting spirit. It was as if Akaza was facing a tree, something that shouldn't exist here. His compass couldn't react. He told himself he had to always adapt and deal with anything on the battlefield. Akaza should have been more than capable of doing so. But Tenryou seemed to have grasped something that surpassed his speed of adaptation. Centuries of martial arts mastery by upper rank 3 had now been shattered. In Tenryou's eyes, there was no hatred, anger, or fighting spirit towards Akaza. They were the eyes that saw the supreme territory that Akaza had always longed to achieve only when they were in a state of selflessness. He had vaguely felt that such a state existed, but he could never grasp it. However, upper rank 3 had not yet given up on fighting and becoming stronger. Akaza tried to hold his head tightly to reattach it. Tenryou tried to stop him but couldn't. Fortunately, the water has Hyrule promptly threw his sword, piercing Akaza's head. It immediately disintegrated, and his body collapsed. Before Tenryou could rejoice, pain shot through his body as he had reached his limit. The water has Hyrule was then stunned to see Akaza's body standing up. It was still deploying the technique development compass needle. Tenryou quickly dodged Akaza's attack. His body was sealing a wound on its neck, then blocked the water as Hyrule's sword before kicking Tenryou away. He vaguely guessed it might be like the 2 upper rank 6 siblings, requiring some condition to completely destroy Akaza. Now, his neck was no longer his weak point. The battle was not over, but Tenryou could hardly continue fighting. Akaza's body ignored the water as Hyrule and targeted him. He quickly grabbed his sword and unleashed the 4th form, striking tide, cutting Akaza's body into pieces. But its regeneration speed was still very fast. Even without a head, the water has Hyrule then had to tenaciously fight Akaza's body to protect Tenryou. Currently, his left ear could no longer hear anything. The right half of his body had no feeling. The water has Hyrule could still move, but could hardly face Akaza. Yet he still stood up, declaring that if he wanted to kill Tenryou, he would have to step over his dead body. That indomitable spirit of the water has Hyrule attracted Akaza's attention. His image reminded him of an old acquaintance. It was a tall man who taught Akaza how to properly use his fists. He felt annoyed and was about to crush everything. But at this moment, he felt his hand being held tightly by a girl. Vague memories flooded back into Akaza's mind. From the crying face and mouth of that girl, Akaza's real name, Hakuji, was called out. He didn't recognize who she was. While the girl begged Akaza to stop and go with her to the other world, Akaza, of course, refused. He yearned to become stronger and would crush anyone who stood in his way. But when the girl asked why Akaza needed to become stronger, he began to remember the first reason he wanted to was so he could bring medicine home for his father. When he was human, Akaza was a kid who worked as a pickpocket on the streets. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand the punches from others when he was caught. His body wouldn't be able to endure the beatings from the authorities. Although he was young, at that time, Akaza already had 3 tattoos on both arms, proof of how many crimes he had committed. Facing the threats of the officials, Akaza was not afraid, even if they cut off his hands. At only 11 years old, Akaza could already withstand hundreds of lashings. The official believed he was a demon. Akaza didn't bother to deny it. After being beaten severely, he was thrown out. But when he returned, Akaza received bad news. His father had hanged himself after learning his son had been arrested for robbery. He left a final note hoping Akaza could live a decent life, saying he really didn't want his son to lose his future because of him. Akaza at that time wondered why the poor were not allowed to live. He hugged his father's simple tombstone to his chest, expressing his hatred for this unfair, garbage world as he cried. In the following days, Akaza became increasingly violent. He didn't understand why his father had to die while more useless people got to live. To Akaza, his father was not a burden. He had done nothing wrong to have to commit suicide. Akaza's emotions and body had become so callous that he didn't even feel pain from the beatings of the officials. He bitterly remembered his father's bony back as his illness worsened. Meanwhile, medicine was too expensive. Akaza just wished he could buy something nutritious for his father. But all his efforts ultimately only brought a despairing death for his father. Until one day, when Akaza was single-handedly beating up many other thugs, a man appeared in martial arts attire and praised his resilience. He had a smile on his face, and now the image of that person was appearing before Akaza. The martial artist invited Akaza to his dojo. He knew the tattoos on his arms showed Akaza was an exiled thief who had received a public beating. To convince the stubborn Akaza, the man got into a fighting stance. Akaza charged forward, only to be surprisingly defeated. After just a few blows, he obediently followed the man. He introduced himself as Kizo, a martial artist of the So-Ryu style. He currently had no students, so he had to make a living doing odd jobs. The first thing Kizo wanted Akaza to do when he arrived was to take care of his frail daughter. His wife had recently committed suicide because of their child's illness. Kizo believed it was all due to his own uselessness, which had caused hardship for both his wife and child. Akaza asked if it was okay for someone like him to be near his daughter. However, he felt it was fine because he was more than capable of feeding Akaza a delicious and nutritious bowl of fish porridge. His kindness and honesty were just like Tanuro's. That was why he disliked him. Kizo's daughter, named Koyakai, was someone who had been extremely weak since birth due to illness. The moment he saw Koyakai, Akaza unconsciously remembered his poor father. Kizo kindly asked about his daughter. He comforted her, saying her fever was much better. As for Akaza, because he refused to reveal his name, Kizo decided to let his daughter handle it. That was the first time Akaza met the most important girl in his life, and also the one who made him regretful for never being able to fulfill his promise to protect the one he cared for. The best thing Akaza could do after all that was to take care of Koyakai. She always opened her mouth to apologize for causing him trouble. Akaza didn't really mind. Koyakai was truly very weak. She had to rely on Akaza to help her with everything, from changing bandages to walking. Because he had experience caring for his sick father, Akaza took care of Koyakai very well. The only thing that puzzled him was that Koyakai always apologized. He wondered why the sick were at fault. Weren't they the most pitiful? If they could be normal, who wouldn't want to be? The ones who suffered the most were ultimately those who had no choice. Like them. What made Koyakai feel most guilty towards Akaza was that because of caring for her, he couldn't practice martial arts properly or go out anywhere. Akaza said he didn't like going out, so Koyakai didn't need to worry about it. She mentioned that there would be fireworks tonight, so Akaza should go see them. He agreed, but only when Koyakai's fever subsided. Then they would go see the fireworks together. Even if they couldn't today, there was still next year and the year after. Akaza's words made Koyakai's tears flow. Seeing her cry made Akaza feel very uneasy. Besides caring for Koyakai, Akaza also studied martial arts under Kizo. Over time, he gradually adapted to life at the dojo. The reason Kizo owned such a large piece of land despite not being a samurai was because he had saved an old man from robbers. The man was very impressed and gifted him the land and the old Airless dojo. But unfortunately, next to it was another dojo. There were people who also wanted the land that Kizo owned. That swordsmanship dojo caused trouble, so that not a single student would study with Kizo. Akaza was the only student of the So-Ryu style. Through training here and caring for Koyakai, his heart was gradually healed. Akaza's fighting ability improved so quickly that he gradually caught up to his master. 3 years later, Akaza was now 18 years old, and Koyakai had turned 16. Currently, she rarely had relapses and could live a normal life. Until, one day, Kizo came to talk to Akaza. He wanted him to take over the dojo and marry his daughter. Koyakai was extremely nervous because her heart had long belonged to Akaza. He felt very surprised and couldn't believe that someone like him would be accepted by anyone. Perhaps, just as his late father had wished, Akaza could truly live an honest life. He bowed his head and accepted Kizo's offer. But Akaza never expected that the two most important people in his life, he would ultimately be unable to protect. That day, Akaza went to his father's grave to announce his engagement. He was happy and cleaned his father's simple grave, hoping for the beautiful life to come. But that afternoon, Upon returning and seeing a group of people standing in front of the dojo, Akaza felt nauseous with a bad premonition. His instinct screamed about the impending disaster. It turned out that Kizo and Koyakai had died from poisoning. It seemed the swordsmen from the neighboring dojo had done it, because they knew there was no way they could defeat Kizo. Faced with the cold bodies of the two remaining relatives in his life, Akaza was filled with resentment because he was always absent when they were in danger. The memory of the first night he went to see fireworks with Koyakai when she was feeling better came back to him. Akaza was very worried about whether he was worthy of Koyakai. She recalled their previous conversation. At that time, Akaza had promised to go see fireworks with Koyakai in the following years when she got better. Koyakai couldn't imagine a future where she could live to the next year. Her mother had even committed suicide because she didn't want to see her daughter die before her. Koyakai knew deep down in Kizo's heart he had completely given up. Only Akaza was the one who held on to his belief in Koyakai's future. At that moment, she felt extremely happy. Koyakai actively held Akaza's hand. She confessed that she wanted to spend the rest of her life with the one she loved. Akaza burst into tears. He swore to become stronger than anyone, to spend his entire life protecting and making the girl he loved happy. And now, all that was just empty words because of weak and despicable people. He single-handedly stormed into the enemy's dojo, mercilessly killing anyone he met, carrying the hatred of having everything stolen from him. The swordsmen fell one by one at Akaza's hands. The scene was so horrific that a wanted notice was issued everywhere. That night, Akaza single-handedly killed 67 people. Oh, the victims were beaten to a pulp, without a single intact body. Everywhere in the dojo were corpses and body parts strewn about. Akaza then wandered aimlessly with his body covered in blood. Just then, the demon king Euzian found him. He had come here thinking that some demon not sent by him had caused the horrific murders, but it turned out to be a human. Before Akaza could strike, he was hit through the head by a Euzian. He said he currently wanted to create the 12 strongest demons to serve him. If Akaza survived after receiving demon blood, he would surely be one of them. For him at that moment, nothing else mattered. Everything Akaza cared about was gone. Akaza then became a demon and lost all his memories. There was no longer a young man named Hakuji, only a demon named Akaza, who craved power and killed many people with his fists. In a world where he had lost his family, Akaza just wanted to repeat meaningless massacres. He felt his life was just a pitiful and meaningless story. Even if he were to die, he could never meet the 3 people he loved most again. He became extremely angry that these people before him dared to make him remember his painful human life. He wanted the water as Hira and Tanjiro to disappear. Quickly, Akaza's head began to grow back. The water as Hira resolved to destroy him here at all costs. Tanjiro couldn't believe it. He rushed forward with all his might, but the sword in his hand fell out. Tanjiro's shoulder was dislocated at the most critical moment, but he still decided to throw his fist at Akaza's face. That punch momentarily made him remember his master. He suddenly realized why he hated weak people, because they didn't fight fairly. Those were the swordsmen who poisoned the well, because they knew they couldn't defeat Kizo and him. They were weak and shameless, callously murdering the 2 most important people in Akaza's life, making it so he couldn't even protect the greatest wish of his life. At this moment, Tanjiro had no sword in his hand. He knew Akaza was about to use his ultimate technique, just like when he fought the flame as Hira. So, Tanjiro proactively moved towards the water as Hira. Akaza was about to unleash his move, but when he saw Tanjiro rushing to save the water as Hira from his attack range, he turned to attack himself. Akaza's body was in tatters. He didn't understand why he had attacked himself. In that moment, Tanjiro briefly caught the scent of gratitude from Akaza. It seemed he was smiling. Upper rank 3's body began to regenerate, but he was determined to stop it because he had already lost this battle. In the moment he saw Tanjiro's selfless act, Akaza was overwhelmed. He read his enemy's moves and struck with incredible precision. Now, Akaza just wanted to go to hell with his honor. Tanjiro didn't understand where Akaza was going. He suddenly stopped. Akaza's mind met his poor father again. He quickly asked after him and then bowed to apologize. He couldn't start a good life again as his father wished. But no one blamed Akaza, not even his master Kizo. To him, he was still his disciple, someone he loved like a child. But the image of Muzian still lingered. He urged Akaza to remember his determination to become stronger. Akaza's mind was in turmoil. The demonic ego and the human named Hakuji fought fiercely against each other. And then, when the image of Koyakai appeared, comforting the one she loved that everything was enough, the demon Akaza disappeared. All that was left was the pitiful young man named Hakuji. He held the girl he had failed, his mouth endlessly repeating apologies. Koyakai calmly hugged Hakuji, happy that he finally remembered them. Happy that the Hakuji, who was both blameworthy and pitiful, had returned. After all these years, finally, Hakuji's soul could return to the place he called home. Akaza gradually faded away before Tanjiro's eyes. Upper rank 3 was now truly gone. Tanjiro breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted to quickly find Muzien's location. But his body could no longer stand and he fainted. The water as higher was no better. The injuries of both were truly severe. A messenger, Crow, quickly appeared and flew throughout the entire fortress, spreading news of Tanjiro's and the water as Hira's victory over upper rank 3. Meanwhile, upper rank 1 already knew about Akaza's death. He couldn't understand why Akaza would give up on the path to reaching greater heights. Upper rank 1 cursed Akaza for being so weak. With a single sword strike, he cut down everything around him. As for Doma, he still couldn't believe Akaza was really dead. He felt that upper rank 3 had transformed into something else. However, Doma just laughed because they would surely never know the reason. He returned to the main topic, which was asking for Kanao's name, the person he was fighting. At this time, the other, as Hira, also learned of the mist as Hira's and Tanjiro's victory. They gained even more will to continue fighting. As for Zenitsu, his condition had taken a turn for the better, and Lord Ino's Uquature messenger Crow, telling it to lead him to where the strongest demon was. Jinyo was still trying to find his brother, while the wind as Hira was destroying one demon after another in a fit of rage. Currently, the headquarters team was redrawing the layout of over 100 floors in the Infinity Castle. They were still searching for Muzien's location. The battle with the demons had not yet come to an end. Muzien was extremely confident because even if the upper ranks died, there was no way the Demon Slayer Corps could find him. Once the Demon King returned, it would be the end for humanity. The end for the members of the Demon Slayer Corps who were resolute in fighting the demons here.